Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We examine the events that occurred in the U.S. state of Georgia in this video. At the age of 22, Laken Riley was a medical student at Athens Augusta University College of Nursing. She went for a run on February 22, 2024, and never came back. Her death, which attracted a lot of media attention, happened on a trail close to the university campus. Using surveillance footage, detectives investigated the case and apprehended the offender. Both the president and the media were alerted to Laken's passing. However, Joe Biden had to later issue an apology for remarks he made while discussing her passing. On January 10, 2002, Laken Hope Riley was born in Marietta, Georgia. She had 3 siblings and was the daughter of Allison Phillips and Jason Riley. Laken participated actively in the cross-country team at River Ridge High School in Woodstock, Georgia, where she graduated in 2020. Her high school athletic involvement demonstrated her dedication to health and fitness. Following high school, Laken pursued an undergraduate degree at the University of Georgia before transferring to Augusta University to obtain a nursing degree. She pursued her education at Augusta University with an emphasis on healthcare, which reflected her desire to work as a nurse. Laken was well known for her lively disposition and commitment to learning. In August 2023, she was awarded her honorary white coat, signifying the start of her nursing career and her dedication to compassion and humanism in the medical field. She was a cherished sister and daughter with a promising future, according to friends and family. Unfortunately, on the morning of her death, all of her dreams and plans were dashed. "Good morning, about to go for a run, if you're free to talk," Laken texted her mother, Allison, at 8:55 a.m. A doorbell camera recorded her leaving the house. She shared a rental home close to the university with other female students. Morning jogging was an essential part of Laken's daily routine because she loved running. Allison called her daughter at 9:24 a.m. after reading the message, but she didn't get a response. Allison didn't believe that anything negative could have occurred at that time. Since she was running, she figured Laken hadn't responded. Allison sent her daughter a text message 14 minutes later, saying, "Call me when you can." Allison kept attempting to call Laken, but no one answered. Allison texted Laken again at 9:58 a.m., saying, "You're making me nervous not answering when you're out running. Are you okay?" Laken's mother and sister kept trying to get in touch with Allison, but they were all unsuccessful. Other calls, including from Laken's stepfather, also went unanswered, and at 11:47 a.m., Allison texted, "Please call me, I'm worried sick about you." Another 2 hours or so went by. It was clear that something odd was happening. Laken's run could not have lasted longer than 3 hours, and she was always in contact with her family. The police were notified of Laken's disappearance at 12:05 p.m. Her dead body was discovered in a wooded area close to the lake where she had been jogging 30 minutes earlier. Her mother and sister had already arrived when the police discovered Laken's body. The moment Allison received the worst news of her life was caught on camera. Laken Riley died from a combination of asphyxia and blunt force head trauma, according to an autopsy. She suffered severe injuries, including several head traumas from blunt force. Her disappearance investigation was changed to a homicide investigation. Police used surveillance footage to identify the culprit behind Laken's ordeal. Laken texted her mother at 8:55 a.m. on the morning of her death, and a doorbell camera recorded her leaving the house. A security camera caught her running with her phone in her left hand toward the location, where she was eventually located 10 minutes later at 9:05 a.m. At 9:06 a.m., she was out of the camera's line of sight. Her heart stopped at 9:28 a.m., 22 minutes after the camera took her picture, according to data from the smartwatch she was wearing. Laken was dead. But it turned out that prior to her passing, Laken had called 929. 5 minutes after she stepped out of the camera's line of sight, the call was placed. Before the call was disconnected, the dispatcher who took the call had no time to speak. The 911 dispatcher followed instructions and made 2 follow-up calls to Laken's number, but neither time anyone picked up. Police searched the area surrounding the trail where Laken was discovered in the early phases of the investigation. Potential witnesses who might have heard or seen something strange were interviewed. A suspicious male who was also captured on camera was spotted by several people. The suspect is seen discarding his jacket in this video. 15 minutes after Lakin's passing, the video was captured. Forensic analysis was essential in identifying the offender, in addition to witness accounts and surveillance footage. Lakin had resisted frantically, as evidenced by the DNA samples that investigators took from the crime scene, including beneath her fingernails. In order to find traces of evidence that might connect the suspect to the murder, the forensic team also looked through objects discovered close to her body. The man on the tape was promptly identified by the police. On September 8, 2022, a 26-year-old Venezuelan named Jose Ibarra entered the country illegally. Ibarra crossed the southern border between the United States and Mexico close to El Paso, Texas, where he was met by Customs and Border Protection officers. He was released for additional processing after being granted parole. Ibarra initially stayed at a migrant shelter before starting to travel the nation, according to officials. On September 14, 2023, Ibarra was taken into custody by the New York Police Department and charged with violating a motor vehicle license and acting in a way that would cause harm to a child under the age of 17. He was accused of riding his moped with a child who was not wearing a helmet. Then, before a detainer could be issued, he was released by New York officials. Jose Ibarra and his brother, Diego Ibarra, relocated to Georgia from New York City. His brother deserves a few words as well. Diego Ibarra, 29, is linked to a dangerous Venezuelan gang, according to court documents. Diego Ibarra was taken into custody for using a fictitious green card to obtain employment at the University of Georgia. Diego's tattoos, attire, and use of gang symbols in social media photos, according to the prosecution, gave the impression that he was connected to a gang. In court filings, the gang was accused of being behind recent violent altercations with law enforcement and civilian victims in New York and other U.S. cities. Members who ride mopeds are accused of dragging victims to the ground in order to steal their devices during a series of violent phone robberies that are said to have occurred in New York City. Ibarra has tattoos associated with the gang, such as a 5-pointed star on the right side of his neck and a 5-pointed crown on the left. He poses with handguns in other photos. Since he is an undocumented immigrant and is therefore not permitted to legally possess firearms in the United States, prosecutors said this was a blatant violation of the law. About a mile from the wooded area where Lakin Riley's body was discovered in Georgia, Jose Ibarra resided in an apartment complex. Lakin had already been arrested for shoplifting at a nearby Walmart prior to the attack, but he was freed pending trial in December 2023-3. When he did not show up for the theft case in court, a warrant was issued for his arrest. If Ibarra had been taken into custody on the outstanding warrant, police could have stopped the attack on Lakin, but they chose not to. Those who witnessed him on campus reported seeing him in places where students congregate. His location close to the scene of Lakin Riley's death was also determined by investigators using digital footprints and cell phone data. Ibarra and Riley were not known to be related. At a press conference after the murder, Jeff Clark, the chief of police at the University of Georgia, stated, "This was a crime of opportunity, where he saw an individual and bad things happened." Ibarra was arrested after authorities gathered sufficient evidence to connect him to the crime scene. His hands were scratched from the fight with Lakin. 3 counts of felony murder, 1 count of malice murder, 1 count each of kidnapping, aggravated assault, aggravated battery, obstructing an emergency phone call, tampering with evidence, and peeping Tom were among the charges brought against Ibarra. The peeping Tom charge stems from Ibarra's observation of an apartment window in a university housing building on the day Riley was killed. The funeral for Lakin Riley took place on March 1, 2024. Her departure brought with it unexpected and unwelcome fame. Too much was known about her death and its raging aftermath, and too little was known about her life by many who had heard of her. It makes sense that those closest to her were reluctant to participate in interviews. The absence of someone like Lakin, whose light never stops shining, makes the world seem even more hopeless. Simon Mossad, the lead pastor of the church, wrote to the media, "Don't even begin to scratch the surface. She was a loving daughter, sister, and friend. She had a gift for making anyone she was around feel comfortable and seen. Lakin was special. She was a gift to anyone who knew her, smart, kind, compassionate, and thoughtful." A wooden sign was located on the shore of Lake Herrick in Athens, close to the spot where Lakin made her final run. The murder of Laken Riley and the immigration status of the man accused of it swiftly became a rallying cry for some prominent Republicans to blame immigrants for crime in America and criticize the Biden administration for its handling of the southern border situation. Someone had used black tape to change the word lake to Laken. The untimely death of Laken Riley has caused national indignation and touched the hearts of Georgians everywhere. At the time, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp wrote on X, "Joe Biden's failed policies have turned every state into a border state, and I'm demanding information from him so we can protect our people when the federal government won't." The brutal murderer who took the life of Laken was one of the millions of illegal aliens that the Biden administration simply released and unleashed upon our country, House Speaker Mike Johnson stated on X. During his Georgia campaign stop, Donald Trump had a meeting with Laken Riley's family. "What Joe Biden has done on our border is a crime against humanity and the people of this nation for which he will never be forgiven," Trump said, claiming that Riley would still be alive today hadn't Joe Biden willfully and maliciously eviscerated the borders of the United States and set loose thousands and thousands of dangerous criminals into our country. He continued, "He was an illegal immigrant, and he should not have been in our country, and he never would have gotten into our country if Trump was president." Joe Biden, on the other hand, made a mistake in his speech, but did not downplay Laken Riley's death. To the thunderous cheers of his supporters, Biden mispronounced the victim's name during the speech, saying instead Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. He also added, "Note the word illegal in that quote." Laken's mother, Allison Phillips, posted on Facebook, "Biden does not even know my child's name. It's pathetic. If you were going to say her name, even when forced to do so, at least say the right name." Allison also wrote, "Amen," beneath a comment labeling the 81-year-old Biden a disgrace of a president. Following criticism from some members of his party for using the term to refer to those who entered or are currently residing in the United States illegally, Biden later apologized, but not for referring to the young woman as Lincoln. Instead, he apologized for referring to Ibarra as illegal. "I shouldn't have used illegal. It's undocumented," said Biden. At the same time, Trump attacked Biden for the remarks while on the campaign trail in Rome, Georgia. He said, "Joe Biden went on television and apologized for calling Laken's murderer illegal," to furious booing and jeering. "Biden should be apologizing for apologizing to this killer." He compared his words to Biden's. "I say he was an illegal alien, he was an illegal immigrant, he was an illegal migrant," and charged that Biden, who has long been regarded as a compassionate leader, lacked regret. He's got no regret. He's got no empathy, no compassion, and worst of all, he has no intention of stopping the deadly invasion that stole precious Laken's beautiful American life, Trump stated. Ibarra was indicted on 10 counts on May 8, 2024. He was refused bail after entering a not guilty plea to all counts. He requested a bench trial during a pre-trial hearing, waiving his right to a jury trial, which was scheduled to start on November 13 with jury selection. In the courtroom, family members of Laken Riley gave statements. Allison Phillips, the mother of Laken Riley, pleaded with Judge Patrick Haggard to punish Jose Ibarra harshly. "There is no end to the pain, suffering, and loss that we have experienced or will continue to endure," Allison stated when making a statement in court as part of the family impact. "This sick, twisted, and evil coward showed no regard for Laken or human life," said Allison. "We are asking the same be done to him." Allison characterized her daughter as intelligent, industrious, considerate, kind, and, above all, a child of God. She claimed that her daughter worked with the elderly in nursing homes and went on mission trips. "This monster took away our chances to see Laken graduate from nursing school. He took away our ability to meet our future son-in-law. He destroyed our chances of meeting our grandchildren, and he took my best friend," the mother of Riley said. Laken Riley's younger sister, Lauren Phillips, stated that she was unable to join her sister in celebrating her acceptance to the University of Georgia. "I had to get accepted into my dream school, the University of Georgia, without my sister telling me how proud of me she is, and finally getting to live in the same town together again," she stated. She said she would miss Riley's contagious laugh, her smile, and her daily good morning messages, and referred to her as her sister, best friend, and role model. She lost her sense of security as well because of the murder. "I cannot walk around my own college campus because I am terrified of people like Jose Ibarra," she stated. She referred to Ibarra as a monster and stated that she was certain he was the cause of her demise. As he read one of Laken Riley's final journal entries to her future husband, John Phillips, her stepfather broke down in tears. "To my future husband, I'm working every day to become the best wife I can be," Laken wrote in part. According to John Phillips, Laken's journal entry only scratches the surface of what was cruelly and tragically taken from her and her family. Prosecutors told the court how the nursing student battled for her life and dignity against a man who had gone hunting for women that day. As the trial finally began on Friday, November 15, Ibarra retaliated when she saw Laken Riley, according to prosecutor Sheila Ross. When she refused to be a victim, he bashed her skull in with a rock repeatedly, Ross stated. Riley's death was tragic, according to defense attorney Dustin Kirby, who also described the case's evidence as graphic and unsettling in his opening statement. He questioned how Ibarra's fingerprints could be on the phone if he was allegedly wearing gloves, though, and stated that there was insufficient evidence to prove that it was Ibarra. "The evidence in this case is very good that Laken Riley was murdered," Kirby stated. "Ibarra, a Venezuelan national and non-citizen of the United States, has no known relationship to the student and no violent criminal history. So the evidence that Jose Ibarra killed Laken Riley is circumstantial. Rather, investigators characterized Laken's death as an opportunity crime. Ibarra's fingerprint on Laken Riley's phone screen and her DNA beneath her fingernails were among the evidence the prosecutor produced. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation's medical examiner informed the court that Laken Riley suffered cuts, bruises, and scratches on her head, neck, torso, abdomen, left arm, and left leg. Ibarra struck Laken Riley in the head with a rock, according to prosecutor Sheila Ross, and 2 rocks at the crime scene contained Laken Riley's DNA. Additionally, according to the DNA expert's testimony, tests revealed that a jacket that police found in a trash can at Ibarra's apartment complex contained both Ibarra's DNA and a blood stain that tested positive for Laken Riley's DNA. Judge Patrick Haggard granted the wishes of Laken Riley's family and friends on November 20, 2024, when he found Ibarra guilty on all counts and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In addition, he imposed a second life sentence and 27 years of consecutive imprisonment on him. "Today, the integrity of our judicial process and the pursuit of justice transcended political considerations," said Deborah Gonzalez, the district attorney for Athens-Clarke County within her circuit. "No sentence can undo the harm caused by Jose Ibarra's actions, but we hope it brings justice to Laken's family and the community," she said. "Our hearts remain with Laken's family and friends as they continue to grieve this tragic loss." The Laken Riley Act was approved by the House of Representatives on March 7, 2024. The Laken Riley Act would allow states to sue the federal government for not enforcing immigration laws and would require federal detention of illegal immigrants who commit theft or burglary if it were to become law. In August, Riley received her honorary white coat, which represented compassion, humanism, and the beginning of her nursing career. And she had just made the fall dean's list. The nursing school issued a statement on Facebook. She was set to graduate in 2025. "The College of Nursing will miss Laken's spirit on campus, and our hearts go out to her family and friends. We know that she would have been a wonderful nurse, and her passing is a loss for the profession and the communities she would have graciously served." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video examines what happened in 2003 when 37-year-old Sandy Rozo came home from a night shift at a bar. Her boyfriend, who was sleeping on the second floor, heard some loud pops just as she was ready to exit the car after pulling into the garage. After seeing what he saw, he went to the garage and dialed 911. There were multiple suspects in this dark case. The perverse desire to possess and control seemed to be the driving force behind this crime of passion. The charming city of Pinellas Park, which is located outside of Tampa, Florida, is well known for its lush surroundings and gorgeous beaches. Both working-class and affluent residents make up the community. Although there is some crime in the area, it usually takes the form of minor offenses. The most frequent infractions are drunk driving and auto theft. But in 2003, something happened here that scared the locals. On a Saturday night, the day after the 4th of July, neighbors said they heard pops shortly after 11 o'clock. Since it was the 4th of July weekend, it was anticipated that there would be fireworks and other noises for a few days. Nobody was particularly alarmed by the noises, though, until one local realized that the pops weren't celebrating. Troy Edwards reported hearing what he believed to be the popping of firecrackers and dialed 911 on 11. He went outside to investigate the noise and discovered his girlfriend, Sandy, bleeding in her car with the garage door open. Detectives soon followed rescue personnel to the scene. In the garage, the vehicle was parked. There was a lot of blood and shattered glass everywhere, and Sandy's body was inside. She sustained 8 different gunshot wounds to her head and other parts of her body. The perpetrator used a .22 caliber weapon, according to the preliminary analysis of the crime scene. Sandy seemed to have been ambushed by someone who was either following her to her garage or waiting for her. Despite being taken to the hospital immediately, she tragically died. The public was shocked to learn that Sandy had a daughter who was with her father at the time of the crime and that she had been ambushed in her own garage on her way home from work. Detectives did not think Sandy's death was an accident, even though her wallet and purse were undamaged. Multiple gunshots and the attack's planned nature raised the possibility of a personal grudge rather than a straightforward random crime. The viciousness of the assault suggested that Sandy, not financial gain, was the intended victim. The detective's primary responsibility at the start of the investigation was to question Sandy's boyfriend, Troy. Suspicion is frequently placed on the victim's family members or acquaintances in murder cases. Given his proximity to Sandy, Troy might have had crucial information. He was nowhere to be found when the police first attempted to speak with him. The detectives found it strange that he had left the scene. Troy's behavior was suspicious because he locked up the house before leaving, even though it was later found that he had gone to the hospital. Given the large number of police officers still on duty, this behavior seemed strange. Why was he consistently blocking access to the house? What did he wish to conceal? Investigators worked to answer these questions, even though his behavior might have been the response of a scared or perplexed man. Troy was called in by detectives to be questioned. As might be expected, he appeared distressed. He stated that Sandy's departure for work was the last time he saw her. Because of their divergent work schedules, Sandy worked at night and Troy worked during the day. Troy clarified that Sandy was still asleep when he left for work at 5 a.m. on July 5. After a quick conversation when he arrived home at 2 p.m., Sandy left for her job as a bartender at Tampa's well-known Green Iguana Bar. She was expected to be done by 11 p.m. that evening. Troy said that just after 11 p.m., at approximately 11:10 p.m., he heard what he believed to be clappers and heard her car pull up. Troy could not be ruled out as a suspect, but Tracy Humphrey continued to play a significant role in the case. Detectives contacted Sandy Roso's friends and family during her murder investigation in an attempt to piece together the events of her final hours. They asked Sandy about her relationship with her daughter's father, Jesse. Their relationship showed indications of stress, which may have been caused by disagreements over child custody. Her daughter was residing in Alabama with her father at the time of Sandy's passing. Jesse was providing for his daughter monetarily and might have been vying for sole custody. Given that child custody disputes can occasionally result in criminal behavior, this raised suspicions about his involvement in Sandy's murder. Detectives went to Alabama to interview Jesse in order to learn more. Detectives chose to bring Jesse in for interrogation at the local police station after he denied any involvement in Sandy's death during the conversation. Jesse insisted on his innocence at the station, saying that Sandy had been instrumental in their daughter's life and that he had no motive to want their child's mother dead. When the crime was committed on the evening of July 5, he was questioned about his whereabouts. Around 1 in the morning, Jesse said he got a call telling him of Sandy's untimely death while he was at home watching movies with his daughter and girlfriend. Investigators collected additional data such as DNA samples, fingerprints, and Jesse's cell phone records to support his alibi. According to Jesse's cell phone records, he was not in Florida at the time of the crime. Detectives are now concentrating on the Green Iguana, where Sandy was working the night of her murder after Jesse was exonerated of any wrongdoing. The Green Iguana is a well-liked bar with a vibrant nightlife. Sandy would frequently mingle with the regulars. In search of fresh information, investigators spoke with all of her co-workers, particularly those who had assisted her on the night of the crime. When her co-workers learned what had happened to Sandy, they were horrified and furious. The news of her passing devastated everyone who knew her because they all liked her. None of the co-workers saw anything out of the ordinary in the bar on the night of the incident. Sandy left work at approximately 10:45 p.m., and shortly after, a witness observed her leaving the parking lot. Investigators followed Sandy's route from work to her home, which took about 25 minutes, in order to piece together the timeline of her last day. This chronology implied that Sandy went straight home after leaving work, so she should have arrived home at approximately 11:10 p.m. Although Sandy's co-workers painted a different picture, investigators started asking them about her personal life. Troy, the man she lived with, described their relationship as strong. They said Sandy occasionally felt more like Troy's roommate than his girlfriend. According to this information, Sandy might have thought about ending her relationship with Troy. When it became clear that Troy was telling one story while Sandy's friends and co-workers were telling another, the detectives turned their attention back to Troy. Sandy had intended to talk to Troy about dating other people, according to co-workers at the Green Iguana. It's possible that Troy acted irrationally and injured Sandy because his feelings were hurt. Although Sandy was appreciative of Troy's stability, it appears that she didn't love him as much as he desired. A classic case of a crime of passion, in which the perpetrator feels that no one else can have you if I can't. This unrequited love may have been the driving force behind the crime. Troy looked upset but cooperated with the investigation when detectives questioned him again. To avoid suspicion, suspects frequently pretend to be innocent and provide the police with their full cooperation. The detectives diligently looked for any evidence that would connect Troy to Sandy, now that he was at the center of the investigation. Murder. Despite conducting a thorough search of Troy's house and vehicle, they were unable to locate any suspicious objects or weapons. Troy was then informed by the detectives that Sandy's co-workers had given a far from accurate account of their relationship. Troy was clearly taken aback by the charges. Even though Sandy might have been planning to leave him, Troy maintained that his love for her remained unwavering because he thought their relationship was more serious and was ignorant of her true feelings. Detectives went over the timeline to support Troy's account. Setting up a precise timeline was essential. In accordance with Troy's account of hearing gunshots, locating Sandy in the garage and dialing 911, they were able to verify that Sandy got home at approximately 11:10 p.m. Troy's actions appeared to be typical of a man who had seen his loved one die tragically. Troy was ruled out as a suspect in the crime by law enforcement following a thorough investigation. The investigation then appeared to have come to a standstill. Who else might have been inspired to carry out such a horrible deed? Sandy was merely attempting to build her life and save money, so who would want to hurt her? Luckily, Troy found Sandy's folder in his house, which provided the detectives with some unexpected assistance. Troy was correct when he thought the folder held crucial information. Sandy's handwritten notes about her impending trial against a man she accused of assault and unlawful imprisonment were all inside the folder. Sandy was scheduled to testify against Timothy Humphrey in a Tampa courtroom. Only 1 month after Sandy's murder, in August, the trial was set to begin. Troy had previously identified Sandy's ex-boyfriend as Tracy Humphrey to the police. His true name was Timothy, according to the file's documentation. This provided crucial details, such as his birth date and other private information, which served as the initial lead in cracking the case. The databases contained a wealth of information about Timothy Humphrey, but none about Tracy Humphrey. Timothy Humphrey, better known as Tracy Humphrey, had a troubling history of assaulting women, according to additional investigation. For these offenses, he was actually sentenced to 8 years in prison. The most upsetting discovery was that, out of fear for Sandy's life, Tracy had abducted her, held her captive, and over the course of several days, repeatedly coerced her into pleasing him. After Sandy escaped, a sheriff's deputy discovered him beaten and naked. Tracy was facing jail time for his actions, and he threatened to kill her if she reported the assault. Sandy was willing to testify against Tracy in court despite her fear because investigators had solid evidence, such as Sandy's testimony, DNA, and photos. However, Sandy's testimony was crucial to the outcome of this case. The charges would probably be dropped if she was unable to testify. Tracy became the main suspect in the investigation because he had a compelling reason to keep her quiet. Tracy was explicitly mentioned as a possible threat in a handwritten note that Sandy left behind. Equipped with this new knowledge, investigators found Tracy at a gym in Brandon, a nearby city where he lived and worked as a personal fitness trainer who was well known for his dedication to fitness and strong physique. Because of his bald head, earring in his ear, and intimidating appearance, Tracy was frequently referred to as Mr. Clean. Tracy appeared shocked to hear about Sandy's murder when speaking with detectives, but when questioned about his relationship with Sandy, his evasive manner raised questions. Without his lawyer present, Tracy became defensive and wouldn't respond to any more questions. Since there was no record of Tracy's marriage in the databases, detectives deduced that he must have recently gotten married because he was wearing a wedding ring. As it happens, Ashley Laney is the woman he married. Compared to Tracy, Ashley was significantly younger. She was only 20 and he was 39. Investigators went to their home to speak with Tracy's new wife in the hopes that she would provide more details. Detectives saw that Ashley was becoming anxious as soon as they entered the house, but on July 4, she disclosed that she and Tracy were married. It was a remarkable coincidence because Sandy Rozo was killed on July 5, the day after their wedding, in violation of Florida law, which states that spouses cannot be forced to testify against one another in court. Because of this fact, investigators were suspicious of Ashley and Tracy's marriage's timing, which they interpreted as a strong and unsettling clue. Ashley claimed she had no knowledge of the murder when questioned about Tracy's whereabouts the night of the killing. Ashley voluntarily offered her alibi for the night of Sandy's murder when speaking with detectives. Murder. She claimed that she and Tracy were at home at 11 p.m. the night of the murder, eating pizza and watching a movie. Ashley added that evening, their friend Toby White had also come over to their house. However, when Ashley's lawyer called, the conversation took an unexpected turn. Another odd thing happened after Tracy called the lawyer and instructed him to call Ashley and tell her what to do if detectives got in touch with her. Tracy surprised everyone by going home and preventing Ashley from responding to the detectives' questions. His manner, body language, and facial expressions conveyed a sense of anger and frustration, which led the detectives to suspect that Tracy might have been involved in a conspiracy to conceal the truth about the Sandy Rozo murder. Ashley had stopped talking, but the detectives had a crucial new lead. Ashley and Tracy Humphrey gave the excuse that they had ordered pizza on the night of the Sandy Rozo murder. The detectives followed this lead, went to the pizza place, located the delivery person, and collected the receipt. At 10:49 p.m., Tracy's cell phone was used to order the pizza. The pizza arrived 15 minutes later on July 5. In a flashback, the pizza delivery man said that the big bald man had left him a $20 tip for a $12 pizza that evening. Detectives came to the conclusion that Tracy could not have been the murderer because his house was 40 minutes away from the scene of the crime. The detectives were disappointed by this discovery because they had suspected Tracy, and the puzzle pieces did not fit together as they had hoped. It can be demoralizing to experience a setback such as the one that comes with a confirmed alibi, but in this instance, he made the decision to investigate Ashley's role in Sandy's ordeal. The detectives discovered an interesting incident while conducting additional investigation. Ashley had no criminal history, was a good student, and behaved well, but Sandy reported her car stolen just before she passed away. Ironically, her car was later discovered fully burned out on a Tampa street. The car had been purposefully set on fire, according to the state fire marshal's office. Ashley had visited a shooting range in the Tampa area the day her car was set on fire, according to the police investigation into the arson. As it turned out, Ashley had been learning how to shoot a .22 caliber gun at the range with Tracy Humphrey. Given that Sandy was killed by a .22 caliber firearm, this information was vital. Investigators started comparing all of the data they had been given and investigating Ashley's role in Sandy's death. To learn more, they spoke with her relatives. Detectives were informed by Ashley's stepfather that he had lent Ashley his .22 caliber handgun so she could learn how to shoot. Ashley refused to give the gun back when he asked for it. Detectives were certain they were heading the investigation in the right direction after speaking with Ashley's mother. According to the mother, Ashley told her that Sandy had been shot 8 times. This particular detail was important because it had not been covered by the media, meaning that only the shooter and law enforcement would have known about it. Ashley's involvement in the crime became apparent as the puzzle pieces started to fit together. Apart from a possible link to Tracy, the reason behind Sandy's murder was still unknown. Investigators were able to determine the precise location of Tracy's phone at the time of the crime by acquiring Ashley and Tracy Humphrey's phone records. His phone was close to his Brandon home, according to the phone tower data. Ashley's claim that she had been at home the entire night was refuted by the records, which supported Tracy's alibi. Her phone was tracked close to Sandy's house, and it was active outside the Green Iguana at 4:30 p.m. Ashley called Tracy multiple times at 10:45 p.m. Ashley's involvement in the crime was strongly implied by the evidence. Ashley was the main suspect now. Detectives suspected she wasn't acting alone, though. Because Tracy had a reason to hurt Sandy, the phone records also suggested that he was involved in the crime. What part each of them had played in the crime was the only question left. Toby White, a friend who had been at Tracy and Ashley's house the night Sandy Rosa was killed, became the focus of detectives searching for additional evidence. She was called in by detectives to be questioned. As it happens, Tracy Humphrey had a client named Toby. Tracy, in her opinion, was an excellent trainer. Toby first confirmed Tracy's story when she was questioned about her whereabouts on the evening of July 5, saying she had been at his house, even bringing up the pizza delivery they had ordered, from 9:30 p.m. to midnight. However, it became evident that Toby was not in the house after more cell phone records were examined. Toby had to deal with contradictions in her testimony during that period. Toby changed her mind and told the truth after being threatened with criminal charges for perjury, a crime that carries a jail sentence. At Tracy's request, she gave a false alibi and told detectives that she hadn't seen Ashley or Tracy Humphrey that night. Looking back, Toby saw that Ashley and Tracy had lied to her about their role in the killing. Ashley Humphrey was taken into custody on December 18, 2003, for Sandy Rosa, Tracy's first-degree murder. Humphrey was unable to handle firearms at a firing range because he was a convicted felon and was not allowed to own or use firearms. In order to ensure that Tracy could not influence Ashley, he was arrested on these charges and detained. Detectives hoped Ashley would tell them more about the crime because she was in custody and not with Tracy, but she didn't say anything. Given Tracy's history of abuse, there was significant concern about his possible influence over her. Investigators looked further into Tracy's past in the hopes of finding information that would persuade Ashley to speak. They discovered evidence that Tracy had cheated on Ashley in addition to other women. Ashley came to the realization that her marriage and all of her relationships had been based on lies and deceit as she started to piece together the truth. Ashley was unable to avoid the question of whether she had been duped while she was incarcerated. The startling discovery that the man she had committed a crime for, the man she was prepared to serve a lifetime in prison for, was unfaithful to her, compelled her to alter her strategy. Ashley, feeling deceived, confessed to killing Sandy and gave investigators vital information regarding the location of the murder weapon. The firearm was found in Hillsborough County's northeast. Ashley kept talking to investigators and discovered more and more unsettling information. Tracy had been manipulating her from the start, telling her that he loved her and that Sandy needed to be killed so they could have a future together. Tracy claimed that Sandy had been falsely accused and that if he testified in court, he would be imprisoned. In addition, Ashley admitted to having tried to kill Sandy weeks prior to the tragic event. The disclosure of these sinister facts created a terrifying image of deceit, manipulation, and treachery. Initially, Ashley sat in her car in the parking lot, waiting for Sandy to finish her shift and emerge into the lot to drive home, with the intention of shooting her as she left the bar. After waiting for Sandy to exit the bar, Ashley squeezed the trigger. Ashley's issue was that she didn't strike Sandy, she shot her own car's mirror. Compromise evidence was left behind by this incident. Ashley and Tracy took the car to an empty lot and burned it to destroy the evidence. Law enforcement grew increasingly certain that they could charge Tracy with murder as more and more evidence connected him to the crime surfaced. Ashley was merely a pawn in Tracy's plot. He coerced her into executing his scheme to kill Sandy. The tragic events that transpired were orchestrated by Tracy Humphrey. Ashley would not have committed the crime, and Sandy would still be alive if it weren't for his influence. Investigators were able to piece together Sandy Rozo's final hours of life thanks to Ashley's confession. Sandy began working at the Green Iguana at 2:30 p.m. on the day of the murder, July 5, while Ashley waited in the parking lot with a .22 caliber handgun that she had borrowed from her stepfather. Tracy coordinated Ashley's actions while staying in close contact with her. Ashley patiently awaited Sandy's shift to be over. At 10:45 p.m., Sandy pulled out of the parking lot, and Ashley trailed behind. Sandy parked her car in the garage after arriving home at 11:10 p.m. Ashley came in directly behind her. She fired. She kept shooting until her ammunition ran out. She fired 8 shots in all. Ashley called Tracy and informed him that Sandy had passed away as soon as possible. To help the delivery man remember him, Tracy placed an order for a pizza and left him a generous tip. Ashley accepted a plea deal of 25 years in prison in exchange for testifying, and Tracy was given an alibi in return for her cooperation. Many questioned the fairness of Ashley's sentence against Tracy Humphrey, arguing that on March 10, 2006, a life sentence would have been more appropriate. Ashley Humphrey received a 25-year prison term. She revealed a shocking revelation 14 years later. On ITV's Killer Women, Ashley Humphrey told Piers Morgan that she was the one who thought of the plan to kill Sandy Rozo, not her husband Timothy Tracy Humphrey, as she had stated in court. "What if she didn't appear in court?" I proposed. That's where it began, according to Ashley. And it got worse. It was me who said it first. I'm not sure why I allowed him to enter my thoughts in that manner. Ashley might have received a much harsher punishment if she had admitted to the scheme at the outset and had not accepted a plea deal to convict her husband. She is presently a prisoner at Quincy, Florida's Gadsden Correctional Institution. On December 13, 2028, when she turns 46 in February, she is expected to be released from prison. Timothy Humphrey was found guilty of murder by a jury in 2006. He received a life sentence without the possibility of release. He was also given a 15-year sentence for trying to flee. Because of his aggressive and domineering personality, Humphrey thought he could get away with it, but he would live out the remainder of his days in prison, where he would ultimately die. Everyone in the Sandy Rozo family wanted this to happen. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On December 3, 1981, Rhonda Casto was born in the tiny Washington town of Gig Harbor. She was raised in a loving, supportive family that encouraged her in everything she did. Rhonda had a bright personality that was evident from a young age. She was driven, ambitious, and tenacious. According to her loved ones, she was able to inspire others and quickly establish a common language with them. When Rhonda graduated from high school, she decided to pursue a career in fashion. She began a modeling career thanks to her charisma, slim build, and inherent beauty. She gradually gained recognition by taking part in photo shoots and small fashion shows. Even though she loved her job, she always hoped for more than cover shots. Rhonda felt that true happiness would come from having a family and kids. We took off right away after she met Stephen Nichols and Nichols in 2009. They were attracted to each other right away after meeting through mutual friends. Although Rhonda's loved ones initially had some reservations about Stephen's age, 15 years older than Rhonda, the couple appeared to be content. Stephen's confidence and attention to detail impressed Rhonda, she told friends. He appeared to be a man she could trust, someone who cared about her. For his part, Stephen found Rhonda's inherent beauty and joy appealing. He viewed her as a companion who could share life's pleasures and challenges with him. They started living together shortly after they started dating, planning their future together. Their relationship took a new turn a few years later. Rhonda learned she was expecting a baby. For her, this news marked the start of a new stage. When tragedy rocked their lives, she was 5 months pregnant. Along with happiness, Rhonda's pregnancy gave her new objectives. She aspired to become a successful mother and keep growing as a person. Stephen seemed happy to be getting ready to become a father and helped her in every way. The baby would be the pinnacle of their happy life together, he assured his friends. Even though they were very different in age, their relationship appeared to be strong and nothing could stop them from being happy. Rhonda, who always aimed for independence, had faith in Stephen and genuinely thought he would make a fantastic husband and father. They led busy, active lives. In order to escape the everyday grind, Rhonda frequently encouraged Stephen to take walks because she loved the outdoors. The area's wooded trails, where they could take in the scenery and clean air, were their favorite spots. Eagle Creek, a picturesque location in Oregon renowned for its rocky cliffs and waterfalls, was one such trail. Rhonda frequently recommended the trail for hikes because she loved it. They made the decision to hike Eagle Creek once more on the day of the tragedy. It was supposed to be a pleasant and easy walk. In order to preserve the memories of the happy time leading up to the baby's birth, Rhonda wanted to take some photos against the backdrop of nature, but nobody could have foreseen that Rhonda's walk would be her final one. On March 16, 2009, at approximately 6:30 p.m., Stephen Nichols reported to emergency services that his fiancée, Rhonda Casto, had fallen off a cliff on the Eagle Creek Trail. According to the dispatcher who took the call, Stephen's voice sounded tense and nervous. He tried to explain what had happened in a bewildered tone. "My fiancée went down. She tumbled off a precipice. I'm not sure if she's still alive." In an effort to explain the scene, Stephen repeated himself. He went on to say that Rhonda reportedly lost her balance on one of the challenging parts of the Eagle Creek Trail and fell while they were hiking along it. He informed the dispatcher right away that the situation was serious in a panicked voice. Rescuers arrived at the scene right away, fully aware that the Eagle Creek Trail, despite its popularity among hikers, can be hazardous. Numerous accidents have occurred in the past due to narrow paths, steep slopes, and slippery rocks. But none of the team could have imagined how messy this tragedy would end up being. Stephen was standing at the edge of the cliff when rescuers arrived on the scene. He appeared perplexed. He was obviously in shock, but his clothes were fine. His face showed a mix of horror and despair, and his breathing was labored. Stephen stated that he had attempted to figure out how to get downstairs to assist Rhonda, but had come to the conclusion that it was too risky. She was ahead. "I shouted at her to be careful when rescuers started asking questions, but she didn't listen," he said. "She slipped all of a sudden, and it happened too quickly." However, his words sounded sentimental. Rescuers found certain aspects of his story strange. Since Stephen was unable to pinpoint the precise location of Rhonda's fall and was unsure of her actions at the time, a group of rescuers descended to locate her. The circumstances were challenging. The ground was loose and the slope was steep. The rescuers themselves might have been in danger if they had made the smallest error. They discovered Rhonda's body on a rocky platform at the foot of the cliff after roughly 40 minutes. It was clear from her stillness that her wounds were incompatible with life. Rescuers had concerns because the location where Rhonda was discovered was a narrow ledge in the middle of a heavily forested slope. The rocks and vegetation there appeared to be unaltered. There were no signs of struggle, ripped branches, or slip marks, which are typically present when someone falls from this height. The rescuers also saw that, despite being steep, the slope itself did not appear to be dangerous enough to cause such a serious tragedy. At the cliff's edge where Stephen said the incident happened, there were no visible signs, such as ripped shoes or indentations in the ground, that would have suggested Rhonda had attempted to cling on. Although it seemed strange, the rescuers concentrated on evacuating the body, which was the primary objective. Stephen was upset when the rescuers came back to tell him about the discovery. There was a mix of confusion and guilt on his face. He restated his version of what had happened. Together they were strolling, conversing, and taking in the scenery. He claimed that Rhonda eventually made the decision to accelerate and run ahead. She loved the outdoors and occasionally got too reckless, according to Stephen. He recalled that, "She didn't seem to listen when I told her to be more cautious. She slipped and fell a few seconds later." According to Stephen, everything happened too quickly for him to take any action. "I had nothing to do." With a trembling voice, he added, while recording Stephen's statement, rescuers observed that, in spite of his emotional statements, he appeared somewhat detached. He was acting strangely. He didn't try to approach the cliff's edge, and he didn't seem interested in learning the specifics of what had happened. When the police arrived on the scene, Officers started questioning Stephen, which caused the rescuers to have their first reservations. He was still perplexed by certain details, but his story stayed consistent. For instance, he was unable to precisely explain why Rhonda chose to run ahead of her and what transpired just before she fell. Although officers recorded his statement, they pointed out that his explanation sounded too general and lacked specific facts. "That was a trail we frequently walked. She knew what she was doing," according to Stephen. "It's simply a horrible mishap." Police officers started to question his statements, though, because the accident's specifics did not make sense. Although the tragedy initially seemed to be an accident, rescuers and police were left wondering what actually transpired on the Eagle Creek Trail that day due to Stephen's actions and the details of the scene. Why was it so easy for a physically active woman to lose her balance? And why did the fall site show no typical indications of struggle or slip marks? Although these issues are still unresolved, rescuers and law enforcement chose to conduct additional research in order to learn the whole truth about Rhonda Casto's fate. Numerous questions were raised right away by the Eagle Creek Trail tragedy, and Oregon police, understanding the complexity of the situation. Rhonda Casto's death seemed to be an accident at first, but as the incident's specifics and Stephen Nichols' actions became more apparent, suspicions started to grow. The investigators were aware that the clue was concealed not only at the accident scene, but also in the lives of Rhonda and Stephen. Therefore, every facet of their relationship, as well as any indication of potential conflict or motivation, needed to be carefully examined. The identification of potential witnesses was the first stage of the investigation. Eagle Creek is a well-liked hiking destination, particularly on a day with clear, warm weather. People who were on the trail at the time of the tragedy were contacted by police. Before the incident, Rhonda and Stephen were spotted by a number of hikers. They were strolling together, and nothing about their behavior raised suspicions. According to one hiker, he saw Rhonda because she appeared to be very content. He was following her as she walked ahead. They were giggling. However, he recalled that no witnesses saw the fall occur. Only Stephen was able to determine the truth at that point. Although his explanation for Rhonda's decision to accelerate made sense, police started looking into other possibilities. Stephen Nichols claimed that his fiancée had called rescuers as soon as the incident occurred, tumbled down a precipice. He appeared startled at first, but his actions later started to seem odd. Though Stephen did not show the extreme panic or acute shock that might be anticipated in such a situation, rescuers who arrived on the scene noted that he was emotionally distressed. His actions in the days that followed were even more dubious. Rather than wallowing in grief, Stephen carried on with his routine. He avoided talking to loved ones about the incident and said very little about Rhonda. "I found it odd that he almost instantly began acting as if nothing had happened," one of Rhonda's friends recalled. Additionally, police observed that Stephen showed no particular interest in the investigation's specifics. He made no effort to inquire about Rhonda's chances of survival or initiate contact with law enforcement. Rhonda's mother stated that in the days preceding the tragedy, Rhonda expressed her fears of something happening to her, which is why her family did not initially accept the accident version. "It's not an accident, I assure you," she informed her mom. These remarks suggested a potentially tense relationship between Rhonda and Stephen, which made them a crucial component of the inquiry. Additionally, according to Rhonda's mother, their relationship has never been ideal. Rhonda reportedly considered ending her relationship with Stephen, even though they were expecting a child. She complained to friends about her partner's excessive control and jealousy. Because it might have revealed underlying conflicts that contributed to the tragedy, this testimony raised suspicions among investigators. Rhonda appeared tense and anxious in the weeks prior to the incident, according to one of her friends. She expressed her fear for her future. According to him, the version of events that Stephen provided started to diverge from the testimonies that were collected from loved ones. The search of Stephen Nichols' house was a crucial part of the investigation. If the tragedy wasn't an accident, investigators were searching for documents that might provide insight into the couple's relationship and potential motivations. Police discovered a $1 million insurance policy in Rhonda's name during the search. Stephen was listed as the only beneficiary. Since it turned out that the policy had only been issued a few months prior to the tragedy, this document caused a lot of questions for investigators. Furthermore, the insurance company claims that Stephen pushed for clauses in the policy that guaranteed the full amount would be paid, even in the case of an accident. It's likely that Rhonda was unaware of the policy. She never brought up the insurance policy or financial issues with Stephen, according to her friends and family. Given that Stephen was in a precarious financial situation, the fact that such a sizable insurance policy had been taken out just before the tragedy raised police suspicions and might have suggested a financial motivation. To ascertain whether he intended to use the funds to address his issues, investigators started looking through his bank accounts and financial documents. Following Rhonda's passing, Stephen Nichols also displayed odd financial behavior. He immediately began the process of obtaining an insurance policy rather than delaying his affairs. Only a few days after the tragedy, investigators saw that he completed the payout paperwork. His actions appeared hurried, which added to the suspicion. Police also observed that Stephen avoided interacting with Rhonda's relatives. He didn't offer to assist her parents with funeral planning or show up for her memorial service. As a result, there was more friction between him and the grieving family, who were beginning to suspect Stephen of being responsible for her passing. The turning point was when Stephen Nichols, who had appeared distant and reclusive since the tragedy, became the target of law enforcement after they had accumulated enough strong evidence to file charges. Be aware that every piece of evidence, including witness accounts and financial records, pointed to a potential motive, and his odd post-event behavior increased suspicion. Police eventually accused him of murder, and they started questioning him. Given that Stephen might have been tense or dangerous if caught, investigators made sure they were ready for the arrest. They were alarmed by his actions in the last few days. It was a cold and calculating attitude toward the situation, not just emotional distress from the loss. Based on the evidence they discovered, insurance, financial records, and his peculiar behavior, the police took Stephen into custody at his residence. There were no problems during the arrest procedure. When Stephen was told of the charges, he reacted calmly. He wasn't hostile, made no harsh remarks, or attempted to flee. There was nothing that could surprise him when police told him he was accused of murder. His face was unbreakable. The first interrogation started after Stephen was taken to the police station. He initially flatly denied any guilt. He asserted that his version of events would remain unchanged when questioned about what had transpired. "I was unable to save Rhonda when she fell. An accident occurred." He persisted in claiming that he was unable to foresee the tragedy and that the incident was an accident. But even though he was certain of his innocence, investigators started to show him evidence that contradicted his account. The police attempted to approach the case more subtly in an attempt to persuade Stephen to confess, rather than immediately accusing him of murder. His own words were being used against him as they meticulously crafted his story. Stephen became anxious during one of the interviews after the investigators presented him with financial records and other supporting documentation. Following the tragedy, police insisted that his actions were out of the ordinary. They highlighted his rash insurance buying decisions, his odd conduct following Rhonda's passing, and other questionable incidents. When an investigator asked Stephen why he had started taking out insurance so quickly, it was a pivotal moment. The man smiled nervously and said something that was practically a confession. "I didn't think it would happen so fast," he said, not seeing right away that what he said might have been taken as an admission of his actual motivations. It was a crucial statement that provided the police with a crucial lead. Although Stephen persisted in claiming that the tragedy was an accident, his arguments started to falter. "You're saying you didn't expect it to end so quickly," the investigator persisted. "You mean you didn't believe Rhonda would pass away?" Since more investigation showed that psychological pressure was a factor, this incident gave the impression that Stephen may have eventually acknowledged his guilt, even if not outright. Perhaps unknowingly, Stephen started to give in to the weight of the evidence. He grew more reclusive, avoiding direct responses and questions about his behavior on the day of the tragedy, even though he had no intention of acknowledging what had happened. In the meantime, the investigators engaged experts and kept elaborating on specifics. Rhonda died from injuries that were obviously not possible to have resulted from an unintentional fall, according to the forensic report. Because of the severe impact that caused these injuries, investigators started to believe that Stephen was most likely to blame for her passing. But in spite of everything, Stephen refused to acknowledge his actions. He repeated his version of events, claiming that he had no idea what was going to happen and that everything had happened by accident. The police understood that gathering reliable evidence would require time and effort, making this a challenging case. In the end, investigators collected all the evidence required for charging. In addition to Stephen's own actions in the days that followed, they also incorporated forensic evidence, Rhonda's insurance policy, documents proving Stephen was the only beneficiary, testimony from her family and friends, and proof of financial motivations. The tragedy served as a crucial component of the inquiry as well. The fact that he processed the insurance payment without hesitation and without displaying the typical human response to losing a loved one astounded the investigators. As a result, the charges had a solid foundation thanks to all of these facts, and the investigation took the case to trial. The trial of Stephen Nichols marked the end of a protracted investigation into Rhonda Casto's unexplained death on the Eagle Creek Trail. Investigators and prosecutors developed a case that they felt demonstrated the tragedy was not an accident. After years of meticulous work, the trial's unexpected conclusion, however, caused a public uproar and raised numerous concerns about the true circumstances surrounding Stephen Nichols' 2015 arrest. According to the investigation, the woman's death was the result of deliberate actions. Prosecutors asserted with confidence that Nichols had a purpose, a plan, and the intention to carry it out. A $1 million insurance policy that was put in Rhonda's name just months before she passed away was a crucial component of the prosecution's case. Stephen was listed as the policy's only beneficiary. The prosecution claimed that the document suggested a possible financial motivation for the crime. Prosecutors also emphasized Rhonda's mother's testimony, claiming that her daughter had voiced concerns about Stephen's unpredictable behavior and had been vocal about the possibility that she might be abused if something were to happen to her. "You are aware, it's no coincidence." According to the mother, Rhonda stated in court that her injuries were not totally consistent with an unintentional fall. Prosecutors also provided a medical report supporting this claim. The medical examiners came to the conclusion that rather than a simple loss of balance, Rhonda's injuries might indicate a push. The prosecution's case revolved around these conclusions. From the start, Stephen Nichols vehemently denied his guilt. According to his attorneys, Rhonda's death was a tragic but unintended accident. According to Stephen's own account, he and Rhonda were taking a leisurely stroll along the wharf on the day of the tragedy. According to him, Rhonda was feeling good and even decided to pick up the pace in order to feel more liberated and energetic. But she reportedly stumbled and fell off a cliff on one challenging part of the trail. "It happened too quickly, but I saw her lose her balance. I was powerless to help." According to Nichols, he also maintained that the accusations against him were the result of speculation and misinterpretation. His attorneys argued that the investigation had rushed to conclusions based on emotional testimony from the deceased's family members and circumstantial evidence. Additionally, the defense argued that married couples, particularly those who were getting ready to move in together and were expecting a child, frequently had insurance policies. They maintained that the execution of such a document did not demonstrate criminal intent, and that its mere existence did not establish that Stephen had harmed Rhonda on purpose. The attorneys stressed that Nichols had no established reason for the murder because, despite their occasional arguments, their relationship was not so tumultuous as to result in tragedy. There were several obstacles that prosecutors had to overcome in order to construct a perfect prosecution. The absence of first-hand witnesses was one of the main issues. Stephen was the only one who witnessed Rhonda's fall on the trail. Nichols's attorneys had a significant advantage because no one could definitively dispute their client's version of events, allowing him to continue insisting on it. The unclear expert conclusions were another flaw in the prosecution's case. There were no other obvious indications of violence. Even though some of Rhonda's wounds weren't consistent with the fall, this ambiguity was actively exploited by defense lawyers. They maintained that the prosecution's conclusions were based on speculation and conjecture, and that Rhonda's death was an accident. Stephen Nichols chose to reach an agreement with prosecutors in 2017, 2 years after his arrest. This ruling was an unanticipated development in the case. Nichols' degree of responsibility and potential sentence were greatly diminished by the agreement, which assumed that he would enter a guilty plea to manslaughter. In turn, the prosecutor's office accepted the agreement, likely understanding that the likelihood of a conviction on the manslaughter count was lower. A strong defense, unclear medical reports, and a lack of concrete evidence might have led to Nichols's acquittal. As part of the agreement, a plea deal in this case permitted at least partial justice. Although it was not his intention, Nichols acknowledged that his actions on the day of the tragedy might have played a role in Rhonda's demise. The public and the victim's family had differing opinions about this admission, which allowed the prosecution to wrap up the case without a drawn-out trial. The court imposed the sentence after the plea agreement. Stephen Nichols received a 3-year probationary sentence after being found guilty of manslaughter. Nevertheless, the court permitted Nichols to depart following his 19-month incarceration pending trial. Many people who had been following the case, including Rhonda's family, were taken aback by this light sentence. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Every person in this world wishes to find his or her true love, with whom he hopes to live until the end of his life. Unfortunately, not every love story ends happily. Karen and Gordon Anderson's youngest child, Haley Anderson's youngest child, Haley Anderson, was born in Westbury. After graduating from high school, she studied nursing at Binghamton University Medical Center. Haley worked part-time at a coffee shop for the first 3 years of her studies before securing a position in the emergency department of a Long Island hospital. Haley has always wanted to work in a hospital to help people who are described as strong, independent, kind, and always smiling. Haley had a large number of friends. She was a fan of the hippie subculture, believing that youth should be spent engaging in entertainment and developing open relationships. Haley and her roommates spent the late hours of Thursday, March 8, 2018, playing board games and drinking. The gathering ended just before 4 a.m. Then, they all went to bed. When Haley's roommate, Josie Arden, woke up a few hours later, she wasn't surprised that Haley wasn't in bed, given their independent college lifestyles. However, as the day progressed and Haley failed to show up for a planned meeting with Josie and other friends at a bar, concerns grew. Notably, Haley had not posted anything on social media all day, and calls and messages to her cell phone had gone unanswered. Worried, Josie and another roommate used the Find My Friends app to locate Haley's iPhone, which led them to a home on Oak Street. This was the home of Orlando Tercero, another nursing student who had a brief on and off relationship with Haley that lasted just over a year. Orlando, a Miami native with Nicaraguan roots, was known for his academic diligence during the week and for partying with Sean on weekends. Josie, along with her roommate, Michaela Tobley, went to Oak Street to find out where Haley was. Earlier that day, the police were called to Orlando's home on Oak Street after his sister requested a welfare check in response to a distressing text message she received from him. When the police arrived, there was no response and the house appeared to be unoccupied. So they left, discovering nothing amiss. When Josie and Michaela arrived, they knocked on the door but received no response, and the house appeared deserted. Despite this, they chose to remain motivated by their concern for Haley's well-being. When they noticed Orlando's car was missing, they checked their tracking app, which showed Haley's phone was still inside. Josie helped Michaela enter through an open window to find Haley in Orlando's bedroom, partially covered by bedclothes. Although they couldn't be certain, her power made them suspect she was dead. They quickly dialed 911, and both police and emergency personnel arrived, confirming Haley's tragic death. The cause was determined to be strangulation, and Orlando was not found. Haley and Orlando had an on and off relationship, with Haley eventually choosing to end it. While she wished to maintain a friendship, Orlando desired a more serious relationship. Over the course of about a year, Orlando sought a serious relationship, which Haley did not reciprocate, preferring not to be tied down during her college years. The investigation revealed a troubling incident. 6 months before Haley's tragic discovery, Orlando was seen shouting at Haley during a party on September 15, 2017, after learning she had reconciled with her ex-boyfriend Kevin Ocampo. Unhappy with this development, Orlando insisted on an exclusive relationship, which Haley declined, stating her desire to remain friends. Kevin slept over at Haley's apartment the next morning. When he left, he discovered that Haley's car tires had been slashed. When Haley reported the incident to the police, Orlando denied any involvement. Given that the damages exceeded $600, felony charges may be pursued to keep Orlando from suffering severe consequences. Haley chose not to press charges on the condition that he pay for the damaged tires. Haley's friends told the police that Orlando was obsessed with her, paying another visit to Eldred, driving by her apartment, and appearing to keep a constant eye on her. Despite this, Haley maintained contact with him because she didn't want him to feel excluded, and she still liked him. As the investigation delved into the events surrounding Haley's board game night with friends, the focus shifted to how she ended up at Orlando's house. Surveillance cameras near and outside Orlando's home were critical. According to the footage, Haley and Orlando entered his house together, with Haley appearing fine and willing. Hours later, Orlando was seen leaving the house alone, disposing of garbage, and then going to a nearby pharmacy to buy sleeping pills like Quil and melatonin before returning home. Following footage showed Orlando leaving again. 7 hours later, I was descending into the house's basement. Police suspected that at this point, Orlando attempted to commit suicide with hooks and a rope, resulting in injuries. The presence of blood on the basement floor supported this theory. They discovered what they thought was a suicide note written in Spanish with the English translation read, "I am deeply sorry about this. I never believed I was capable of doing this. Father, I'll see you soon." Orlando's father died 5 years ago. They believe the note was more than just a suicide note. However, a confession from surveillance footage showed Orlando leaving the house later with a suitcase, and authorities tracked his movements to G-Cake International Airport. He was discovered to have boarded a flight to Nicaragua using his dual citizenship, while his mother remained in the country. Despite his dual citizenship, US authorities charged Orlando with second-degree murder in the hopes of starting extradition proceedings. Extradition, on the other hand, was not mandatory in Nicaragua due to his citizenship. Nonetheless, Nicaragua launched a massive search for Orlando and found him in a hospital in the city of Leon. Only 5 days after Haley's death, he was seeking medical attention for injuries sustained during his suicide attempt. The extradition process was a year-long exchange between us and Nicaraguan authorities. Eventually, Nicaraguan authorities concluded that they had gathered sufficient evidence to charge Orlando and proceed with the trial. Contrary to US expectations, the trial would take place in Nicaragua, with charges that differed from those in the United States. Orlando was charged with femicide, a hate crime in Nicaragua that involves the murder of a woman because of her gender and previous relationship with the perpetrator. The differences were also evident in the courtroom proceedings. In Nicaragua, there was no jury. Instead, a judge heard arguments from both the prosecution and the defense before rendering a decision. Also, Orlando was not required to enter a plea. According to the prosecution's case, Haley willingly entered Orlando's home, and he strangled her to death shortly after, possibly while she was sleeping. The prosecution argued that Orlando's obsession with Haley had reached a dangerous level, and that if he couldn't have her, no one else should. They hypothesized that Orlando strangled Haley out of jealousy over her rejection of a serious relationship. This alleged rage had apparently been building up for 6 months, beginning at a party where Orlando discovered Haley had reunited with her ex-boyfriend. Witnesses from the United States testified via teleconference, recounting Orlando's obsessive behavior toward Haley, which included driving by and calling her apartment, as well as details about the slashed tires incident. The judge viewed surveillance footage from outside Orlando's house, which showed him entering with Haley and leaving alone. The court also heard about Orlando's attempted suicide and the note he left for his family, which added context to Haley's tragic death. Dr. James Tersey, the pathologist who performed Haley's autopsy, testified that her death was caused by asphyxiation from neck compression. The court learned that Haley was asphyxiated by manual neck compression, with an element of ligature strangulation visible due to the involvement of the necklace she was wearing. According to the prosecution, Haley was killed because she refused to be in a relationship with Orlando. He strongly disagreed with the defense press's conclusion that Orlando had no recollection of what happened that night. They claimed that Orlando was temporarily insane at the time Haley died as a result of his alcohol consumption. The defense only called one witness, psychiatrist Dr. Ronald Lopez Aguilar, to testify about Orlando's mental health. Dr. Lopez Aguilar informed the court that Orlando claimed to have no recollection of the murder. Orlando claimed that he drank heavily that night and awoke to find Haley dead, with no knowledge of what had happened. The psychiatrist also told the court that it was impossible to know Orlando's state of mind at the time of the murder. However, in terms of his current mental state, Dr. Lopez Aguilar claimed that there were no discernible issues. The defense contended that Orlando, who is not known for violence, may have been provoked, complicating our understanding of the events leading up to Haley's tragic death. After a 90-minute deliberation, Judge Fabiola Betancourt issued a verdict, finding Orlando guilty. She stated that Orlando's actions stemmed from his refusal to recognize Haley's autonomy in making relationship decisions. Judge Betancourt determined that Orlando killed Haley as a form of punishment for rejecting him. She sentenced Orlando to 30 years in prison for femicide, emphasizing all women's fundamental right to life. Broome County District Attorney Steve Cornwell, who has closely followed the case, remarked on the unprecedented collaboration between two governments and law enforcement agencies. Despite initial concerns, us authorities were pleased with the seriousness of the trial, emphasizing that it was not a mere spectacle but a genuine legal proceeding. Orlando chose to appeal his conviction, which was heard by 3 Nicaraguan magistrates. The defense argued that Orlando was drunk and temporarily insane at the time of his murder. They did, however, request a new psychiatric evaluation for the appeal, preferring a forensic psychiatrist with experience in temporary insanity defenses over a court-appointed psychiatrist, as was the case during the trial. During the appeal, the defense argued that Orlando should not have been charged with femicide, claiming that if convicted of second-degree murder in the United States, his sentence would have been shorter than the 30 years he received for femicide. They asked for a review of the sentence on this basis. However, the magistrates denied Orlando's request for a new psychiatrist and declined to reduce his sentence. He was ordered to remain in prison, serving the 30-year sentence imposed during the trial. Law enforcement officials in the United States have stated unequivocally that if Orlando is ever released and returns to the country, he will be arrested for second-degree murder. Karen and Gordon Anderson, Haley's parents, thanked the court for its decision. Karen admitted that she had not seen any remorse from Orlando, only regret for not being able to reduce his sentence. She stated that, while she felt 30 years was insufficient, she appreciated the court's efforts to convict him to the fullest extent of the law. Gordon said he believed justice had been served and thanked the Nicaraguan court system. He stressed the importance of remembering Haley as a caring individual. She was a vibrant individual with a zest for life who was dedicated to spreading happiness and love. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. When we think about what makes a place great to live, we often think about how safe it is, how nice the neighborhood is, and how friendly the people who live there are. One country meets all of the requirements. Iceland is an island nation off the east coast of Greenland that has been voted one of the best places to live in the world over and over again. Just over 340,000 people live there, making it one of the world's smallest cities. But its stunning natural beauty makes up for it in a big way. People come from all over the world to see the natural springs and rolling hills. People from all over the world come to this small country to see its many attractions, such as its beautiful architecture and the aurora borealis. Because Iceland has harsh winters, there isn't always a lot of sunlight, but that just adds to the mystery of the place, which is so different from what most of us know and understand. One of the most appealing things about Iceland is the friendliness, openness, and kindness of its people. Due to the tough terrain and harsh winters, people rely on each other, value community, and take care of their neighbors. There are strong social attitudes against crime. They have no army, and their police officers do not carry guns. People often leave their doors unlocked and get lifts with strangers. The peace and quiet of Iceland would be broken one Friday night in 2017 by a brutal murder that seemed to have no reason. The country would be left in shock. We are going to talk about Birna Briansdóttir. Birna Briansdóttir lived in the southeast of Reykjavik. While her parents were no longer together, they remained on friendly terms, and she was the center of their world. She was bright and spirited, with her fiery personality reflected in her striking auburn hair. She was incredibly witty with a sharp sense of humor, which made her popular among her friends. She was carefree and whimsical, but always responsible, with this maturity reflected in her relationship with her family and her mature attitude toward work. Music was a big passion, and Berna wasn't picky. She would listen to anything from rap to pop and from rock to folk. It was this openness and free spirit that made so many people love her. Brina had a close group of friends and liked going out at night in Reykjavik. She worked in the fashion section of a busy department store. To relax, she would get drinks at the local bar after work and then go out to really let her hair down. For sure, this is what Berna did that night, January 13, 2017. After closing the shop, she got drinks, played a few rounds of cards, and then went to the center of the capital to laugh, drink, and dance all night. They went to Horror, a place where new bands would play, and Berna was soon dancing on the stage. While her friends were ready to leave by 2 a.m., Berna wasn't. She wanted to keep having fun. She left the club just before 5 a.m. and walked out into the 9-degree weather. She then went to get falafel and then walked back to her house. A woman walking alone in Reykjavik was not rare. People trusted each other and looked out for each other. Due to her intoxication, she dropped coins and stumbled into a stranger on the side of the road. As she carried on walking, she turned a corner and walked down a narrow lane towards the sea. Then she vanished. Because she was known for being on time when she didn't show up for work, people were worried right away. Maria, a school friend who worked with Berna, was upset right away that she wasn't there. It got worse when she tried to call her cell phone. It wouldn't work, and Berna never turned off her phone. People thought she had just gone back to her dad's house to sleep off her hangover. Her friends who had been out with her that night also thought this, but she wasn't there. Scylla, Berna's mother, was called because she was also worried about where her daughter was. She knew Berna and knew that this wasn't like her at all. Without waiting, her family called the police right away to say she wasn't there. Realizing the power of social media, Scylla posted to her Facebook page, "Dear friends, it's not like her that we can't reach her. Please share and let's find her, Scylla." Iceland is a small community, and before long, Scylla's desperate pleas on Facebook were being shared, and news of Berna's disappearance began to circulate. The stress and worry of having a child go missing are unimaginable. Her parents couldn't sleep, and they persistently made calls to all the emergency services, desperately seeking any new information on Berna's whereabouts. The following day, the police were able to trace her last known mobile interaction before it went dead or was turned off. Just before 6 a.m., her phone pinged off a mobile tower in a port town, Hafnarfjordur, 6 miles outside of the capital. Right away, Scylla got in her car and drove there, calling out to her daughter and looking around the area. A group of family and friends worked with her to get Berna back home alive. Soon, 36 hours had passed since Berna had disappeared into the night in Reykjavik. Her friends and family were sure that something bad had happened to her. She was a trustworthy young woman, and this was not like her at all. Not much was known to the police, though. There was no proof of a murder or kidnapping, so they couldn't do much. As word of her disappearance spread, it quickly made the front page of every newspaper. Every newscaster in Iceland talked about Berna all the time. Her face was on every newspaper page. In the early hours of Sunday morning, her parents went to the police and begged them to search for her. They said she would not have gone off on her own accord, much less not told anyone where she was going. She had no money troubles or relationship problems. Everyone who knew Berna adored her. A case as baffling and unusual as this required Iceland's best detectives, one of which was Grim Or Grimson. He had 30 years of investigative experience. He was even part of a special team who spent more than 5 years building a case against those whose misconduct and corruption contributed to the financial crash of 2009. After this, he returned to his roots as a police officer, saying he missed the fast-paced work. Like his colleagues, he too wasn't initially that concerned about Berna. There were many other factors that he had to consider. People do go missing in Iceland. Anything from mental health problems to simply staying at a friend's house and not telling people. Most missing people would eventually turn up. A lot of CCTV is set up in capital cities around the world, But Reykjavik isn't like most of them. The people of Iceland don't like being watched, and since crime isn't common, the people tend to police themselves. They watch out for each other and strangers, but someone saw her the night she went missing. CCTV showed her leaving the club with her coins in the ground and walking into a stranger. When Grimson checked the next camera less than a block away, she was gone. There were two options. Either she had gone down the side road off the corner or got into a car. Grimson paid close attention to the little things, and he was sure that the broken CCTV footage held a clue that would lead them to Berna. The red Kia Rio he saw was going the other way on the other side of the road from Berna. A short time after Berna had been seen at the Lebowski bar, he saw it drive by. The police had to follow up on this lead. What was next? They couldn't see the license plate, who was driving, or how many people were in the car. There were more than 100 of those kinds of cars in Iceland. This didn't make her parents feel better about their worries. Scylla was incandescent when they explained the quality of the tape was too poor to extract any more details from. Scylla said, "Can't you find it like in the movies?" Grimson replied, "It doesn't work like that." The police knew that even though they didn't have enough CCTV, the people in the area had hope. They asked the people of Iceland to help them. At a rare press conference, Grimson and Berna's upset family spoke in front of the cameras and begged Iceland to help them find her. In front of the media, Scylla showed what kind of person her daughter was by saying that she was very smart, bilingual, loved other cultures, and loved to travel. The police's hunch at the press conference would lead to a breakthrough. It proved right, and before long, they had their first lead. A pair of brothers decided to search Hafnarfjörður, where her phone had pinged off the tower, and when there, they headed towards the harbor. After searching in a fenced-off area, they found a pair of boots, black Doc Martens, identical to the pair that Berna had last been seen wearing. Using the power of social media, they posted a picture of them to Facebook, and before long, the officers arrived. They confirmed the shoes were Berna's. The police finally felt like they were making progress. Grimson told the police to carefully look through the CCTV footage, and soon they saw a picture they knew. At 6 a.m. on the morning Berna went missing, a red Kia Rio pulled into the harbor. A drunk man got out of the car and stumbled toward a fishing trawler that had already been docked. After that, the car drove off. Finally, they were able to read the license plate. The car had been rented by Thomas Muller Olsen, a 25-year-old fisherman from Greenland. A family had since rented the car and said there was a smell of chemicals coming from the back. After taking the car away, police were determined to find any sign of Berna. Eventually, they found a clue. There were blood spots in the back seat. So that they could find out if it was Berna, samples were quickly taken and sent to Sweden to be analyzed. For Grimson and his team, it was now a race against time. They needed to find the trawler and their only suspects, Thomas Muller Olsen and Nikolai Olsen. Thomas and Nikolai weren't related, but were crewmates on the trawler. Thomas was considered easygoing, approachable, and generally likable while on board. His phone pinged, and Thomas went pale. It was a news article saying that the ship he was on was linked to the disappearance of Berna. A journalist had contacted a Facebook group used by the men on board and asked who had rented the car and who was seen on the CCTV. Thomas was visibly shaken. His captain assured him if he was innocent, he would be fine. There was a huge challenge for Grimson and his team. The longer his suspects were on that boat, the longer they had to make up stories and get rid of anything that could be used against them. Not to worry, the ship's captain already had a plan. He read about the connection between the ship and Berna, so he turned the ship around and went back to Iceland. He and his top officers agreed that they would say the engine problems made them have to turn around, and the suspects couldn't read anything about the case because the Wi-Fi was turned off. In order to catch them off guard, the police sent members of their elite counter-terrorism squad, also known as the Viking Squad, to board the ship as soon as it arrived back in Iceland. Finally, The police were able to catch their two suspects after dropping officers off from a helicopter on the ship. The reaction of the public to the case was massive, and the whole country was waiting on tenterhooks for any news of what had happened to Birna. The case seemed to take over all aspects of Icelandic life. Although their intentions were good, online sleuths only added to the confusion, and it became hard to distinguish rumor from fact. Stories ranged from a body being found in a lake to Birna and other women being found alive on the trawler, swirled around social media. Grimson stayed calm and asked everyone else to do the same. People who meant well, though, were not helping the search for Birna. Around 11 p.m. on Wednesday, the ship came back into port, and the two suspects were handcuffed and brought back to Iceland. Then the terrible news came out. Birna's blood was found in the rental car. It didn't take the police long to question the two men. Nikolaj and Thomas were sure they hadn't hurt Birna, and they both told the same story about what happened that terrible night. They had split up and gone to different bars to drink before getting back together as the night was coming to a close. Nikolaj was already very drunk, so it was hard for him to remember what they said. He had no idea who they were, but they said they had picked up two girls on the street, and one of them was Birna. Thomas said he left Nikolaj at the ship and then drove off. Then he went to the back with the two girls and let them kiss. After an hour, he dropped them off. The police were inclined to believe Nikolaj. He had been seen walking away and was clearly in no fit state to do anything. However, when it came to Thomas, they had a bad feeling, and the evidence against him was stacking up. He was examined by a doctor who determined that the wounds on his chest were signs of a struggle or fight. When searching the ship, the police found a driver's license in the bin. It belonged to Birna. They also found drugs with a street value of nearly £1.5 million. Thomas claimed to have slept in the car, but the police checked the odometer, which showed that the car had been taken for a long drive. They also had CCTV on his person, because he was seen buying plastic bags and cleaning fluid before cleaning the inside of the car. The police didn't believe his story that he was sick and just trying to clean the car because they knew the blood spots were Birna's. The back of the car lit up when they used luminol to bring out any blood that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. This showed that it was completely covered in blood. 4 days after she vanished, Iceland launched the biggest search in its history. The search and rescue project manager said, "Today, she is our sister, our daughter." And that became the mantra. We don't live in a society where we tolerate a 20-year-old woman being abducted in the night. It wouldn't be long before the police found what they were looking for. A Coast Guard helicopter noticed something floating in the water near a local lighthouse, and it was a body. They had found Birna. When this news came out, Iceland went into mourning, and people were shocked and couldn't believe what they were hearing. Things like this only happened in movies and other places. In Iceland, they didn't happen. People in Greenland were shocked and saddened along with their Nordic neighbors. The main street in Reykjavik, where Birna had gone, was turned into a shrine with candles lit up. The funeral for Birna took place at the Hallgrímskirkja, which is the country's largest church. Over 2,000 people, including the president and prime minister, were there. People needed answers from the police, and they had to give them. First, they had to figure out what killed the person. Birna had been found naked, but they could find no evidence of a sexual assault. The examiner found that she had suffered blunt force trauma to the head and had been strangled as well. However, the official cause of death was ruled as drowning. She had survived the initial attack and was alive when she was put into the water. Even though Grimson and his team looked at all the evidence, they couldn't find any link between Nikolaj's death and the murder of Birna. They didn't think he had anything to do with it. He was freed after 2 weeks in jail and hours of questioning. They looked back at Thomas again. His story hadn't changed, and he wasn't going to change it either. During 9 interviews with the police, he insisted that he was not guilty. As more evidence came in, the police still couldn't figure out why Thomas would kill Birna, even though they had a crime scene and a suspect. His DNA was found on a lace of Birna's Doc Martens, and his fingerprints were on her old driver's license from March 30th, 2017. Breaking news alerts were spreading all over Iceland. The police had charged Thomas Müller Olsen with drug possession and murder. Media interest in the story reached a fever pitch as his trial began in August of that year. It was during his trial that he sensationally changed his story. He said that there were not two girls, only one, Berna. He claimed that he had left the car to go to the bathroom, and Nikolai had driven off with Berna in the back seat. When he returned, she wasn't with him, shocking the court. He was now trying to pin the murder on his crewmate, admitting to the drug possession, but denying murder. At the end of September, the three judges found him guilty on all charges. He was then taken to start his 19-year prison sentence. When Thomas Müller Olsen tried to appeal his conviction, the High Court upheld it. The next year, the High Court refused to look at another appeal. There was a lot of shock in Iceland when Berna Brjánsdóttir was killed. This case will be remembered. It changed us a bit, our feeling of safety, the chaplain who led Berna's funeral said. More CCTV was put up around Reykjavik, and women became more cautious around strangers. Even though Grimson had been a police officer for 30 years, this was his first murder case. People in Iceland saw him as a hero because he was calm and coordinated. He is now proud to work for his country at the European Union's agency in The Hague for law enforcement cooperation. Even though Birna Brjánsdóttir's murder was a terrible event, her memory is still alive, and the people of Iceland are determined that she will never be forgotten. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The second biggest city in Washington, Spokane, is the setting for this tale. The city may be just as dangerous for its citizens as it is for visitors, despite its seeming beauty and allure. Spokane County has the highest crime rate in Washington, at double the state average, according to the state. Thus, today's Cinderella story has a bitter taste within and a lovely appearance. The Holdens were a normal American family who had long resided in Spokane. The house was constantly crowded with youngsters because they loved them. Joshua, an adoptive son, and two girls were the children of Judy and John Holden. The grown daughters had long since moved out and lived independently, but Joshua, their only son, stayed with his parents, big, sad, and always frowning. The young man regretfully stayed at his parents' house because he was unable to start his own family. The Holden family was forced to take more than one, if not two children from the orphanage because they wanted a steady income in the form of substantial benefits. So one day, Courtney, a charming young child, entered the Holden household. Born on February 28, 1992, Courtney Corrine Holden ended up in an orphanage 2 years later. Youngsters of all ages fervently pleaded to God for a mother and father, and one happy day, the girl's wish was granted. Courtney, who was young, traveled to Spokane. When the doors shut behind her, Courtney moved in with Joshua and a number of other foster kids. The girl's hopes of having a loving and supportive family were merely hopes. Courtney's existence at the Holdens was even more depressing than it had been in the orphanage. It became a true nightmare. She was made to perform a variety of household tasks from an early age. After every dinner, she had to wash the dishes for the entire family and clean the entire house. The Holdens' much better treatment of the other foster children was particularly startling, and nobody could comprehend why they detested this lovely girl. Courtney was the final child they had acquired from the orphanage, and Judy Holden was by that time of a respectable age. Maybe it was why they were so inexplicably angry. Even going outside without permission was prohibited for Courtney. Visitors to their house frequently overheard Judy and Joshua abusing Courtney, referring to her as Cinderella, as though she were a fictional heroine who was actually a prisoner to her evil sisters and stepmother. Courtney was in a similar situation. The girl, however, proved to be quite receptive and grew accustomed to the terrible circumstances after years of living with the Holdens. She lacked a cell phone and other contemporary amenities, was terrified of her foster mother, and was terrified of her brother Joshua just by being around him. He also prohibited her from interacting with her peers. She never left home without permission or necessity. The only way she could get any fresh air was to go outside into the backyard and socialize with the neighbors while the home was deserted. This is exactly the kind of setting in which Courtney was raised. She simply adapted to her life as she grew older. Because she had no idea of a normal home and no other life, she never became resentful and always treated her foster parents with respect. When Joshua moved home with his sister for a considerable period of time because of his parents' irreparable differences, Courtney felt a certain measure of independence. It was the happiest time of Courtney's life. Her long-awaited taste of independence arrived when she was allowed to leave the house, go for walks, and interact with her peers. After a while, Courtney graduated from high school and had her first love. Michael proved to be a worthy companion, and she felt cared for and attended to by a man she had never experienced before. Courtney was constantly ecstatic after every meeting. When they had a son in 2011, their relationship came to an end. In desperation, Michael pleaded with his lover to come live with him and be a part of the family. However, for some reason, the young mother refused to move and kept living in the house with Holden, ending all romantic ties with Michael. The Holden house was deserted by that point. The foster kids had moved out and grown up. Since John Holden, Courtney's foster father, had died, she spent a considerable amount of time living only with her foster mother, Judy Michael, and was only permitted to see his son when Courtney's brother Joshua was away. With Judy's consent, they had a quiet existence with their kid, until Joshua came back after his father passed away in 2014 and started to exert strict control over the family home. In northeast Spokane, on Hero Avenue, a block from Rogers Middle School, he set up several security cameras around their house. The yard was littered with posters that said, "Smile, you're being videotaped," and there were multiple cameras pointing in various directions. Courtney became nervous once more when she saw the security cameras, since she knew that walking outdoors could result in her being reprimanded by Joshua for escaping. Once more, Courtney's life became intolerable. Courtney admitted to a neighbor in 2015 that she was once more prohibited from owning a cell phone, maintaining social media profiles, interacting with people outside of the family drive, and even leaving the house without Joshua's consent. Joshua Holden was so upset about Courtney's son's birth that he had her stop communicating with Michael altogether. Courtney obeyed in silence. When neighbors inquired about the cause of the bruises on Courtney's arms and face, she candidly acknowledged, "Joshua beats me." Concerned neighbors attempted to assist Courtney in any way they could, wondering why she put up with such cruelty. Since the victim never publicly acknowledged that she was being controlled by her brother, the Holdens were able to keep the matter quiet each time they called the police to call attention to Courtney's anguish. Since she was not permitted to leave the house during the day, Courtney was eventually deprived of the opportunity to socialize with her neighbors, who have since only seen her outside in the evenings. Once more, Courtney complied in silence. Joshua was a tall, fat man that no one knew, unlike Courtney. He was incredibly strong and never held back while insulting others. According to his pals, Joshua was an aggressive, erratic man with paranoid tendencies. He once boasted in public that he could quickly end a life and dispose of a body with ease. His criminal past was noteworthy. He was accused of assault and harassment in 2005, but he was freed because there was insufficient evidence and the victim refused to assist the authorities. He was also suspected of misbehavior and attacking a woman in 2003, but in 2006 the culprit was unidentified. Joshua was taken into custody for both burglary and abusing his mother. He was compelled to leave his parents' house for a number of years as a result of these experiences. Joshua grew even more irate after his return. In an attempt to exert total control, he put cameras both inside and outside the house. Courtney, the young mother, nearly ceased interacting with friends, claiming she was scared to go anywhere for fear that Joshua would learn and things would worsen. Until Joshua discovered that Courtney had a Facebook account, one person spoke with her every day. "I must go. I must go. Josh is on his way." Nearly 2 years have passed since her previous message. Her account was then disabled indefinitely. According to acquaintances, the Holden family's dynamics are strange. In August 2018, following another argument, Courtney hurriedly packed her belongings into a suitcase and ran outside. An enraged Judy yelled after her, "Come home!" To which Courtney responded, "I'm not staying here anymore." Those familiar with the family have been baffled as to why Courtney's son calls Judy Mom, and Joshua is called only by his first name, while his biological mother is referred to as Dad. Some have even speculated that Joshua may be the boy's father. Shortly after, a furious Joshua, who was more than 6 feet tall and weighed 300 pounds, dragged Courtney back inside the house. Judy slammed the door. The neighbor said she couldn't help herself. Courtney was a young woman who had led an invisible existence, and that was the last time this neighbor, and perhaps the rest of the family, saw her. She remained. Before neighbors and acquaintances started to worry about her disappearance, it had been almost 2 years. Michael and his current girlfriend voiced concerns regarding Courtney Holden's location in October 2019, 1.5 years after she vanished. After nearly 2 years of not seeing Courtney, the father, who is Courtney's son's father, filed a missing persons complaint with the police on October 24 because he was desperate to see his son. When police arrived at the Holden's house with a search warrant in hand, they were shocked to discover that Courtney was indeed not there. Judy and Joshua had no desire to assist the authorities. After letting the investigators inspect Courtney's room, Courtney's stepmother ordered them to leave the house right away. They even brought in search dogs, but to no effect. According to the Holdens, Courtney fled after leaving her son behind. They couldn't say who was utilizing electronic food stamps or who might have kept cashing Social Security funds into her account. But Judy and Joshua took the remaining $600, 0 cents, out of Courtney's bank account when the Holden's house was searched that same day. Interestingly, an unnamed lady calling the National Crime Information Center of America the following day claimed to be Courtney, saying she was safe and didn't want to be located. The woman was identified by police as one of Courtney's half-sisters after they tracked down the call. Joshua and Judy thereafter shared a variety of contradictory accounts regarding Courtney's disappearance. In one account, they stated she had fled with a truck driver, but in another, they alleged she was hiding a boyfriend from everyone. The Holdens were suspicious because of Courtney's disappearance and the inconsistent statements of her roommates, who obviously had something to conceal. In late October 2019, Joshua and Judy Holden fled Spokane in a hurry, which only led investigators to believe they were responsible for Courtney's abduction. Judy's adopted daughter's house in Texas is where the Holdens were located. They were arrested and placed in a Texas jail in early October after authorities were able to charge them with identity theft and cashing benefits meant for Courtney. The investigation into Courtney's whereabouts by the Spokane Police Department swiftly devolved into a missing persons case, which was then handed over to Major Crimes Detective Randy Lesser. After the search warrants he filed in Spokane County Superior Court were made public, Lesser provided an update on the investigation. Court documents and police interviews serve as the foundation for this story of Courtney's disappearance and the investigation. Officially, Courtney was listed as missing. All states received alerts, and the case was covered by a number of news outlets. When patrol officers and detectives visited the house for different reasons, an aggressive search was initiated. Judy and Joshua Holden declined to assist with the inquiry. Unusual actions in cases of missing persons and welfare inspections. A lady who identified herself contacted Crime Check on the day Courtney was reported missing and said she was fine. The police dispatcher also spoke with the woman who was pretending to be Courtney. As it turned out, it was Courtney's sister who refused to explain to Lester why she was pretending to be her, most likely in an effort to dispel Judy's suspicions and put an end to the hunt. The possibility that she is deceased disturbs me. In an interview, Lester stated that he was especially worried about Joshua's history. Joshua had previously faced assault charges, but the case was dismissed just before the trial because the victims refused to cooperate with the prosecution. In addition to court documents indicating that Holden was a suspect in another assault in 2003, investigators were now gathering DNA evidence. Joshua was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and was reported by family members and neighbors as angry and erratic. According to the neighbors, Judy was terrified of Joshua because he was unemployed. Joshua had also been found guilty of burglary and arrested on counts of unlawful imprisonment. According to family members, Joshua and Judy boasted to them about their knowledge of how to evade authorities, and Joshua discussed how simple it would be to kill someone and conceal their body. Individuals don't simply vanish, particularly if they have a son. According to court documents with fewer notations, Courtney was a devoted mother who would never leave her son alone for a year and a half. After telling neighbors and family that she was traveling with her lover, an unidentified truck driver whom no one knew, Courtney was not spotted outside her house with Joshua and Judy. Rumors occasionally circulated that she and her fiancé had eloped. She was allegedly only at the residence at other times and wasn't available for visits. When Lesser arrived on their house in early October, Judy informed him that Courtney had only been home for a few days. She claims that Courtney and her son walked away. Judy shut the door in Lesser's face when he requested for her phone number, according to court filings. Then, grudgingly, she allowed policemen to enter Courtney's room to inspect it. She was somewhat anxious. According to Lesser, the property was incredibly disorganized, with heaps of possessions occupying every accessible area. In court filings, Lesser noted that the mattress was exposed and that Courtney's room was similarly disorganized. There seemed to be no one living there. Lesser observed that Judy became frightened and lost sight of one of the investigators behind the closed door at one point. When Lester instructed the detectives to look around the remainder of the house for Courtney's son, she told them to get out. Lesser was informed later that day by neighbors that they seen Joshua, Judy, and one of Courtney's sisters departing with the boy in a van. Additionally, Detective Lesser thought it was unusual that Courtney, who had a chronic illness, hadn't seen a doctor since October 2017. Despite the gaps in her medical records, she had been taking medication every month before going missing, and her final prescription was written in July 2018. Courtney's card was used for groceries, and monthly withdrawals from her bank account persisted. The fact that Joshua and Judy were shopping with the youngster was verified by surveillance footage. On the day that Courtney was reported missing in early October, the cameras also saw the pair taking the last of the money out of her bank account. Joshua and Judy had departed their house by October 24. According to Lesser, when police arrived to carry out a search warrant, the family's 6 pets were gone and the DVR from the home security system had been taken out. In mid-November, Joshua and Judy's cell phone numbers were canceled, but on the same day, 2 new numbers with Texas area codes were activated. A neighbor reported activities at the house to the police around a month after the Holdens had left. Judy's husband and one of her daughters had traveled down from Texas to see how things were doing at the house. Judy had retired, they said, and they hadn't seen Courtney in 2 years. Judy's daughter claimed the boy was Courtney's son, despite the man telling authorities that Joshua and Judy had a child together. Lesser went to Texas in the middle of December to look for Judy and Joshua. They were discovered by police at the residence of Judy's daughter and Courtney's son, Joshua. Judy Holden was arrested on suspicion of exploiting Courtney's bank accounts, hiding her son, interfering with custody, and identity theft. The boy was successfully restored to his father after being discovered safe and sound. Other members of the family were not charged. Police used search dogs to look through Judy's Spokane house, but they were unable to locate Courtney. Additionally, a search of a Texas residence turned up no information on Courtney's location. Judy's vehicle and trailer, which were parked in an Oklahoma RV facility, were also searched by officers. Judy, 74, and Joshua, 40, refused to be interrogated by authorities while they were detained in Texas. Police were waiting for the governor to issue a warrant for their return, since they refused to be extradited to Spokane. They were probably released as authorities were unable to establish their involvement in Courtney's disappearance. In addition to the months-long investigation, this is perhaps one of the most comprehensive missing person investigations. I have a variety of information in 4 notebooks. Police think Courtney is probably dead, and Judy and Joshua continued to deny any involvement in her disappearance, but regrettably there is no method to demonstrate it. However, Judy and Joshua have not been charged with anything, in spite of the aforementioned accusations. The belief that they knew what happened to Courtney is still prevalent. Joshua has a reputation for being violent, but he has also claimed that he could kill someone and successfully conceal the body from the authorities. Although they have not yet made any arrests in connection with Courtney's case, they believe she is dead. In summary, Courtney was unfortunate enough to be a member of the Holden family, and this little girl who yearned for love and family lacked the bravery to defend herself. She genuinely thought that these individuals who had screamed at her, humiliated her, and made her labor for them were her family. However, is it really important to protect oneself against one's own relatives? Since Courtney was never seen again after that fateful evening when he forcibly took her into the house, it is extremely regrettable that Joshua Holden's audacious public statements about taking his own life and concealing his body cannot be used as evidence of his involvement in her disappearance. No one knows what she endured during those horrific moments, or the atrocities these monsters who claim to be family were committing behind closed doors. There are innumerable ways to covertly dispose of a body, with different substances that are undetectable to police dogs or professionals. This shows that even although Courtney suffered that night, her soul is still at Holden Manor, where she sought out family but ultimately met her demise. Her boy was removed from the Holden household and given to his father, who still looks after him now. In action, Courtney Holden is still missing. Please get in touch with the Spokane Police Department if you have any information that could help with the investigation. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video examines what happened in Tennessee, USA on September 2, 2022, when 34-year-old Eliza Fletcher, a mother of 2 children and kindergarten teacher, left her Memphis home to go for a morning jog. Following police notification of Eliza's disappearance, an investigation was started after she failed to return home, which sparked a significant public outcry. A few days ago, the case was concluded. Born in Memphis, Tennessee, on November 9, 1987, Eliza Welford Fletcher played soccer for the University of Memphis after graduating from Hutchinson School in 2006 and went on to finish her undergraduate studies at Baylor University. After graduating from Belmont University with a master's degree in teaching, she focused her efforts and unending youthful enthusiasm on her students at Promise Academy and then St. Mary's Episcopal School's junior kindergartners. Eliza gave her all to her students, as she did to everything she did. She was a firm believer in the value of personal development and did not hesitate to show vulnerability. As a natural athlete, on the other hand, she welcomed it. From childhood teams to collegiate competition to winning marathons, Eliza's love of sports was evident. As an adult, she loved going for morning runs with her friends. She enthusiastically participated in everything she did by utilizing her competitive nature. Eliza was a skilled runner who qualified for the Boston Marathon, a prestigious event among marathon runners, by finishing the Stone Marathon in Memphis in 3 hours, 26 minutes, and 9 seconds. Eliza loved being a wife and mother more than anything else. Richard James Fletcher, her husband, and she met at the Second Presbyterian Church. On Friday, September 2, 2022, the couple welcomed 2 sons into the world after getting married on March 8, 2014. When Eliza did not return from her jog at the scheduled time, her family became concerned. Her husband Richard reported her missing at 7:45 a.m. after noticing that she had not returned home and was not returning calls or texts. Eliza began her day the same way she began many other days, with a morning run. She left the house at around 4 a.m. Police started looking into it right away. The investigators first spoke with every member of Eliza's family. In addition to ensuring that the family members' testimonies were consistent, they had to piece together the timeline of events preceding her disappearance. Eliza's husband, or any other family member's involvement in the disappearance, was promptly ruled out by authorities. Investigators retraced Eliza's route and started gathering surveillance footage after determining which route she was running. A still photo of Eliza was made public. She weighs 137 pounds, has blonde hair, green eyes, and is 5 feet 6 inches tall. Her hair was in a bun on the day she was last spotted, and she was dressed in a pink jogging top and purple-blue running shorts. Investigators concluded that Eliza had been abducted close to the University of Memphis. Eliza used to frequently jog in the area and had never experienced any personal safety concerns. But this time, police claimed that a man kidnapped her, forced her into his car, and drove off. The suspect was driving west on Central Avenue in a dark SUV. It was discovered that Eliza's cell phone was broken. Near the scene of her kidnapping, a water bottle and a phone were discovered. An image of the SUV was made public, and police urged anyone with information that could aid in the investigation to get in touch with them. Some information regarding the kidnapping was later made public by authorities. What the police report says about it is as follows. A black GMC Terrain was seen driving by and then waiting for the victim to run by on the scene's security footage. The document claims that a man got out of the vehicle, rushed over to Fletcher, and pushed her into the passenger seat. This kidnapping seemed to involve some sort of struggle. This is where the Champion Slide sandals were discovered. Sandals discovered at the scene were sent to a lab where specialists were to test them for a sample of the offender's DNA. The car then sat in the parking lot with the victim inside for about 4 minutes before it drove away. In a statement released on September 3, the day following the kidnapping, Eliza's family offered a $50,000 reward for information leading to Eliza's return. Police were looking for the dark SUV in the meantime. They discovered additional surveillance footage, some of which was subsequently made public. The police statement claims that this video shows the suspect in Eliza Fletcher's kidnapping cleaning the inside of his vehicle. It is clear from the statement that Eliza was no longer in the kidnapper's car at this point, but authorities did find a trash can where the suspect had disposed of the cleaning supplies he had used inside the vehicle. They might be an important piece of proof. The same day, September 3, Memphis police reported that they had found a car of interest and had taken its driver into custody to question him. The DNA sample came from the sandals the criminal misplaced when kidnapping Eliza Fletcher. Upon entering the DNA profile into the database, forensics discovered that the person who kidnapped Eliza was 38-year-old Cleotha Abston. He was released from prison approximately 2 years ago and had a criminal record. Investigators allegedly found that Abston's cell phone was close to the location where Fletcher was coerced into the car, based on cellular records they were able to obtain. Abston was a teenager when he pleaded guilty to kidnapping Kemper Durand on May 26, 2000, and was previously given a sentence of 24 years in prison. According to court records, Abston forced Durand into a car's trunk after kidnapping him at gunpoint. In a victim impact statement, Durand stated that he felt incredibly fortunate that I was able to escape from the custody of Cletty Abston. He then made Durand take money out of an ATM, from which he managed to escape when he caught the attention of a Memphis Housing Authority guard. He and his co-defendant had taken me from the trunk of my car, where they had kept me for several hours, and forced me to drive to the MAPCO station. I was supposed to get cash for Cleotha Abstain using my ATM card. We were extremely lucky that a Memphis Housing Authority guard in an armed uniform just so happened to enter the MAPCO station. It is very likely that I would have been killed if I hadn't escaped, he wrote in the statement. Durand, a criminal defense attorney who passed away in 2013, stated that he thought Abston had no remorse at all. Additionally, according to court records, Abston had a long criminal history beginning in 1995. The charges included rape, theft, aggravated assault, and evading arrest. Although the kidnapper was apprehended, Eliza Fletcher's whereabouts were unknown due to Abston's silence after his release from the Tennessee Department of Correction in November 2020. Regretfully, evidence discovered in his vehicle showed that Eliza had passed away. Forensics discovered traces of Eliza's blood in his SUV, despite the fact that Abstat had cleaned the interior thoroughly. Abston was accused of both evidence tampering and kidnapping. In addition, he was accused of unrelated crimes like credit card fraud, property theft, and identity theft. According to police, the judge set bail at $500,000 at the time of arraignment. A public defender was assigned after Abston informed the judge that he could not afford an attorney. Police were searching for Eliza in the meantime. On the morning of Friday, September 2, she was kidnapped. Authorities confirmed the worst fears of those concerned about Eliza Fletcher's fate at a press conference on Monday, September 5, 2022. The body of Eliza was discovered in the grass close to this deserted Victor Street home. The driveway contained tire tracks that matched those on Abston's vehicle. This is how this location appears on news reports, however, indicate that this abandoned house was encircled by tall grass at the time of the crime. The grass was as tall as a man in some places, making it an excellent place to conceal the crime's evidence. Journalists started asking locals if they had seen anything suspicious after Eliza's body was discovered here. According to some of the people the journalists spoke with, even before Eliza's body was discovered, they called City Hall several times to request that the grass be mowed. However, after Eliza's body was discovered, the city authorities did nothing. Abston was also charged with first-degree murder and first-degree murder in the commission of kidnapping, and the judge revoked the $500,000 bail that had been set when he was first charged. The judge also decided that Henderson would be accepted as the suspect's legal last name. Since his name is listed as Cleotha Abston in the prosecutor's reports as well, I will use that name going forward. Just to let you know, he is listed as Claretha Henderson in some sources. Following the proceedings, Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy sidestepped a reporter's inquiry about the punishment he would seek in the event that Abston was found guilty. A conviction for first-degree murder carries a life sentence, with or without parole, or the death penalty. It is too soon for us to talk about the kind of punishment we will pursue. Outside the courtroom, Mulroy stated that Eliza's family and everyone who knew her were shocked by her untimely death. 5 days after the police announced the body's discovery, on September 10, 2022, hundreds of people attended the funeral service, which took place in the same church where Eliza had been married 8 years prior. Nobody is prepared for the loss of a loved one, but it is a terrible experience to learn that they were murdered after being kidnapped. People's mental health suffers as a result of their inability to accept the devastating reality. It's time to honor those who loved her so much, and to remember and celebrate how unique she was. We are grateful for all of the love and care that we have received. We are incredibly appreciative of the local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies' tireless efforts to locate Eliza and apprehend the perpetrator of this heinous crime. According to Eliza's family, this senseless loss has left us devastated and heartbroken. Family, friends, co-workers, students, parents, members of her Second Presbyterian Church congregation, and everyone else who knew her loved Eliza. According to the statement, the faculty and staff at St. Mary's Episcopal School lit candles in Eliza's honor as the day began in chapel. On September 9, 20th, 2000, 200 people came together to finish the marathon that Eliza had left unfinished, according to a Facebook post from the school. In remembrance of Eliza, who was kidnapped at around the same time, they began running at 4:20 a.m. We're just here today to run in honor of Eliza and to demonstrate that women in this city have the right to run at 4 in the morning or 10 at night, said event organizer Danielle Heineman. Any time of day or night, Eliza's supporters jogged, ran, and walked in her honor while dressed in vibrant hues. They held that women had the freedom to go out whenever they pleased and were not required to completely cover their bodies. The 34-year-old mother of two and teacher passed away from a single gunshot wound to the head, per the autopsy report. 2 semicircular skull defects are consistent with a single gunshot wound to the head, with the bullet moving from right to left, back to front, and posterior to anterior. According to the report, a shell casing was found close to where her body was found, despite the fact that no projectile was recovered from her body. Eliza sustained blunt force injuries, such as fractures to her jaw and bruises on her right thigh, in addition to the gunshot wound. Although there was no overt indication of an actual assault, these injuries were consistent with blunt force trauma. It was discovered that Cleotha Abston had abused another woman the year prior to his abduction of Eliza, as the authorities readied themselves for the trial. The attack on Eliza Fletcher might have been avoided if Abston had been taken into custody, but the system failed because of inadequate funding, and Abston was still at large. The incident in question took place on September 21, 2021. The woman, Alicia Franklin, went to the police and said that she and Abston had agreed to have dinner after meeting on a dating app in 2021. Alicia Franklin claims that although they had previously talked about trading love for money, they had no intention of having intimate contact that evening. Instead, he put a gun to her neck and dragged her into his car, where he made her comply with his wishes despite her objections. Alicia called the police after Abston released her. Despite the fact that samples of male DNA were discovered, police reports stated that she had no visible injuries. How much time did it take to analyze these DNA samples, in your opinion? The test results were released on September 5, 2022, nearly a year after the incident, which took place on September 21, 2021. When state leaders and victim advocates learned that Abston had been arrested for Eliza Fletcher's murder, they became indignant and demanded that officials change the way the state handles assault kits. There is still more to be done, but I am happy that we are able to take this extra step towards clearing this backlog. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee apologized and stated that authorities would expedite additional funds to hire 25 additional staff at the forensic lab to speed up the process of testing samples. According to Senate Speaker Randy McNally, we have to get these violent criminals off the streets and keep them off. Jim Strickland, the mayor of Memphis, has publicly defended the actions of the Memphis Police Department. Strickland responded, "I don't know the details," when asked if MPD blew the investigation. The investigation is ongoing. The mayor shouldn't get involved in the investigation's minutiae. Days after his arrest in connection with Eliza Fletcher's death, Cleotha Abston was finally charged in the case. Alicia Franklin is suing the city of Memphis, claiming that the Memphis Police Department did not conduct a thorough and appropriate investigation into her ordeal. She claimed to have sustained emotional and physical harm that necessitated continuous medical and psychological care. She is requesting damages that are not specified. Additionally, the lawsuit alleges that when investigators arrived at the crime scene, they failed to collect tangible evidence. The Lakes at Ridgeway were also sued by Alicia Franklin. The woman said that because there was no security at the apartment complex, Abston was able to take her to an unoccupied apartment and attack her. She claimed that the attack on her was not the first crime to occur in that vacant apartment, and she is suing for $2 million in damages. The apartment that Abston used to entice the plaintiff to leave her car was unoccupied and available for Abston to use illegally, the lawsuit said. In the court filing, the woman also claimed that Henderson had made inappropriate and obscene remarks to other women at the complex, but the property managers had done nothing to request that Abston leave. In the Alicia Franklin case, Cleotha Abston was found guilty on April 12, 2024. He consented to a maximum sentence of 8 decades in prison on all counts on May 17, 2024, waiving his right to a sentencing hearing. The sentence is divided into 40 years for the 20 years for the kidnapping and 20 years for the gun charge, which will run consecutively. When making a decision, said Judge Lee Coffey, the judge said that Abston will not be able to appeal his sentence, but he can still appeal the trial and verdict itself in the Franklin case this week. On Monday, October 28, 2024, it was revealed that Cleotha Abston was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole in the Eliza Fletcher case. He also noted that the sentence would run consecutively for the counts he considered, including his lengthy criminal history and multiple disciplinary incidents while he was in custody, including indecent exposures and possessing drugs and weapons. The man accused of the violent kidnapping and murder of Memphis schoolteacher and mother of 2, Eliza Fletcher, entered a guilty plea to several charges, including first-degree murder, aggravated kidnapping, and tampering with evidence, according to a statement issued today by the district attorney's office. The case that has rocked the community was officially ended when Cleotha Abston was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. With the help of Mrs. Fletcher's family, the resolution was reached. The agreement reached today gives the family closure. In order to avoid years and decades of appeals, the defendant forfeits his right to appeal. The fact that this dangerous individual will never again walk our streets benefits the community as well. In prison, he will perish. Due to the overwhelming evidence against him, Abston's attorney, Uni Ganguly, told the New York Times that he advised Abston to accept the plea deal. A jury probably would have given Abston the death penalty, Ganguly told the Times. A statement from Fletcher's family that was sent directly to Abston was read by District Attorney Steve Mulroy. "We don't know what happened to you, but whatever it was that made you feel the need to harm people doesn't justify or explain what you did. Nothing will ever be the same because of the permanent change you have brought about in our lives. What you did was wicked. There is no other way to put it. You killed Liza, despite the fact that she did nothing wrong and did not harm you. If you had needed assistance, she would have been the first to offer it." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. What caused the beauty queen's life to be stolen? It is said that beauty is a strong force that can save the world, but regrettably, it does not always translate into happiness and can even cause problems. Gorgeous girls are constantly the focus of attention and typically have a large following. But in addition to admirers and customers, famous beauties and crowned beauty queens are surrounded by a large number of jealous people, well-wishers, and obsessive stalkers who sometimes act erratically. The terrible death of young Kimberly Oliveira became one of the most startling and impactful cases in South America. The girl who competed for the title of Miss Brazil and won other beauty pageants was cruelly and deceitfully deprived of her life. Her aspirations for popularity and recognition were drastically different from what the model had anticipated. People adored Kimberly's freshness and beauty, and her name did become well known outside of her home nation. Both the numerous heights she may have still attained and the horrible way she passed away in her prime period appalled them at the same time. Kimberly Oliveira was who? On February 26, 1998, Kimberly Karen Mota de Oliveira was born in the small, charming Brazilian town of Manacapuru, which is part of the state of Amazonas municipality of the same name. She grew up with her two younger brothers as the only daughter and eldest child in Naila and Jose Oliveira's family. It might be claimed that the girl, who had Indian, Spanish, and Brazilian ancestry, won the genetic lottery. Her stunning appearance attracted the attention of everyone in her vicinity like a magnet. Kimberly was petite and feminine, with a brilliant smile, thick, opulent hair, and perfect skin. With both adults and peers comparing her to an angel, the beauty was accustomed to widespread attention, affection, and admiration. She loved swimming, participated in dancing and gymnastics from an early age, and was very particular about her looks and demeanor. She learned foreign languages, went to the theater frequently, read a lot, and did exceptionally well in school at the same time. Kimberly, who was already in her teens, started taking part in beauty pageants where she won prizes and posed for ads and clothing catalogs. Given that her mother, Naila, was also a well-known beauty in her younger years and had won multiple titles, including Miss Manicure, she was certain in high school that she wanted to tie her life to the modeling industry. But after being married, Naila gave up her modeling profession to support her family and raise their 3 kids. Kimberly enjoyed to pose in front of the camera and recognized her exceptional physical characteristics. She participated in exhibitions, was frequently featured in fashion magazines, and was formally crowned the most beautiful girl in her hometown. She was also a strong candidate for Miss Brazil and made it to the finals of the Miss Amazonas competition in 2017, ready to compete again. She might have advanced to renowned competitions like Miss World or Miss Universe if she had won. Oliveira was well aware, nevertheless, that charm and beauty were insufficient to prevail at this level. There, contestants are also assessed on their moral character, education, philanthropic endeavors, and other factors. Candidates for the title of Beauty Queen must also be free of criminal histories, legal troubles, and nude picture shoots. Kimberly avidly supported sports, good eating, and a healthy lifestyle on her social media sites. She also shared pictures from different photo shoots, talked about her life, and just engaged with her increasing fan base. Her page on a well-known social media platform reached tens of thousands of followers by 2019. The model wanted to inspire and motivate her followers by being a role model. She made the decision to go to college when she was 19 with the goal of becoming a dentist by enrolling in medical school. Kimberly relocated to Manaus, the capital and largest city, in order to accomplish this. Her maternal uncle Henry lived in the state of Amazonas. She went from a small, peaceful area to a large, busy city after passing the required tests and starting university, eventually relocating to her family home. Oliveira made friends, adjusted to her new surroundings fast, and managed to balance her education with involvement in various projects and sports commercial campaigns. Tenacious and crafty admirer. When Kimberly had free time between studying and picture assignments, she would typically hang out with her pals in different locations as a big group. A dashing young man called Rafael Fernandez Rodriguez approached Kimberly and her close friend as they were having a good time at a well-known club in the fall of 2019. He offered to buy Oliveira a beverage because he wanted to get to know her. The model, however, who was used to the increased attention and knew how to respond to such circumstances, graciously rejected, stating that she was not alone and that she didn't require anything. Rafael merely went after apologizing for the disruption. However, the girl was still unaware that the stranger had planned and choreographed the entire incident. In actuality, the man had been paying close attention to the young model on social media for a year or two, but he had never tried to get in touch with her until that day. He chose to appear to be seeing her for the first time and only want to meet her because he was familiar with the locations the beauty frequented. Rodriguez, who was 31 at the time, had just gotten divorced and was completely enamored with the prospect of meeting Kimberly and falling in love with her after reading on social media that the model had relocated to Manaus. He likewise relocated to the city, where he rented a large apartment in a posh residential complex and promptly secured a lucrative position in corporate law, thanks to his legal education. He then started carrying out his strategy, keeping a careful eye on Oliveira and waiting for the ideal opportunity to speak with her. Rafael made the decision to come out of hiding and began sending the girl private messages on social media, inviting her out on a date, following the failed attempt to meet at the nightclub. For several months, he also consistently liked and commented on every post the model made on her profile. Since she frequently found herself in similar circumstances, and this man didn't especially stand out, she ignored the obstinate follower and gave him no particular attention. In an attempt to win their friendship and trust, Rodriguez then modified his strategy and added Kimberly's friends, classmates, and even family to his list of acquaintances. This strategy worked, and he was able to get her phone number from a close friend. Then, the maniacal stalker started sending her messages on instant chat, proposing to meet up. The man examined the thing he admired, well, being aware of her preferences, travel habits, musical tastes, and so forth. He began going to training sessions outside, sometimes led by Oliveira herself, and it was only there that he was able to get her attention. After speaking for a while, they started phoning and contacting each other frequently on social media. Despite the fact that the two young people were about 10 years apart in age, Rafael was able to attract the girl's attention because he was well prepared. The man approached the girl with caution, attempting to court and please her in a lovely way without frightening her away or causing her to forget about him. His strategy was successful, and Kimberly and Rafael formally began dating in March 2020 after declaring their relationship. The passionate owner, the handsome and romantic man who tried his hardest to earn the beauty's love, showed his true nature. He immediately began tracking his sweetheart's every action as soon as they started dating, demanding to know where she went, who she spoke to, who messaged her, and everything else. At first, the girl even thought it was funny because she had never been restrained or managed before. But things became worse every day, and Rafael started acting more aggressively and invasively. He now made decisions over who Kimberly could block, who she could reply to, when and when she could go live, and which pictures she could share on social media. She soon became weary of this. They got into a heated dispute as he tried to establish personal limits the man couldn't breach. Rodriguez had to make amends and provide an apology. He offered the girl a big bouquet of flowers and invited her to a fancy restaurant. After every fight, he said this again. The man promised Oliveira he would never leave him and provided her expensive presents or romantic dates at hip places to keep her from leaving him after he had followed her so long and relentlessly. Kimberly was complaining to her friends more and more about her partner, claiming that she was unable to move further without his consent. Even at the university, Rafael prohibited her from talking to men. He also stole her phone without her consent, reviewed her messages and calls, and then made a scene. At times, he became so enraged that the girl worried about her safety. Her friends acknowledged that this was unusual and suggested that she speak with the man seriously before leaving him before it was too late if nothing changed. Knowing that she would soon have a successful modeling profession, diploma, defense, international travel, fashion magazine photo shoots, popularity, and recognition, Kimberly also realized she didn't want to live this way. She didn't want to sacrifice all for shaky relationships with an obsessive and unstable owner who tried to control, limit, and treat her like an object. Final judgment by the beginning of May 2020. Kimberly made the decision to end her relationship with Rafael after 2 arduous months, but she wasn't sure how to do it without making him angry. She waited for the ideal opportunity to break the news, but there was no longer any room for delay. Kimberly always spent Mother's Day with her mother, which was observed on May 10 in Brazil, but she was unable to visit her homeland to celebrate her mother because of the COVID-19 pandemic's restrictions in 2020. Rather, Kimberly shared a picture of them together, along with heartfelt words of appreciation and a heartfelt message. Nayla was receiving treatment at the hospital at the time following her cancer diagnosis. Kimberly and a few pals, including Rafael, went for a run at the park after posting, Everyone who saw the pair that day said they were having a lovely conversation and weren't fighting, and only her close friend was aware that the model had already decided she was going to split from her boyfriend that night. Kimberly called her uncle at midday and informed him that she would be spending the day with Gabriella, her best friend, but would go back home to sleep. She later called Henry once more, promising to return by midnight and requesting that he not lock the front door since she had forgotten her keys. While at her friend's house, Kimberly practiced what she was going to say to her boyfriend. She picked her words carefully to avoid offending him and causing any angry outbursts, and even though it was really tough, she finally seemed to have found the right delicate phrases and was prepared for the crucial conversation. Henry followed instructions and went to bed, completely trusting his niece in the evening. Raphael showed up at her friend's house in his brand new white Audi at around 9 o'clock in the evening. Kimberly said goodbye to Gabriella, smiled as she walked out to him, and sat down beside the driver in the passenger seat. Nobody ever saw the girl alive again, and the couple's disappearance was strange. When Henry awoke on the morning of May 11 and saw that his niece was not home, he got quite concerned. Kimberly always let him know when she would be coming back and if she was going to spend the night at a friend's house. Her phone was off when he tried to reach her. Gabriella informed him that Kimberly had gone out with her boyfriend and had not been in contact since. It was odd that Raphael didn't answer when Henry called him. The fact that the girl had never before skipped her university classes was quickly revealed. By midday, Henry went to the police to report the girl and her boyfriend's absence because he was certain that his niece was missing and that no one had seen her. The authorities, however, simply sneered at him, claiming that Oliveira and her partner were adults who could travel anywhere they pleased without anybody knowing. The missing girl's pals and Henry started their own search. Raphael's flat was their first stop, but nobody answered the door. Additionally, his car was not in the parking space. Kimberly's loved ones knew she would never go missing without alerting anybody, even though everything suggested the two had actually gone somewhere together. In the evening, Henry informed his sister Nayla of the situation over the phone. He couldn't wait any longer because his relative, who was suffering from a serious illness, had been attempting to get in touch with her daughter all day and had a suspicion that something wasn't right. Since Kimberly avoided trouble, didn't maintain bad company, and didn't have any hazardous habits, he tried to reassure her that nothing negative could have occurred to her. Kimberly's pals started sharing her pictures on their social media profiles and in other groups. Give up inquiring about the whereabouts of the girl and her boyfriend Raphael. The teenage model was well known, so when word spread that she had vanished, thousands of followers joined the hunt. But that didn't work either. Unsettling finding in a locked apartment. The police didn't start investigating until May 12, almost 2 days after the pair vanished. Raphael's apartment was the subject of a search warrant, since it might hold information regarding the young people's location. However, everyone was astonished by what the authorities found when they broke through the locked door and entered the building. Sadly, there was nothing that could be done to save Kimberly, who was in one of the rooms. The young girl's lifeless body was covered with a sheet and lay on the bedroom floor in a big pool of her own blood. Additionally, the bed had multiple huge blood stains, and practically every room had blood smears and traces on the carpets and floor coverings. In order to prevent anyone from suspecting that a body was in the flat, the criminal clearly fled after realizing that his attempts to conceal the evidence were ineffective and turned the air conditioner on full blast to slow down the body's decomposition. 4 stab wounds, 2 to the neck and 2 to the chest, were discovered on the victim's body by the forensic specialists. The huge kitchen knife that was used was found in the adjacent room, along with the criminal's unmistakable fingerprints and bloodstains. The offender simply threw it on the ground without making any attempt to remove it or remove any traces. The girl was probably attacked unexpectedly because there were no defensive wounds or indications of a struggle on her body. She was killed on the floor after being struck in the neck, severing her carotid artery, but it seems the attack took place on the bed. The owner of the residence was missing, along with his documents, bank cards, car keys, and a few personal belongings. The condition of the room suggested that he had departed quickly. Raphael was reclassified as the main suspect in the heinous crime, even though he had previously been listed as missing. However, where can we search for him, and is it possible that he has already left the country? Find the elusive perpetrator. The forensic analysis verified that the missing Rodriguez's fingerprints were on the crime weapon. Any lingering suspicions regarding the man's guilt were eliminated when it was discovered that the apartment was occupied solely by the criminal and the victim at the time of the incident. Police stations all around the state received alerts about Raphael Wright once, and social media was used extensively to spread the word that a dangerous criminal was being sought and to ask for any information regarding his whereabouts. The white Audi that the man was driving was also searched for. Detectives examined every report from watchful residents because they knew that every minute mattered. In the nearby state of Karakarui, a white Audi was discovered smashed in a ditch on the side of the road on May 13. It turned out that the suspect owned the vehicle. Raphael was seen speeding on surveillance footage. He apparently lost control. The vehicle went off the road and flipped over. The extent of the driver's injuries and his whereabouts were unknown, though. After an unsuccessful attempt to cross the border, there were rumors that he may have hitched a ride to the Venezuelan border and then fled there. It was quickly discovered that the individual hurt in the collision had, in fact, been taken to a nearby town by a passing vehicle. After removing nearly all of the funds from his account, Rodriguez took a taxi to the closest bank and then continued on to the border town of Boa Vista. He then made an attempt to flee prosecution by walking across the border into Venezuela. Luckily, limitations brought on by the deteriorating COVID-19 scenario prevented him from leaving the country. They wouldn't let the man pass. Detectives discovered that the suspect opted to hide in the forested area while waiting for the situation to calm down, instead of returning to Boa Vista, a city of around 300,000 people, and trying to blend in. The fugitive was located in a small hut deep in the forest, nearly hidden by the surroundings, after a few days of searching. But things didn't go as planned with the arrest. Men brandishing machetes, whom Rodriguez had hired from the local community for personal protection and lavished them with cash, unexpectedly attacked the cops. Thankfully, there was no violence. The authorities warned the bodyguards that helping the criminal might have major legal repercussions for both them and Raphael, as they displayed their badges and indicated that they were there to capture a dangerous criminal. The authorities had all the proof of the primary suspect's guilt by the time he was taken into custody, so there was no use in disputing it. According to surveillance footage, Kimberly got into his car, drove to his house, and climbed up to his apartment. A few hours later, Rodriguez fled the site by himself. It's interesting to note that the couple seemed at ease, smiling and having a great conversation in every video. Raphael casually left the apartment without showing signs of fear, regret, or guilt. The suspect gave a pretty odd account of what happened that day, but he acknowledged his guilt under the weight of the evidence. He claims that after deciding to enjoy a romantic evening, he and his sweetheart went to his place and shared private moments. After that, Raphael decided to examine Kimberly's phone while she was taking a shower and discovered that she had been conversing with other men on social media. Before he confronted her about it, he went to the kitchen and took a big knife and concealed it behind a pillow. He said he merely intended to frighten her in case she tried to trick him, not to hurt her. Raphael began grilling Olivera about who she was speaking to as soon as she lay on the bed after taking a shower. "I'm not talking to any men," the girl responded with a simple smile. Rodriguez was furious about this. He became aware that his sweetheart was making fun of him and lying. Reaching for the knife, he swiftly struck her heart twice. Without having time to comprehend or fight back, the victim tumbled from the bed onto the floor, where the assailant struck her neck twice more, killing her. Raphael tried to hide the evidence after realizing what he had done, but he soon realized it was pointless. He just covered the body with a sheet and turned the air conditioner on full blast to make the room as chilly as possible, slowing the decomposition process, because he couldn't remove the body from the apartment undetected and the suspicion would still be on him. Witness statements. Gabriella, Kimberly's closest friend, gave a witness statement in which she gave an entirely different account of what happened. That night, she said, Kimberly had finally made the decision to quit her relationship with her violent and mentally ill partner. Knowing that one incorrect word could make Raphael furious, she had taken her time crafting her response. Knowing that Kimberly's behaviors were always unexpected, Gabriella argued that Kimberly would never have joked about messaging other guys or been intimate with a man she intended to leave. Rodriguez's ex-wife, another witness, attested to his cruelty and his unpredictable outbursts of rage that affected everyone in his vicinity. Their divorce was primarily caused by his hostility. Raphael's mother, Fatima, was his sole advocate, claiming that he was a wonderful man who never intended to hurt anyone. She blamed her boy's immorality on Kimberly, her ex-daughter-in-law, and everyone else. After the trial, Rodriguez's father realized what a monster he had created, but he did not survive to witness the sentencing. By standing in front of a train, the old guy decided to take his own life. His widow maintained that it was an accident, claiming that her husband fell onto the rails by accident after feeling ill. The surveillance footage, however, unequivocally demonstrated otherwise. By obtaining fresh psychiatric assessments, the defendant's legal team continually postponed the case and promoted the narrative of his insanity. Rafael was ultimately found to be competent to face trial for his horrible deed. Almost a year and a half after the heinous incident, the trial started in October 2021. Rafael was given a remarkably light sentence of just 14 years in prison, which was later lowered by another year, despite the overwhelming proof of his guilt. The defense's successful claim that their client committed the crime while in a rage was the reason for this result. As a result, he was given a much lower sentence rather than life in jail. Nyla Oliveira, Kimberly's mother, died on October 28, the day of the sentencing, following a protracted fight with cancer. From her hospital bed, where she was in critical condition, she had watched every court session via video call. Her heart stopped a few hours after the verdict was declared. In less than a year and a half, the Oliveira family lost two members they loved, their beloved sister and daughter, then their mother and devoted wife. Since her son was the only close relative she had left following her husband's passing, Rodriguez's mother resolved to wait for him to be released from prison. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. On August 2, 2015, 39-year-old Jason Corbett was sleeping peacefully at home in Wahlberg, Davidson County, North Carolina, USA. His family included his wife, Molly Martins, their two children, Jack, 10, and Sarah, 8, and Molly's parents, T and Molly's parents, Tom and Sharon Martins. Jason, originally from Limerick, Ireland, hired Molly Martins as an au pair after the tragic death of his first wife, Margaret, due to an asthma attack. Molly was 24 years old. Jason needed help caring for his two young children, 3.5 years old, and Sarah, 1.5 years old, so he brought Molly from Knoxville, Tennessee, United States, to Ireland. Jason and Molly gradually developed a romantic relationship. Jason's job as plant manager for an international packaging company required the family, including Jack and Sarah, to relocate to Davidson County, North Carolina, in 2011. The same year, Jason and Molly got married. The court beds appeared to have a fulfilling life in North Carolina. Jason focused on his job at the packaging plant, while Molly took on the responsibility of caring for the children and enjoyed coaching a children's swimming team. At 3 a.m., on August 2, Tom, Molly's father, called 911. He informed the operator that my daughter's husband, my son-in-law, had gotten into an argument with my daughter. I intervened, and I believe he's in bad shape. We need assistance. He's bleeding profusely, and I may have killed him. A paramedic team was dispatched to the scene, and the emergency dispatcher instructed Tom and Molly to perform CPR until they arrived. Unfortunately, there was nothing that could help Jason. He died of multiple blows to the head. Tom and Molly were transported to the police station in separate patrol cars. Molly described what happened that night at their house. Sarah, 8, approached her in her husband's bedroom door around 3 a.m. She was experiencing nightmares again. Molly went up to her room to comfort her. When Molly returned, Jason was furious at being woken up. After that, the couple got into a fight, and Jason attacked Molly and started choking her. Tom heard the screams and noises. He walked into their bedroom with a baseball bat in his hand. Tom, 65, confirmed his daughter's statement while sitting in another interview room. When he awoke to screams upstairs, he told his wife to stay in the room and decided to investigate what was happening. He heard Jason threaten to kill his daughter, so Tom brought a metal bat for protection. Tom entered the bedroom as Jason was strangling Molly. Tom turned to Jason and asked him to let his daughter go and relax. He refused to let Molly go and threatened to kill her. Jason turned his back on the bathroom and started dragging Molly behind him. She resisted, but she was weakened. Tom realized his daughter could not be left alone with the aggressor, so he hit Jason in the head several times with the bat. However, Jason was able to knock Tom to the ground and take away the bat. Molly, terrified that Jason would kill Tom, grabbed a decorative garden stolen from the bedside table and used it to cover Jason's head. Due to the pause, Tom was able to get to his feet, grab the bat, and continue to hit Jason in the head. He paused when he realized he was already dead. Tom admitted that he did not like his son-in-law and his family, and had previously advised Molly to hire a lawyer and file for divorce. The police photographed Molly and Tom for the report. Surprisingly, there were no signs of a struggle, such as abrasions or bruises. So, what exactly happened at the Corbett house? But first, let me explain everything in more detail. Molly Martin spent most of her life in Knoxville, Tennessee. She was the sole daughter in a family of 4 children. Her father, Tom, dedicated 30 years of his life to the FBI, and her mother was a math doctor. Tom coached soccer for the local children's team in his spare time, while Molly practiced singing and dancing with her friends. She enjoyed reading, and as a teenager she participated in her mother's book club, where she shared her thoughts on what she had read. Sharon and Tom were well-educated and wealthy. Molly decided to pursue a medical degree after high school, and in 2003, she enrolled at Clemson University in South Carolina. Studying proved to be extremely difficult, requiring a great deal of hard work and effort. She soon dropped out of university. Molly and Keith Megan started dating in early 2007 and moved in together a few months later. Molly worked as a nanny and taught children to swim, while her boyfriend worked for a local nonprofit organization. Their relationship with Molly grew quickly. She was fun, cheerful, and carefree. However, they both struggled with mental health issues. Molly had been diagnosed with depression and had informed Keith about her bipolar disorder prior to beginning their relationship. Keith notes that things were fine at first. Medication helped her with her mental health issues. However, she contracted Staphylococcus aureus later. The infection medication appeared to interfere with the effects of the bipolar disorder medication, throwing Molly off balance. Molly experienced migraines and insomnia during this difficult time, as Keith mentioned. She spent a lot of time soaking in the bathtub, occasionally crying while lying on the floor. Molly used to take 16 pills every day. She was unable to continue babysitting and remained at home. Keith took over, fully supporting them both despite his low income. Molly was now depressed, and every time he returned home, he had no idea what was waiting for him behind that door. The relationship grew strained. After a while, she improved. Molly insisted on getting engaged to Keith. He took this step for her, hoping it would improve her condition. But he was mistaken. It didn't help, nor did her desire to have kids. Molly became pregnant with Keith. However, she had an early miscarriage in September of 2007. Molly's condition did not improve in February, so her parents paid for her stay in the psychiatric unit at Emory Hospital in Atlanta. He or she was to be assisted in stabilizing her condition and prescribing the appropriate medication. 4 days later, she returned to Keith, and the two attempted to continue living together. By the end of February, the couple's relationship had deteriorated significantly. Molly simply told Keith one night that she wanted to travel to Europe and work as a live-in nanny. He didn't think she should leave, let alone work with children, because she couldn't even go grocery shopping by herself. Molly soon departed for Ireland, and Keith never saw her again. Molly claims that the babysitting job came at an important time for her. After graduating from university, she struggled with feelings of inadequacy and had no idea who she was or who she wanted to be. She was fortunate to meet Jason, who helped her come to her senses and understand her role in caring for his children. A few months later, Jack and Sarah began calling her mother, Molly, who lived in Ireland, her native land. So, after her engagement, she proposed to Jason that they marry and live in America, and he agreed. Tracy Lynch, Jason's sister, with whom they were always very close, claims that the Molly they knew in Ireland and the one they knew in the States are two different people. When relatives from Ireland arrived in Tennessee for the ceremony, they noticed Molly's unusual behavior. She tried to control everything, was frequently angry, and did not resemble those happy brides awaiting marriage. Sometimes she stayed in bed and refused to speak to anyone. Jason's family began to question whether he should join this American family, and his best friend noticed the unhappy groom in front of him. He even told him to simply leave, board a plane, and return to his home country. But Jason said he couldn't do that. He had already committed. 4 years later, Molly was very close to Jason's children and even considered them her own. However, her relationship with her husband was strained. Tracy claims that Jason had recently, in 2014, planned to return home. He was unhappy here and had started to gain weight. Molly was acting strangely, and he was unhappy with some of the things going on at home. He missed Ireland and said it would be difficult for him to leave. When Molly found out he wanted his children, he contacted her mother, but he refused to let her become their legal guardian. Jason refused to use his wife's citizenship to obtain a visa for himself. That way, she would have no legal basis to seek custody of the children if they later divorced. She later confessed to several of her friends about her husband's abuse, and neighbors began to keep an eye on Jason. Molly's statements were not supported by any visible evidence. According to numerous testimonies, there were no abrasions, bruises, or other injuries, and she did not appear to be a victim of abusive behavior, nor was she withdrawn or haggard. She didn't seem afraid of him. Jason, on the other hand, did not fit the description of a tyrant. He was personable, outgoing, and generous. The courtbed's closest neighbor reported that Molly had said things that did not fit the big picture he was aware of, and were most likely false. She admitted that she may have lied to others in order to make herself look good and avoid embarrassment over her words or actions. Molly answered detectives' questions on August 2, while still dressed in her pajamas from the bedroom fight, and reported that Jason had abused her. She had been to the hospital several times, but never explained how she sustained the injuries. Her husband was abusive, both verbally and emotionally, according to her. He occasionally sincerely apologized to her. Their relationship appeared to be on track to improve. However, the abuse continued, and each time the situation worsened. Despite this, her love for Sarah and Jack prevented her from abandoning him. Molly added that she had never told anyone about her husband's abuse, because the children were not hers, and they were not US citizens. Jason could have taken them away from her years ago, fearing that no one would believe his abuse. Molly began using hidden recording devices at the advice of her attorney, and she claims that many of the recordings she collected have been destroyed or lost, but those that remain have been turned over to prosecutors. For example, in the recording, Jason comes home late in December 2013. He finds the door locked and rings the bell several times. She opens it in 39 seconds and apologizes. "You never intended to do anything, did you?" he asks angrily and mocks her. Molly begs. Multiple smacking sounds can be heard, and she starts to whimper. "I absolutely despise you." She comes to a halt quietly just before the recording stops. She claims Jason had a key but was too drunk to open the door. And, as was often the case in their home, the rage would build up until whatever was going on was completely my fault. 4 days after their father died, 10-year-old Jack and 8-year-old Sarah were interviewed twice by state officials. The interview was conducted by a licensed social worker. The children described their father's aggressive behavior, ongoing marital problems, and allegations of verbal, emotional, and physical abuse. Perhaps more importantly, the children understood and recognized the problems. In response to questions, Sarah explained that Mom didn't want to wake Dad up because he'd get angry and say, "Why are you waking me up?" Jack witnessed his father's use of physical force on 1 or 2 occasions. The social worker asked a critical question to summarize what had been said. Did anyone teach them or ask them to answer certain questions in a specific way? Sarah answered, "My mother asked me to tell only the truth." Jason had made Tracy the legal guardian of his children a few years ago, in case of his death. She knew Molly would not let them go without a fight. Tracy immediately flew to North Carolina to petition for custody of the children. Molly did the same. Tracy took over as guardian of Jack and Sarah 16 days after Jason's death, and the two returned to Ireland. In January 2016, Tom and Molly were charged with second-degree murder. Tracy believes Molly learned about Jason's plans to return to Ireland with the children. However, without her, a strategy was devised to get rid of him. Molly had always wanted only her children, not her husband. Molly and Tom faced trial in July 2017 for Jason Corbett's murder. The prosecution presented a very different version of events, one that excluded strangulation and self-defense. Prosecutors relied heavily on forensic evidence, including photographs of Jason's body and gruesome signs of a struggle in the bedroom. According to the pathologist's report, Jason was struck at least 12 times in the head. The exact number could not be given because he was hit in the same spot repeatedly. The skull has visible cracks and severe bruising, similar to an injury sustained by someone who has fallen from a great height, been involved in a car accident, or has blood. According to a spatter expert, Jason's head was once 30 or 45 centimeters off the floor, and he continued to be struck. According to prosecutors, Jason was struck first while still sedated in his bed. Toxicology tests confirmed that Jason's system contained a sedative prescribed in Molly's name 2 days prior to the tragedy. Furthermore, Jason's $600,000 insurance policy had been changed about a year ago, and Molly was now the sole beneficiary. The jury was also shown photos of the defendants taken at the station on the night of August 2. Tom and Molly had no scratches on them. It was impossible to engage in the fight Molly described with a man who was larger, stronger, and taller than you without receiving a scratch or bruise. Tom and Molly were probably delaying the 911 call, making up their story for the cops while Jason's body cooled on the floor. This thought occurred after paramedics arrived at the Corbett home and noticed his body's low temperature. It was already cold. Jason's abusive behavior was not disclosed during his trial. Domestic violence was rarely discussed during the trial. In his testimony, Tom claimed that Jason exercised a lot of control over Molly. He noticed bruises on her body but had no idea where they came from. Although he admitted that he had never witnessed Jason's physical aggression, except on that August night prior to sentencing, Molly stated that incidents like August 2 occurred on a regular basis. The only difference this time was that my father was in the house. In defense of his clients, the attorney displayed a photo from the station showing Molly with a red mark on her neck, confirming strangulation. Jason had a routine physical exam 2 weeks prior to the incident, and the doctor stated that he had been stressed recently. He complained about uncontrollable fits of unreasonable rage. The autopsy revealed marks on Jason's left arm, indicating that he was defending himself, but none on his right arm, which he allegedly used to hold Molly by the neck. After 9 days of testimony, arguments, and photos from the scene of the tragedy, the jury was excused to deliberate after less than 5 hours in the room. They found Tom and Molly guilty. Both received sentences ranging from 20 to 25 years in prison. The court ruled a few days after the verdicts were announced. The lawyers objected to the court's decision, citing judicial errors, particularly the jury's incorrect actions, which violated the judge's instructions. Even before the verdict was announced, one of the jurors gave an interview to journalists, revealing that some of them had discussed the case in private, which is strictly prohibited. However, the court denied the motion. In Tom's case, the appeals court allowed only the defense and prosecution to present oral arguments in Mali in January 2019, but the defendants were not present. Each side was given only half an hour to present their main arguments. On February 4, 2020, the North Carolina Court of Appeals overturned Tom and Molly's convictions and ordered a new trial. Among other errors in the first trial, evidence that Jason was violent toward Molly was excluded. A year later, the North Carolina Supreme Court upheld the appellate court's decision, despite the state's challenge. It determined that the exclusion of certain evidence at trial, as well as the erroneous inclusion of others, may have prevented Tom and Molly from presenting a compelling defense, and thus their claims of self-defense had little evidentiary support. As a result, the jury was not fully informed about the evidence, and they were unable to perform their constitutional duties. Molly and Tom were each released on $200,000 bail in April 2021, after serving 44 months in prison. The interviews given by two young children shortly after their father's death are particularly noteworthy, and, while in the custody of Molly's family, both Jack and Sarah have since recanted their statements. They claimed that they were coached to lie about domestic abuse. They have since informed the Davidson County District Attorney's Office from their residence in Ireland that Molly coerced them into making those false statements, and that Molly was the one who was abusive. A new trial was held in November 2023, and the judge sentenced Molly Martins and her father Thomas to prison for at least 7 months following an emotional final day of sentencing hearings. On Wednesday, the power was led out of a North Carolina court in handcuffs after receiving sentences ranging from 7 to 30 months for Jason Corbett's voluntary manslaughter. This is in addition to the 3.5 years Molly and Thomas have already served since being convicted of murder. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events in this video occur in the year 2021. Bobby Ann McLeod, 18 of Great Britain, informed her parents that she was leaving home to meet her boyfriend. But hours later, it was clear she had vanished. Her family contacted the police, and the following day, a massive search began, culminating in the gruesome discovery. Bobby, Ann, her parents, Donna and Adrienne, and brother Lee lived in Plymouth. Plymouth is a lively coastal town in southwest England. It has a rich history and maritime heritage that dates back centuries. Plymouth, with its stunning waterfront and vibrant downtown, is a popular destination for both tourists and locals. On November 20, 2021, at around 5:45 p.m., Bobby, Ann walked out of her Plymouth home and went to the nearest bus stop on Sheepstore Road. As she left, she told her father how much she loved him and that she was going downtown to meet her boyfriend and mutual friends. Bobby, Ann only needed a few minutes to get to the bus stop. She was familiar with the route because she had traveled it numerous times. It had been an hour and a half since Bobby, Ann, left the house. Her mother, Donna, texted her to see if she was okay. If she had arrived at her destination without receiving an answer, a concerned Donna attempted to contact her daughter, but Bobby, Ann, was also not answering her phone, and that was completely useless. It took another hour or so before Bobby, Ann's boyfriend, called her parents to see if their daughter was home. He was concerned because Bobby Ann had not shown up for her date, and all of his phone calls had been unsuccessful. Bobby, Ann's parents, became concerned when they called all of their daughter's known friends and discovered that no one knew where she was. They immediately contacted the police and reported her missing. It was already past 9 p.m. The next day is November 21. Police initiated a search of the area, which included McLeod's family and volunteers. Leaflets featuring Bobby Ann were distributed throughout the city. Her disappearance was covered on social media and in the mainstream media. Her brother, Lee McLeod, posted on his social media page, "I'm begging every single person in Plymouth to help me search everywhere, searching for everything. Please, everyone. If you hear or see anything, please let me know." Police quickly discovered that Bobby Ann had not boarded any of the buses scheduled for downtown. However, while interviewing people, the officers discovered that a local resident had driven by the bus stop the previous evening and seen Bobby Ann there. The implication was that she had definitely arrived at the bus stop, but had not boarded for some reason. The evidence that she was at the bus stop was quickly corroborated. The bus stop area was cordoned off after they discovered wireless headphones in the walkway behind it that were identified as Bobby's. Police officers were literally on their knees, searching the entire area for potential evidence. Evidence was also searched along the girls' route from home to the bus stop, as well as all nearby streets. Given that Bobby Ann was at the bus stop but never boarded the bus, that her headphones were discovered near the bus stop, and a number of other details that police did not reveal, authorities began to suspect that the girl had been abducted. The police encouraged anyone with information relevant to the investigation to come forward. A large number of officers participated in the search, doing everything they could to locate Bobby Ann as soon as possible. Investigators attempted to track down the location of her cell phone, which revealed that it was within city limits, but they were unable to determine exactly where all calls to Bobby and Ann's number were routed to voicemail. The police confiscated the girl's phone that same day. It was given to the police by the bus driver who was on the route where Bobby Ann went missing. As it turned out, a local resident arrived at the same bus stop at 7:15 p.m. the previous evening and discovered the phone and an AirPod case there. At 7:23 p.m., a bus arrived, and the man handed the items he discovered to the driver, assuming the owner would look for them. The next day, the bus driver noticed Bobby Ann was missing and last seen standing at the bus stop. He contacted the police and handed over the phone and AirPods case. The next day is November 22. Police, families, and volunteers searched the woodlands and roads surrounding Bobby Ann's home, but no clues were found. The following evening, November 23, police announced that a woman's body had been discovered at Boveston Beach, approximately 8 miles from the bus stop. It was discovered in a forested area, about a half-mile from the beach. During the McLeod family's identification process, the worst was confirmed. Bobby Anne's body was discovered, and her death devastated family and friends. The family thanked everyone who attended Bobby Ann's memorial vigil, which was held near the bus stop where she was last seen. Donna McLeod, Barbie's mother, sobbed as she paid tribute to her daughter and thanked friends, family, and the community for their support. Surrounded by other family members, her voice trembled as she finished a prepared statement. She stated, "I would like to thank everyone for coming on behalf of the family. It's nice that everyone is banding together in these circumstances. Unfortunately, our beloved Bobby, Anne, has been taken from us, but she will never be forgotten. I would like everyone to hold their candles up. This is for Bobby, Anne." This was followed by a moment of silence as the entire audience raised their candles in unison. Lee MacLeod, Bobby, Anne's brother, shared a heartbreaking childhood photo of the two of them to pay tribute to his beautiful and talented sister. The image depicted the two siblings smiling in their primary school uniforms. Mr. MacLeod wrote in a message alongside the picture, "Until we meet again, sis, I love you. You did not deserve to be such a beautiful and talented girl, let alone to be my little sister. The adventures and journeys we took will always be remembered." Now you can rest easy. When the police discovered the body, it was naked. However, the medical examiner concluded that there was no evidence that Bobby Anne had been raped before her death. She suffered serious injuries to her head and face, including 14 lacerations. It is unclear how long the police would have searched for Bobby Anne's body if not for one event. On November 23, the exact day the body was discovered, a man entered the downtown police station. This occurred at 1:17 p.m. Upon entering, he asked to speak with someone and informed them that he had information about the missing girl and wanted to assist the police and her family. When a detective arrived, the man admitted to having done it. He confessed to kidnapping and killing Bobby Anne and provided some details about the crime after indicating the location of the body on a map. Police officers who hoped Bobby immediately. Unfortunately, their hopes were not fulfilled. When the inspectors made their way through the dense undergrowth, they discovered the body, which was naked and face down. There was no doubt the girl had died. The man who confessed to the horrific crime was a 24-year-old Kodiak Island resident. He was the son of an ex-military man who remained with his mother following his parents' divorce. In fact, he lived just a few miles from the bus stop where Bobby Anne was last seen. Kodiak Island was detained as a suspect. A lawyer spoke on his behalf, saying, "I accept full responsibility for Bobby Anne's death." Ackland also stated in the statement that he had never met the victim before that fateful evening and confirmed that he was the one who kidnapped her from the bus stop. Police seized his car, phone, computer, and several other items from anyone familiar with Kodiak Island. He was a nice guy, guitarist and songwriter for the local indie rock band Recruiter. No one knew Ackland was interested in serial killers from all over the world, in addition to music. His personal idols included Joseph D'Angelo Jr., Andre Gicatilo, Ivan Milat, Fred West, and Tommy Sells. Ted Bundy, however, was number one in Ackland's personal ranking, with an unknown number of victims but at least 30. Ackland focused on Ted Bundy and his atrocities. Investigators discovered 3,216 images on Ackland's phone, many of which were disturbing, dark, and reminiscent of horror films. In the days and weeks prior to Bobby Anne's death, Ackland searched the internet for information on serial killer crimes. He also looked for remote areas on Dartmoor and potential weapons. On the day of Bobby Anne's abduction, Ackland was browsing the website of an online sports store, looking at baseball bats, ski masks, and waterproof clothing. It is important to note that, despite his clandestine hobbies, Kodiak Island had never drawn the attention of the police, nor had he ever been in trouble with the law. Apparently, he became so obsessed with his secret hobby that he committed a serious crime. It has been discovered that Bobby Anne was an unintentional victim who, by a cruel coincidence, found herself in the path of Ackland, who, like a vicious beast, went hunting for prey that evening. The events of that evening went as follows. Bobby Anne arrived at the bus stop around 6:15 p.m. Ackland, who was driving his Ford Fiesta around the neighborhood, told detectives he saw her at the stop. Bobby Anne resembled his ex-girlfriend in appearance, but Cody claims that was not the emotional trigger that drove him to attack. He was simply looking for a victim to carry out his long-term plans. The police concluded that even if Ackland had not met Bobby Anne, He would have carried out his plan. The victim could have been any gender. That is what the police believed. When Ackland saw Bobby Ann, he stopped his car on the road behind the bus stop. After watching her for a few minutes and ensuring that no one else was present, Ackland took his pre-purchased hammer, crept up to Bobby Ann, and struck her twice in the head. Then I assumed she was dead. Ackland returned to his car and prepared to leave the scene. Unfortunately, as he drove away, he noticed Bobby Ann was still alive and trying to get up, so he returned to the bus stop, moved her semi-conscious body into his car, and drove her 20 miles to the Belver Forest parking lot and Dartmoor at 7:45 p.m. He came to a halt in this parking lot, which is nestled in the heart of a forest. He intended to leave the body there but discovered Bobby Ann was still alive and conscious. Unfortunately, Ackland did not think twice. He did not seek help or transport Bobby Ann to the hospital. Instead, he helped her get out of the car. Miss McLeod told him I was scared and he responded, "So am I. I've never done this before." Struck her 12 times on the head in an attempt to destroy evidence. Ackland burned Bobby's purse. After pounding Bobby Ann McLeod with a claw hammer a dozen times, Cody Ackland was amazed that the 18-year-old could still make noise. Later, when he told the police, he thought, "Wow, hats off to you." He had one final chance to save Bobby Ann's life. However, once again, Ackland declined. Instead, he claimed he had put an end to the girl's suffering. He then loaded the body into his car's trunk and drove almost 30 miles to Bovis. He hid his body after taking off his shoes, clothes, and jewelry. Around 10 p.m., Ackland arrived home and went to bed. The next day, he drove to Tamerton Foliot, north of Plymouth, and threw the hammer into the Tamar, as well as a carrier bag containing his and her blood-stained clothing, into nearby allotments on Coombe Lane. The hammer was never found, despite a thorough police search. On the same day, November 21, Ackland went to a pizza place with friends, attended his band's rehearsal, and spent the majority of the night at the pub. Everyone who saw Cody that day commented on his unusually upbeat mood. He was enjoying joking and hugging his friends, which was unusual for him. The next day, November 22, Ackland continued to have fun by buying popcorn and going to the movies. While he watched the movie, the police, family, and volunteers searched for Bobby Ann, and Ackland used his phone to keep up with the latest news. On November 23, Cody was at his non-music job. According to the English papers, he worked for a car service company. After leaving for lunch, Ackland sent a message to a chat room, where members of the music group recruited a word he'd written: "I love you both." At the same time, he texted his mother telling her how much he loved her, and then went to the police station to confess to the crime. Ackland's bandmates issued a statement on Facebook, stating that they would disband the group immediately as a show of respect to the late teenager. It also stated that the remaining members of recruiter Josh Ross, Josh, and Mike are all shocked and in complete disbelief at the tragic events of the last few days. Our thoughts and prayers are with Bobby Ann McLeod's family and friends, who must be devastated by her passing. As a mark of respect, we have decided not to continue as a band and will disband with immediate effect. We will not make any additional comments at this time. In addition to Ackland's confession, the police had a plethora of physical evidence, including Bobby Ann's DNA discovered in his car and sneakers recovered from his home. As for motive, Detective Mike West, who led the investigation, stated that Ackland refused to elaborate on his motive and avoided answering the question of why he killed Bobby Ann. At the same time, the detective did not rule out the possibility that, after reflecting on his actions, Ackland might become more forthcoming and provide more information in the future. He would later tell a psychiatrist that the feelings of depression he had experienced prior to murdering Miss McLeod had vanished, and he was no longer filled with resentment, as if this violent act was a manifestation of these feelings. The trial took place in May 2022. Ray Tolley, Ackland's attorney, stated that psychiatrists determined his client was not suffering from mental illness, but rather had struggled during childhood. Ackland was diagnosed with ADHD, dyslexia, depression, and anxiety, and by the age of 19, he had suffered from depression for 7 years. Mr. Tolley stated that Ackland had received little comfort from his home or school life, and that his father and other male role models had not offered much succor or support. On sentencing, Judge Robert Linford informed Ackland that his act was determined savagery and that he was satisfied with the evidence that he intended to kill. This poor person endured a long and terrible ordeal. She had her entire life ahead of her, until you brutally and savagely ended it, he said. You were clearly planning murder, and you committed murder. Cody Ackland, 24, has been sentenced to life in prison. He will serve 31 years in prison before becoming eligible for parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. I'll see you in the morning, Mom. Misty Morse never spoke to her mother again after making that unfulfilled promise. What would motivate someone to take such action? How will Misty Morse never spoke to her mother again? Now is the time to start looking for answers. On April 10, 1978, Misty April Morse was born in Springfield, Ohio. When her family finally relocated to Indian Harbor Beach, Florida, it was a significant turning point in her life and gave her the opportunity to develop and discover new interests. Misty had an exciting and adventurous childhood in the Sunshine State, but when her parents divorced in 1996, her life took a dramatic turn. Misty and her mother, Linda, moved to a new house in Brevard County following the divorce. She stayed close to her father in spite of the change. Misty found work at a number of local bars and clubs during her late teens and early 20s, working a variety of jobs to make ends meet. After some time, she made the decision to continue her education and enrolled in a nearby college. Misty was characterized by friends as an adventurous, carefree young lady who never took life too seriously. When Misty got home from work early on July 22, 2000, she started preparing for a night out with a friend. Linda, her mother, was also up, getting ready for her 3 a.m. shift. Misty got a few brief phone calls while she was chatting with her mother. Misty promised to see her in the morning, as she said goodbye after the call. She had no idea that this would be her final farewell. Misty wasn't home the following morning when her mother got home. At first, she didn't give it much thought, assuming Misty must have spent the night at a friend's house. Misty had not returned or gotten in touch after another day. Her mother started calling Misty a lot out of concern. Misty rarely checked in, especially if she was going to be gone for a day or two. Fearing that no one had seen or spoken to her, her mother contacted Misty's friends and then her father. The more days went by, the more she worried. A retired judge went for a peaceful walk on July 24, 2000, to see how his boat, which was moored in the lagoon behind his house, was doing. He had no idea that a somber discovery would soon upend this serene moment. He was walking along the wooden dock when he noticed an odd object floating in the water below. His eyes widened in surprise as he leaned in to get a better look. When he followed the strong odor to the edge of his property, he initially believed he had discovered a dead manatee that had washed up in his backyard. Then, to his surprise, he soon discovered that it was a young woman's body. The man, appalled, hurried back to his home, picked up his phone, and dialed 911 telephone. Upon their prompt arrival, Brevard County Sheriff's Office officers immediately began their investigation. They observed that the body was in a highly decomposed state, indicating that the woman had been dead for a number of days. Her death was clearly not a coincidence. A marine rope was used to tie her hands and feet, with elaborate knots holding her wrists to her ankles, and white duct tape was used to firmly bind her mouth, eyes, and neck. Rolls of spline, a rubbery black substance, held the Publix plastic grocery bags strapped around her body. To sink the body, investigators thought these bags might have been weighted with sand or rocks. Due to the body's decomposition, detectives were unable to find any clues along the shoreline, including a wallet, phone, or purse that could be used to identify her. Medical examiners suspected asphyxiation but were unable to determine the cause of death. After that, investigators looked for any recent missing persons reports that might be related to the unnamed woman, but they were unable to find anything. The police had not yet been notified of Misty's disappearance. Finally, they attempted fingerprinting. She was eventually identified through the database, after forensic specialists used a technique known as degloving to lift fingerprints despite the skin's deterioration. Officers called Misty's mother, Linda, to break the terrible news after verifying the identity of the body. The harsh reality of her daughter's fate completely broke Linda's heart. Her voice trembled and broke into screams of anguish as she called a family friend. her grief echoing in every word. Investigators later showed up at Linda's house to conduct an interview. She tried her best to relive those last moments, now permanently altered by loss, as she described the events of the last night she saw Misty, her voice laden with grief. Although Misty had not disclosed her intended date for the evening, Linda saw her daughter's casual attire and deduced that Misty was probably meeting someone with whom she was totally at ease and with whom she didn't feel the need to impress. Linda remembered that early on July 20, Misty got 2 calls. Investigators quickly subpoenaed Misty's phone records just before she left, but in 2000, it could take weeks to get such information back. They continued interviewing Misty's closest friends and co-workers in the interim. Brought up the possibility that Misty was pregnant, which investigators couldn't ignore as a possible lead. Was her pregnancy a contributing factor? Linda also provided some names to the authorities, including Teddy Underwood, Misty's boyfriend. Investigators questioned whether Teddy might have reacted negatively to the news of Misty's potential pregnancy, given that they had only been dating for 2 months at the time. When Teddy was brought in for interrogation, it soon became clear that he didn't think their relationship was serious. Additionally, he stated that he was unsure if Misty was pregnant. He gave an alibi for the early hours of July 20 by claiming to be at work, which investigators subsequently verified, exonerating him from suspicion. The intricate knots that bound Misty's body caught the attention of detectives as they combed through the crime scene's evidence. This degree of specificity implied that the murderer may have had knot-tying experience, which made them think about careers as a Coast Guard member, a boat captain, or a person with Navy training. They hoped that this clue would bring them one step closer to the truth. Misty's hands and legs were tied with a rope that featured a cow-hitched knot, which isn't something that most people are familiar with. Investigators focused on the numerous layers of tape that were wrapped around the victim's hands, limbs, and face. She had a hat on. Her freedom of movement was limited. The head had tape wrapped around it. She was under control. She was tied up and bound. Despite having the appearance of duct tape, this tape was unique because it was white instead of the usual metallic gray. Because white duct tape was so uncommon at the time, the authorities were more interested. Their hopes were dashed when no trace evidence, such as DNA or fingerprints, turned up on the tape's adhesive. Another dead end, it seemed. They then discovered a few short black hairs adhered to the tape, almost by accident. Given that the victim's hair was a distinctive shade of brown with a hint of red, the detectives knew these couldn't be hers. This finding raised the possibility that the hairs belonged to the murderer. All of the evidence was sent for testing after the crime scene was carefully examined. Unfortunately, this lead could not be fully pursued in 2000 due to the lack of precise DNA analysis technology. As they met with the medical examiner the following day to discuss the autopsy results, their frustration increased. The body had been submerged for less than 72 hours, according to the examiner's report. However, it was impossible to determine the precise cause of death due to exposure to the weather. There were no visible signs of trauma, no broken bones, and no gunshot wounds. Detectives were left with 2 terrifying options. Either the victim had been thrown into the water while still alive, or the tape covering her mouth and nose had strangled or suffocated her. In an effort to reduce the number of suspects on their list, investigators continued to interview people. Linda recommended that they investigate Bobby Cooper, whom Misty had recently met at a house party. Given that Bobby had visited their house only a few days prior to Misty's passing, Linda was especially wary of him. Bobby, though, was promptly disqualified as a suspect. He didn't match the murderer's description. He didn't own a boat, he hadn't been in the military, and he had no criminal history. Bobby's interview, however, proved to be a pivotal moment in the investigation. Brent Huck, Misty's ex-boyfriend, gave the detectives a name that appeared to fit the profile they were looking for, even though he wasn't the murderer. Investigators tracked down Brent Huck, who resided on South Merritt Island, just south of the location where Misty's body was found. After receiving a tip from Bobby Cooper, Brent accepted their invitation to participate in an interview. Brent disclosed in the interview that he was a charter boat captain and that he was from a wealthy family. He also acknowledged having been a member of the Navy SEALs. Brent acknowledged that he had kept up his relationship with Misty after their breakup, even though he was now in a new one. Brent admitted that he was the likely father of Misty, and that he had spoken to her the night before she vanished in the early hours of July 20, 2000. He also acknowledged that he knew she was pregnant. Brent was a prime suspect because of his background as a former Navy SEAL and charter boat captain, his relationship with Misty, and his contemptuous demeanor during the interview. After that, Brent gave the authorities permission to search his house. When investigators arrived, they saw a Rottweiler with short black hair that matched the duct tape that was used to bind Misty. According to Brent, Misty gave him the dog as a gift. A roll of rubber spline, which is usually used to weatherproof windows, was found during their search, an odd item for a home. Red flags were raised by this and other items discovered in Brent's bedroom and kitchen that matched evidence from the crime scene, such as white duct tape and Publix bags. Outside, Brent gave officers permission to search a boat he claimed was his, which was anchored in the nearby waterway. They discovered matted hair next to a fishing rod holder and 2 hair strands on the floor. The boat's ropes were identical to the kind that were used to restrain Misty. When investigators questioned Brent after gathering the evidence, he said something startling. There couldn't be an explanation for a woman tied up and thrown in the river. He was further implicated by this statement, which disclosed knowledge of information that had not yet been made public. The state attorney was reluctant to file charges because, in his opinion, the circumstantial evidence was not strong enough. He maintained that commonplace supplies like rubber spline, rope, and duct tape could be found anywhere, and that Misty's hair on the boat might just indicate that she had paid Brent a visit. Both the investigators and Misty's family were extremely frustrated by this setback. Authorities persisted in their investigation in the hopes of a break, unfazed. Pet DNA became admissible in court in 2002 after a landmark decision in a California case. The black dog hair discovered on the duct tape was compared to Brent's dog's DNA by investigators, and the results verified that they were a match. The state attorney's office decided to move forward with the prosecution after receiving this crucial piece of evidence along with the mounting circumstantial evidence. Brent Huck was taken into custody and accused of killing Misty Morse on October 23, 2002. Prosecutors claimed during the trial that Brent killed Misty because he was afraid her pregnancy would jeopardize his new relationship. They described in graphic detail how he used the pretense of reconciliation to entice Misty to her demise. The crucial DNA match from the dog hair discovered at the crime scene was among the strong circumstantial evidence gathered by detectives and presented by the prosecution. It was time to decide Brent's fate after all the arguments and supporting documentation had been presented. Brent Huck was found guilty of first-degree felony murder and felony kidnapping in May 2003. He received 2 consecutive life sentences without the chance of release. He is presently incarcerated at the Apalachicola Correctional Institution in Florida. This decision ensured that Misty's terrible death was not unanswered and gave her family a sense of justice and closure. This case emphasizes how crucial it is to persevere in pursuing justice despite obstacles. It also reminds us how important it is for communities and committed investigators to hold people responsible for their actions. Even though Misty's life was tragically cut short, her story would live on thanks to the pursuit of justice. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Our story begins with Annie, a beautiful girl. Annie's family and friends described her as a bright, beautiful, and sociable girl. Vinod Hindosha, Annie's father and the son of a successful merchant, left the Indian state of Gujarat as a young man for Europe. The family settled in Mariestad, a small town in Sweden. Vinod started his own business, and the family became wealthy. After graduating from college, Annie moved to Stockholm and worked in the marketing department of Ericsson's, a mobile phone manufacturer. Annie's father gave her a new car and an apartment in a prestigious neighborhood of the city. After 25 years, Annie started looking for a husband. She frequently flew to London and stayed at the homes of wealthy relatives. Her maternal uncles owned the British pharmacy chain, and she spent her weekends communicating with her extended family. She decided that her husband would be Hindu. One of Annie's relatives met Shireen Dewaney at a party in London and admired his background, social standing, upbringing, and manners. She then set up an informal meeting between Sherwin and Annie at a cafe. The young people liked each other, so they went on their first date in September 2009 with Syed Dewaney. His family, like Annie's, were Gujarati and had moved to Europe and England. Syed's father established a pharmacy in Bristol as well as a nursing home. Syed graduated from an elite school in Bristol, studied accounting at Manchester University, and then relocated to London to work for the accounting firm De La Suite. After a year, he left his job to help run the family business. At the age of 33, he was already a millionaire. Following their dating, they decided to move in together and share a home in Bristol, United Kingdom. Sheen elaborated on the instant allure he felt for Annie, emphasizing her ambitions while mirroring his own, fostering eager anticipation for the collaborative construction of their future life together. Their relationship was not without challenges, necessitating collaborative efforts to overcome obstacles that occasionally led to disagreements. Sheeran revealed that he had abnormally low hormone levels, which reduced his chances of having children and prompted his decision to undergo testosterone replacement therapy. Despite the difficult challenges they faced during this time, Sheen believes their bond grew stronger, culminating in his decision to propose to Annie a little more than a year after their first meeting. Shane arranged for Annie to travel to the romantic city of Paris via private aircraft, where he proposed marriage. Following her affirmative response, he planned an elaborate stag party in the vibrant city of Las Vegas, located in the United States. The matrimonial union was celebrated in the opulent city of Mumbai, India, with an extravagant wedding costing an estimated $250,000. As a result, the newlyweds planned and postponed their honeymoon, instead choosing to spend several weeks in the picturesque setting of Cape Town, South Africa, indulging in the luxury and opulence of a five-star resort. Sheeran and Annie went out to dinner on November 13th at a hotel in Cape Town. Others noticed them posing for pictures at their hotel. They seemed like any other couple on their honeymoon. They held hands, kissed, and laughed. But their joy would not last. They waited for their cab at their hotel and then used Google Maps to navigate through a township near Cape Town. At midnight that night, a distressed shepherd requested assistance. He was apprehended in Harare, and he told police that the taxi they were riding in had been hijacked. The driver was removed from the vehicle, and two men entered Sri Lanka. An army was detained at gunpoint. The men were released on treason charges, but they still had Annie, and he had no idea where they were during the police interrogation. Soren recounted his encounter with Zola Tongo, a taxi driver. Zola allegedly claimed to be an executive tour guide, prompting Sharon to seek his assistance with currency exchange and the arrangement of a private helicopter flight. Sherwin also requested Zola's services as a local tour guide. According to the Sheeran statement, the trio decided to take an impromptu tour of the area after dinner with Annie, with no firm plans for the rest of the evening, expressing a desire to discover what Africa is truly like. According to Sharon's account, the pivotal moment occurred when they deviated from a motorway. The next thing I remember is banging noises coming from the front and right sides of the car. There was a cacophony of shouting in a language I was unfamiliar with. As a result, I recall the presence of someone next to me instructing me to lie down. This person wielded a firearm. However, the specific hand that held the weapon escapes my memory. The gun was raised in the air, accompanied by fervent shouts, "Look down, lie down." I was overcome with terror. Annie and I promptly followed these instructions. Annie, I found myself partially reclined at the top, while another person took control behind the wheel. Sheeran told authorities that one of the individuals confiscated his mobile device and brandished a firearm near his head. The assailant sternly warned him against falsehoods and threatened to use the weapon. Simultaneously, pedestrians continued their journey in the car, coming to a halt at a narrow thoroughfare. The perpetrators instructed me to exit the vehicle. Shane requested that Annie also be allowed to leave. However, the response indicated that they intended to accompany her to a law enforcement facility. Shane was clearly warned that non-compliance would result in gunshots, forcing him to disembark. He described the incident to the police as follows: "I attempted to open the door, but it would not open. Keep track of when the window opens." I remember hitting the ground and the car speeding away. The last thing I told Annie was to be quiet and not say anything. I told her this in Gujarati after he left. Sheeran stated that he was unaware of the car's subsequent trajectory other than the presence of two people retaining Annie inside. His testimony informed the authorities that he requested assistance by knocking on doors. As a result, law enforcement officers were summoned, and he was taken to a police station. A day after these events, the vehicle was discovered, with Annie's lifeless body found in the back seat of the cab. She had received a gunshot wound to the neck. Subsequent police investigations revealed that Annie's Giovanni Armani wristwatch, a white gold and diamond bracelet, her handbag, and her BlackBerry mobile phone were missing, leading authorities to believe that they were stolen during the incident. The stolen items, which included a wristwatch, bracelet, handbag, and mobile phone, were estimated to be worth approximately 90,000 South African rand, or $6,089. The investigation then shifted to understanding the rationale behind the captor's decision to release Sheeran while retaining and eventually killing Annie. Sheeran returned to the United Kingdom not long after his death. The investigation moved quickly at first, with Annie's lifeless body discovered only 3 days later. Zalil Mangini, 26, was apprehended and formally charged with murder, aggravated robbery, and kidnapping. The discovery of his palm print on the vehicle served as a critical lead that led law enforcement to his arrest. In the following days, more arrests were made, including 31-year-old Zola Tonga, the cab driver, and 26-year-old Mziwamadota Quabe, both charged with murder, aggravated robbery, and kidnapping. An informant's tip helped locate Mziwamadota. Zola initially denied any involvement, claiming that he was ambushed and forced out of the vehicle. However, when confronted with incriminating evidence, he eventually admitted his involvement in the criminal activities. The trio, which included Zola and Mangini, initially provided an account to law enforcement, claiming that the intended plan was a robbery that had gotten out of control. According to their story, Annie was shot accidentally during a struggle over her handbag. Later, a fourth person, Monde Mbalambo, was apprehended for his role in orchestrating the robbery. The men later revealed to the police that Shireen Duaney was also involved in the crime. Zola told police that he met Sheeran, who allegedly offered him 15,000 rand $100 to orchestrate Annie's death. According to Zola, he then approached a friend about hiring a hitman and was put in touch with Zalil and Mziwamadota. The statement astounded Shireen's family. However, further investigation revealed that, while the couple appeared to be happy on their honeymoon, this was not the whole story. Annie's emails to Shane revealed frequent disagreements with her, expressing her dissatisfaction and desire to end the relationship. A perplexing question emerged. What drove Shin to seek Annie's demise? Further investigation, he discovered Sheeran's lifestyle, which revealed his involvement with male prostitutes via gay websites. Shane admitted to these activities while asserting his bisexuality, expressing love for his wife and denying any involvement in Annie's murder. Sheeran was arrested in the United Kingdom on suspicion of a murder conspiracy, as requested by South African authorities. Sheeran vehemently denied involvement and fought extradition, resulting in protracted legal proceedings. Before Shane was extradited to South Africa, the other men were sentenced for their roles in the crime. Zola was sentenced to 18 years in prison. Mziwamadota received a 25-year sentence, while Zalil was sentenced to life in prison. It was determined that Zalil fired the fatal shot at Annie. And during his sentencing hearing, the judge referred to him as an evil person. Extradition proceedings in the United Kingdom took 4 years to complete. Sheeran's lawyers argued that he couldn't travel to South Africa because he was suffering from acute stress disorder. The court heard that he had consumed a cocktail of 46 pills, including diazepam. The extradition was finally completed after the court determined that his depression had subsided. He was extradited to South Africa, where his trial began. The prosecution claimed that Sheeran lived a secret life with other men in order to avoid his marriage. According to their case, he orchestrated a contract killing and enlisted Zola to plan a hijacking with the intention of freeing himself and killing Annie. During the trial, the court was shown surveillance footage of Sheeran handing money to Zola. Sheeran looked up at a security camera in a hotel before leaving the frame. Additional footage showed him carrying a bag containing money as he approached a small room with Zola. Later footage showed them conversing at the opulent Cape Grace Hotel, where Sheeran requested privacy from a window cleaner. The prosecution's argument was based primarily on the testimony of two of the three men who were already serving prison sentences. Mziwama claimed that he was instructed to stage the incident as a hijacking. The court learned that these individuals provided evidence as part of plea bargain agreements, which resulted in reduced sentences for them. The pathologist, Dr. Jeanette Verster, testified about Annie's post-mortem examination. The court was informed that Annie had gunshot wounds in her left hand and neck, resulting in significant blood loss. Dr. Verster emphasized that Annie could have passed away in a matter of heartbeats. She also stated that the fatal shot was fired at close range, acknowledging that Annie may have been holding on to someone or something when shot. In response, the defense argued for the case's dismissal and formally requested it. Sharon didn't take the stand. However, a statement was presented in court revealing his admission to being bisexual and engaging with male prostitutes. He expressed his deep love for Annie and spoke about the profound impact his wife's tragic murder had on his life. Sharon's attorney presented two scenarios that could have resulted in Annie's death. To begin, he suggested that it was a botched robbery, supported by forensic evidence indicating that Annie was accidentally shot during an attempt to snatch her handbag by one of the hijackers, bruising on her inner leg indicating a struggle, and the defense argued that the bullets passed through her left hand into her chest, with the neck wound implying an exit in unintentional shooting. The second scenario proposed was a failed kidnapping and ransom attempt. Bernard Mitchell, a criminal, claimed that Zola later told him about the plan while in prison. According to Mitchell, the intention was to kidnap Annie for ransom, but the plan failed. The court learned about that tree and did give Zola 15,000 rand in cash, but the defense claimed it was for a helicopter ride, not payment for orchestrating his wife's death. The defense requested that the case against Soren be dismissed due to a lack of substantial evidence linking him to the crime. The judge agreed with the defense's arguments. The judge stated that it was the prosecution's responsibility to prove that Sharon conspired with the three other men to murder Annie, and they fell short of meeting the required level of evidence in such a case. The judge emphasized that Zola, as the sole accomplice witness, had agreed to a plea deal, making his testimony suspect and requiring corroboration. The judge noted Zola's details, such as the locations where he picked up and dropped off Sharon, but Annie did not provide the necessary corroboration. Furthermore, the judge criticized the three men's testimony, describing it as riddled with inconsistencies and so improbable that distinguishing between lies and truth became difficult. The judge informed the court that the evidence linking Sharon to Annie's murder was of such poor quality that only Sharon's confession would have resulted in a conviction. As a result, the judge ruled that he was not required to provide evidence and could be discharged if there was no chance of conviction unless he incriminated himself on the witness stand. Following this ruling, he left South Africa and returned to the United Kingdom as a free man, with the murder charge against him dropped. According to Annie's family, Sherwin has never contacted them to tell them everything he knows about what happened to her. They have many unanswered questions. And his father said, "We still don't know the whole story of how it happened. We wanted Soren to tell the court, in his own words, that he was her husband and was present." His lawyers repeated the words, "My client will tell the court during his trial," like a mantra, but the judge dismissed the case without Sharon testifying. "We never had the opportunity to hear what he had to say. My family would like to talk with him. If he has any respect for us, he should come to see us and speak with us. After all, I'm still his father-in-law, and I gave him my daughter. He needs to help us." According to the information available, Shireen Dewaney is still living in the United Kingdom. Zalil Manjini, one of the individuals involved in the case, died in prison in South Africa in 2014. His cause of death was a rare brain tumor. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we look at a story from 2003 in the American state of North Dakota. On November 22, 2003, Drew Shodin, 22, was walking to her car after finishing her shift and talking on the phone with her boyfriend. The conversation was abruptly interrupted. Drew's boyfriend paid little attention to this, which he later regretted deeply. The young woman was soon featured on national television, and her experiences influenced a change in US law. Drew Katrina Sjoden was born September 26, 1981 in Minneapolis, Minnesota. She was the younger of Alan and Linda's 2 children. Drew's parents divorced when she was 3 years old, but they remained friends until she was 10. Linda and her second husband, Sid Walker, raised her and her brother Sven in a comfortable home on Whitefish Lake, which is known for being one of Minnesota's most scenic vacation spots. Drew excelled in high school, becoming an honor student, joining the golf team, and being voted homecoming queen in 1999. But her true passion was for art. Her homeroom was filled with sketches of rock star models and friends. After graduating from high school, she attended the University of North Dakota in Grand Forks, a city of approximately 50,000 people. Friends described Drew as someone who loved life and was always willing to help others. Drew often traveled around the country, but her dream was to visit Australia, which she planned to do in the spring of 2004. To save money for the event, Drew worked 2 jobs in her spare time: a sales associate at Victoria's Secret and a waitress at a nightclub in Grand Forks. On Saturday, November 22, 2003, Drew's shift at the Victoria's Secret store in Columbia Mall ended at 4 p.m. Later that day, she was scheduled to work at a nightclub. Before leaving the mall, Drew decided to go shopping and purchased a purse from a specific store. She called her boyfriend Chris Lang as she walked to her car in the parking lot. Suddenly, after Drew said, "Okay," the call was disconnected, but Chris did not give it much thought. He did not call back because they were not discussing anything important. About 3 hours later, Chris's phone rang again, this time from Drew. When he answered it, he only heard noises, such as the wind and phone buttons being pressed. 3 weeks later, in an interview with a television station, Chris described the thoughts that raced through his mind when his conversation with Drew was cut short. "I was unaware of the urgency of this phone call at the time," he said. "I never thought this would happen. There was no sense of urgency. It was simply a cell phone call that was cut off for a variety of reasons. I had no idea this terrible thing was happening." Drew was living in a college dorm, sharing a room with her friend Meg Murphy. Around the same time, Chris got a strange phone call. Meg received a call from the nightclub, where they were trying to figure out why Drew hadn't arrived for work and wasn't answering the phone. She was a responsible employee who always arrived at work early, so her absence immediately raised concerns. However, Meg had no idea where Drew was and was surprised that she hadn't shown up for work, so she went looking for her friend Meg. She first called mutual acquaintances, then the local hospital, where she was informed that Drew had not been admitted. "I called the police around 9 p.m. because I couldn't find anything out." Knowing Drew worked at Columbia Mall, a police officer was dispatched to the location. At this point, the mall had already closed. Driving around the parking lot, the officer noticed Drew's car. After inspecting it, he discovered that the car was unlocked. There was no evidence of a struggle or other crime. A black nylon sheath for a folding knife was discovered on the ground near the car. It was unclear whether it was related to Drew's disappearance. However, such a discovery was not encouraging. Papers, a wallet, and a new purse purchased that day were found on the car seat, implying that even if Drew had committed a dirty deed, it was not a robbery. Neither the friend's boyfriend nor his parents knew where Drew could be, so investigators began to suspect a kidnapping. First and foremost, have detectives checked out Chris Lang. He was almost immediately ruled out as a suspect because he lived in Minnesota, 300 miles from Chris in Grand Forks. The police discovered that one of Drew's phone calls was abruptly cut off, and the second was made a few hours later, when noises and the sound of a button being pressed could be heard. The detectives arrived the next day when the mall where Drew worked was open to review the security camera footage. As it turned out, there were no security cameras in the parking lot where the missing girl's vehicle was parked, but, thankfully, there were several security cameras inside the mall. Detectives went through the footage and discovered a scene in which Drew went into one of the local stores after work and bought herself a purse. She was calm and not in a hurry to go anywhere. At 4:55 p.m., she was wearing a pink sweater and carrying a jacket. Drew paid for her purchase at the register before putting on her jacket and leaving the store. On her way out, she called Chris. The call was made at precisely 5 p.m., and as we now know, at 5:04 p.m., Drew and Chris's conversation was abruptly cut off after she sat down. Okay, knowing that the call was cut off after 4 minutes, one of the detectives decided to try an experiment. He set a 4-minute timer and began walking slowly from the store where Drew had purchased her purse to the parking lot where her car was parked. When the alarm went off, indicating that 4 minutes had passed, the detective was in the parking lot near where the car was discovered. This indicated that something occurred while Drew was in her car. However, as previously stated, there were no cameras overlooking the parking lot, making it difficult to investigate. Drew's disappearance drew media attention, and as a result, a large number of people learned what had happened to her, many of whom resolved not to be indifferent to someone else's misfortune. In addition to police officers, more than 1,000 volunteers helped in the search for Drew. Officers from the FBI also joined the investigation. Drew's last phone call was traced to the small town of Fisher, Minnesota, which is only a 30-minute drive from the mall where she worked. As you can see on the map, the area surrounding these two towns is covered in fields. Police used helicopters, all-terrain vehicles, horses, and dogs to investigate these fields. The landowners were asked to inspect their properties themselves, but the results were inconclusive, and no leads were found at first. The search radius grew with each passing day, and 4 days later, an ominous discovery was made. A boot was discovered under a bridge in Crookston, and a roommate reported that Drew had left the house wearing those boots on the day she went missing. Forensic investigators confirmed that the shoe belonged to the missing girl. Crookston is a small town with fewer than 10,000 people. It is approximately 30 miles from Grand Forks where Drew vanished. Further searches in the Crookston area produced no results because there was nothing of investigative interest to be discovered. A $20,000 reward was initially offered for information that could help determine Drew's whereabouts, which was later increased to $140,000. At this point, the only clue that could lead to Drew was surveillance footage from Columbia Mall. The detectives sat down again to review hundreds of hours of footage from various cameras, but this time they decided to focus on Drew. They speculated that whoever abducted her may have been following her and appearing in the videos. The investigators spent hours watching the monitors before spotting the person who had piqued their interest. They noticed a man walking aimlessly through the mall. He didn't buy anything and appeared to be more interested in the people around him than in the merchandise for sale. At 3:41 p.m., he sat on a bench near the mall exit and watched people walk by. After about 10 minutes, he stood up from the bench and, wearing black gloves, walked out into the lobby, where he looked into a camera hanging overhead. This photograph was taken 72 minutes before Drew's conversation with her boyfriend was interrupted, and she vanished. Investigators noticed that the man only got up from his seat and walked away after a blonde woman passed him carrying a grocery cart and heading toward the parking lot. The detectives did not believe this was a coincidence. Rather, they believed that the man had chosen an appropriate victim and followed her. The woman's identity was unknown, but police were aware that only one person, Drew Sjoden, had gone missing from the mall parking lot that day. Given the slight resemblance between Drew and the woman this suspicious man was following, it has been suggested that if the kidnapper was indeed this man, and if he had failed to kidnap this woman, his next target could have been Drew. She had left the mall around 5 p.m., when it was already dark, potentially giving the perpetrator an advantage. At this point in the investigation, the case involved 3 cities: Grand Forks, where Drew was kidnapped; Fisher, where her phone was last active; and Crookston, where the shoe was discovered. With this information in mind, the FBI began reviewing the records of all registered sex offenders from the cities and surrounding areas. When the photos in the files were compared to the image of the suspicious man from the mall, only one man met all of the criteria, and that was Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., who had a lengthy criminal record of committing crimes against women. The 50-year-old man had spent the previous 23 years in prison. Rodriguez was the second oldest of 5 children, born in Laredo, Texas, in February 1953. 2 migrant workers, Dolores and Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., claimed to have had an unhappy childhood, describing his home life as unpleasant because his parents were harsh on him and unreasonable in their demands. His family moved from state to state for 15 years before settling in Crookston in 1963. Rodriguez became increasingly isolated as he grew up, exacerbated by language barriers. His preferred language was Spanish, and he struggled with English, which made school particularly difficult. He eventually dropped out of school in 9th grade, and started working as a laborer at the American Crystal Sugar Company plant in Crookston. Rodriguez claimed that he was molested by older women in his youth, which he blamed for his hostility toward women. In October 1974, at the age of 21, he asked a woman for a ride home, but instead directed her to Crookston's driveway, where he grabbed her by the throat and attempted to force her to please him. The following month, he approached another woman sitting in a truck outside a Crookston movie theater. He threatened her with a knife and took her to a remote location in the countryside, where he forced her to have sex with him. Then in 1979, he attempted to kidnap a 69-year-old high school English teacher. While out walking in Crookston one night, the woman fought back as Rodriguez attempted to force her into his car. In a fit of rage, he stabbed her with a knife in her elbow and abdomen, but she managed to escape and flee to safety. The woman, who was artistically talented, was able to create a composite sketch of Rodriguez that closely resembled him, resulting in his capture. He was convicted of attempted kidnapping and aggravated assault and served a 23-year prison sentence before being released in May 2003. He had been released from prison 6 months before Drew disappeared and was classified as a third-degree sex offender, which meant he was at the highest risk of reoffending. Before being released from prison, Rodriguez and his family expressed their concerns to Minnesota Department of Corrections officials. Even his family feared that he was reverting to his old ways. Despite their fears, Alfonso was released after serving his full sentence. After his release, Rodriguez lived with his mother in Crookston, only a few miles from the bridge that should be recalled. Another disadvantage for Drew was the discovery of his shoe. The detectives decided to speak with Alfonso Rodriguez, who of course denied any involvement in Drew's disappearance. The man confirmed that he was at the Columbia Mall on the day she went missing, claiming that he had gone to the movie theater and seen the film once in Mexico. What he didn't realize was that no movie theaters in Grand Forks were showing the film that day. Police searched Rodriguez's car and realized with regret that Drew was most likely dead. At this point, it appears unlikely that we will find Drew alive. Grand Forks County Sheriff Dan Hill told reporters that he believes the mission is more of a recovery than a rescue at this time. Dark red dried stains were discovered in several locations inside Rodriguez's car, which forensics later determined to be Drew's blood drops. According to the affidavit, blood was found on the passenger side rear window, the back seat, and other areas of the passenger compartment. The blood did come back. It was a DNA match to Drew. The sheriff discovered a folding knife in the trunk that matched the sheath found in the parking lot next to Drew's car using DNA from his toothbrush. A receipt was also discovered, indicating that Rodriguez purchased this knife, complete with sheath, from a hardware store located several hundred yards from the parking lot where Drew vanished. Although Drew was not discovered alive or dead, investigators gathered sufficient evidence to charge Rodriguez. The man was arrested 8 days after she went missing on December 1, 2003. Rodriguez, who was imprisoned in Grand Forks, claimed he had no involvement in Drew's disappearance and refused to speak with law enforcement or provide information about her whereabouts, despite the evidence against him. During a brief bond hearing several days ago, bail for Rodriguez's release was set at a staggering $5 million. While he remained silent in custody, the search for Drew continued unabated, focusing on these 3 towns. The abundance of snow in the area made the searchers' work more difficult. This is an unprecedented move. During a press conference on December 9, the governors of North Dakota and Minnesota promised to help with the search for Drew by hiring several hundred National Guard members and other state employees. North Dakota Governor John Howe even stated that Drew's disappearance has affected everyone in North Dakota, and Minnesota Governor Tim Pawlenty expressed his pride in the community's cooperation and collaboration with police officials. Despite all efforts, there were no results, and due to worsening weather conditions, the authorities decided to call off the search. In the spring, the intensive search continued. Those looking for Drew hoped to find her as the winter snow began to melt. After 5 months of searching, they were eager to get Drew home. Finally, on April 17, 2004, Drew's body was discovered. It lay in a field in Crookston, just a few miles from the bridge where the boot had been discovered. Drew's family was overcome with grief after learning of the heartbreaking discovery. Her father told reporters, "We were waiting for that call. And when that call came, we all stopped living for a moment. It was her parents' worst nightmare, and it would follow them for the rest of their lives. The field where the body was discovered had already been searched, but due to the large drifts, they were unable to locate it immediately. Drew was naked below the waist, making the motive for the crime clear. Her hands were tied behind her back, with a rope around her neck and a cut. Under the rope, there were remnants of a plastic bag, indicating that the bag had been placed over Drew's head and then tied around her neck with a rope. Hair matching Rodriguez's DNA was discovered on Drew's jacket. Before her death, the young woman had been brutally beaten and repeatedly stabbed. The medical examiner identified 3 possible causes of her death. It was either suffocation due to the cut on her neck or hypothermia, the third possible cause. After months of silence, Drew's family was finally able to say goodbye to her on April 24, 2004. The mourning ceremony was attended by approximately 1,500 people. North Dakota, where Drew was kidnapped, abolished the death penalty in 1975, and Minnesota, where the body was discovered, did not use it as a punishment either. However, because Drew had been transported across state lines, the crime was considered a federal crime, and thus the prosecutor's office had the authority to seek the death penalty against Rodriguez. On August 30, 2006, Alfonso Rodriguez Jr. was convicted in the Drew case, and the jury recommended that he be sentenced to death on February 8, 2007. During the hearing, Judge Ralph Erickson told the unconfessed Rodriguez that his senseless and violent actions made the jury's decision difficult. Alfonso Rodriguez Jr. became North Dakota's first person sentenced to death in nearly a century. On June 28, 2013, after 6 years on death row, Rodriguez confessed to kidnapping and murdering Drew. However, the story does not end here. Ralph Erickson, the district judge who sentenced Rodriguez to death, became a U.S. Court of Appeals judge, and at the age of 21, he overturned his own conviction of Rodriguez and ordered a new sentencing phase. Rodriguez's guilt is beyond doubt, as evidenced by a variety of DNA tests. In this case, the death penalty is at issue. Erickson overturned the death sentence, citing, among other things, defense attorney's failure to properly examine Rodriguez's mental health and forensic expert Michael McGee's testimony, which the judge admitted misled him. This is the expert's testimony, which stated that Rodriguez violated Drew's sexual integrity within 24 to 36 hours of her abduction. There was no direct evidence to back up this claim, such as Rodriguez's seminal fluid on Drew's body. According to the judge, the expert expressed an opinion that was not supported by the facts, which misled the judge and influenced his decision. Nonetheless, in overturning the death sentence, Erickson noted that even in the absence of Rodriguez and his seminal fluid, the circumstances in which Drew's body was discovered, naked below the waist with her hands tied behind her back, indicated a sexually motivated crime. Judge Erickson stated that the failure to examine Rodriguez's mental health, both generally and at the time of his crime, violated his constitutional rights. After Rodriguez died, his sentence was overturned. The federal prosecutor's office issued a statement indicating that they would seek the death penalty for him again. However, 2 years later, in 2023, the prosecutors abandoned their plans and accepted Alfonso Rodriguez's death sentence, which was commuted to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The United States of America issued a statement to that effect through Max Schneider, United States Attorney for the District of North Dakota, withdrawing the notice of intent to seek a death sentence against defendant Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., which was filed on October 28, 2004. Schneider stated in a March 14 court filing that the United States will no longer seek the death penalty in this case. My thoughts today are with Drew Sjoden's family, especially her parents, Linda Walker and Alan Sjoden, sighed Schneider. They're genuinely good people and loving parents who, in the aftermath of an unimaginable loss, have worked closely with our office for nearly 2 decades. We continue to wish them the greatest level of peace possible. I'd also like to commend the trial team, which included former U.S. Attorney Drew Wrigley, as well as our office's appellate attorneys and support staff. They have consistently upheld the Department of Justice's high standards throughout the last 2 decades with their work on this tragic case. As a result of their efforts, Mr. Rodriguez has been convicted of murder and will remain so. The directive to withdraw the death notice has altered how the United States Attorney's Office will handle this case. What will not change is that Mr. Rodriguez will die in a federal prison. This case prompted changes in sex offender registration laws. On July 27, 2006, President George W. Bush signed the Adam Walsh Child Protection and Safety Act, which included Drew's legislation. Drew's law changed the name of the National Sex Offender Public Registry to the Drew's Jordan National Sex Offender Public Website, which informs the public about the whereabouts of registered sex offenders across state, territory, and tribal boundaries. On June 22, 2013, it was announced that Alfonso Rodriguez had been transferred from a death row prison in Terre Haute, Indiana, to Coleman's high-security facility in Centerville, Florida. This appears to be his final resting place. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Carol Ann Barrett's murder was a terrifying mystery for 44 years. The 18-year-old high school student went missing on March 23, 1980, while she was spending spring break with her friends in her hotel room in Daytona Beach, Florida. Later, her body was discovered left on a highway. Carol's family and friends were left without answers when the case went cold, despite the fact that a sketch of the suspect was made based on witness descriptions. However, in a startling turn of events, a serial killer who had been convicted came forward and confessed. What made this predator come clean after all these years? And who was he? Could Carol's loved ones finally find closure as a result of this confession? When 18-year-old Carol Ann Barrett jumped in to save her 3-year-old niece Claire Gilligan from drowning during a family pool party in Zanesville, Ohio, in March 1980, she demonstrated courage and quick thinking. In a 2019 interview, Claire recollected this event and explained how Carol had saved her life by performing CPR on her for 10 minutes. "My aunt was a hero," she remarked, highlighting their close relationship. Carol tragically lost her life under horrific circumstances just 1 week after saving her niece, and her murder remained unsolved for more than 40 years. Carol, a senior in high school from Ohio, had spent spring break in Daytona Beach, Florida, with 7 of her friends. 2 a.m., a stranger broke into the girls' hotel room on Sunday, March 23rd. With a gun in hand, he ordered the group to strip and threatened to murder one if they resisted. He chose to hold one of them hostage in order to guarantee his escape free from police intervention. The intruder initially targeted Carol's friend Pam, but he was provoked by her panic. Carol showed incredible bravery by offering to go instead. Before removing Carol, the attacker locked her friends on the balcony. Soon, the police were called. A police sketch of the suspect was made after speaking with Carol's friends, who had all gone through the ordeal and seen the kidnapping. Unfortunately for Carol, it was too late. Carol's body was found dead in a ditch beside I-95 in Jacksonville, Florida, on Monday, March 24, 1980. The back of her head had been shot execution style. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office was unable to identify the murderer despite the kidnapper's sketches. Although the case was still pending, Carol's family was deeply affected emotionally by the crime's brutality. Carol was a happy, intelligent adolescent who enjoyed collecting watches before her life was suddenly taken from her. In a 2019 interview, her niece Claire Gilligan stated, "I've held on to one of her watches like it's $1 million. I know it sounds weird, but I'd just like to have her things to remember her by." Carol's family was subjected to cruel prank calls following her death, with anonymous callers threatening, "You're next." This harassment added to their grief and made Claire more aware of the dangers in the world, which led her to pursue a degree in criminal justice. However, Carol's family was still plagued by the decades-long lack of answers. The unresolved murder of her aunt left Claire with a permanent wound. "I get so mad when I watch crime shows and they find the criminal. Those families have closure and I never will," Claire said. The mystery remained, despite attempts to rekindle interest in Carol's case, such as 2 stories broadcast by Action Newsjacks in 2017 and 2018, and the distribution of both computer-generated and hand-drawn sketches of the suspect. But the family remained hopeful that justice would eventually be done. Investigators and family members trying to solve the mystery of Carol's death had several important questions. What exactly happened before the break-in at the Daytona Beach hotel room? Were there any witnesses who might have seen the suspect before or after the incident, outside the group of friends? Was there any connection, even a shaky one, between Carol and the criminal? Would they be able to identify the murderer through sophisticated forensic investigation? Had there been any comparable incidents nearby that could point to a trend or offer clues as to the identity of the suspect? Could Carol's killer, or someone with knowledge of the crime, be connected to the spoof phone calls made to her family? Even as the investigation went on, the questions kept coming. Decades passed, but the murderer in the police sketch was never apprehended. Carol's murder was eventually deemed a cold case. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, JSO, obtained a confession from a convicted serial killer about the murder of 18-year-old Carol Ann Barrett in a startling turn of events that offered some closure to the long-running cold case. When the JSO Cold Case Unit made the decision to review the evidence, the case was brought back to life in August 2017. After a thorough examination, they ultimately determined that Billy Mansfield Jr. was a person of interest in 2022. In September 2022, Mansfield, already serving a prison sentence for a string of murders, acknowledged after several interviews that he was the person pictured in the police sketch. He admitted to taking Carol from her Florida hotel room in March 1980 and killing her soon after. Convicted serial killer Billy Mansfield Jr. had been hiding in plain sight the entire time. However, who was he, and how did he spend over 40 years avoiding justice for Carol's murder? The oldest of 5 children, William Mansfield Jr. was born in Grand Rapids, Michigan, in 1956. His home life was far from perfect, even though he was said to have had a good upbringing. William Sr., his father, was a convicted child molester who fostered his son's erratic conduct. Mansfield's decision to forge his birth certificate and leave school at the age of 14 in order to enlist in the Army was probably influenced by this dysfunction. Mansfield's problems only got worse while serving in the military. He started experimenting with drugs and became severely addicted to alcohol, which led to treatment at a Tampa Veterans Administration hospital. He married Phyllis Spilemaker in 1975 in an attempt to lead a normal life, but by 1979, things had fallen apart. Phyllis decided to raise their 2 children alone in Michigan. In her unsettling portrayal of Mansfield following their divorce, Phyllis claimed that he was a closeted bisexual who brought men home from gay bars and had sex with them in front of her. Mansfield's terrible deeds were made possible by his traumatic upbringing and destructive decisions. He followed a startling and repulsive path influenced by his past, abusing and killing women and girls. Mansfield was accused of sexual misconduct by a babysitter in Grand Rapids, Michigan, in January 1977. He received a sentence of 36 months of probation and 6 months in jail. However, he violated his parole and was sent back to prison shortly after his release for assaulting 2 teenagers in a rural part of the city. Mansfield was housed in the same cell as fellow prisoner Albert Lee III, who admitted to Mansfield that he had kidnapped and murdered 11-year-old Linda Vander Veen from a Grand Rapids school crossing. Later, after serving a year, Mansfield would use this information to testify against Lee in exchange for a reduced sentence, which led to his release. However, these prison terms had little effect on his desire for violence. Mansfield forced 18-year-old Pamela Sherrill into his van and abducted her on June 19, 1980. After driving her to a rented trailer, he attacked and hurt her. Mansfield was evading capture when Sherrill called the police to report the assault. Mansfield was arrested in Santa Cruz, California on November 23, but was later freed after posting bail. Mansfield was then released once more to hunt down his next victim. The body of 29-year-old Renee Saling was found dead in a drainage ditch beside Buena Vista Road in Watsonville, California, on December 7, 1980. The previous day was the last time her husband had seen Renee, a mother of 3. Her clothing was ripped when she was discovered, and there were obvious signs of assault. Her blouse and pants had been pulled down to her ankles. She had been strangled, according to the coroner's report. Police created descriptions of 2 suspects based on witness statements, young men in their 20s who were probably related to one another. 4 days later, a rookie police officer in Winnemucca, Nevada, brought Mansfield and his brother Gary, age 23, in for interrogation. Despite lying about their identities and ages, they fit the suspect profiles in terms of their physical characteristics. The brothers were arrested at California's Humboldt County Jail. The Mansfield brothers were charged with murder in connection with the death of Renee Saling and were arraigned in a Watsonville court on December 16. They were known as the Bag Brothers by the media because they covered their heads with paper bags to shield possible witnesses' statements. On February 4, 1981, Justice John Marlowe ordered the Mansfields to stand trial for Renee's murder, despite their not guilty plea. The Hernando County Sheriff's Department in Florida secured a search warrant in mid-March 1981 in order to excavate the Mansfield family's Spring Hill, Florida property. After an informant claimed that a body had been buried on the property, this action was taken. After a protracted search and excavation, authorities finally discovered a real house of horrors. The first set of skeletal remains, which included a skull, was discovered in a shallow grave that was blanketed. These remains were sent for analysis right away. Dr. William Whitman, a pathologist, identified the bones as those of a female under 20 who had passed away approximately 5 years prior. Persuaded that the site contained more remains, metal detection specialists and other officers from nearby counties were called in to assist. Continued excavations over the next few weeks produced more upsetting findings. On March 24th, investigators found a small sack of human bones beneath the fireplace, after initially finding the bones of cows and chickens. Inspired by this discovery, researchers dug deeper and discovered more skeletons, all of them young women. 4 victims' remains were discovered interred on the Mansfield property in Florida. Elaine Louise Ziegler, a 15-year-old adolescent girl who vanished on New Year's Eve of 1975, was identified as the first body discovered at the property based on the skull, skeletal features, and a missing tooth. Elaine was on vacation with her mother and stepfather when she vanished from a KOA campground near Brooksville, Florida. Elaine is originally from Parkman. Elaine's parents filed a missing persons report after she was last seen leaving for the camp showers and did not return the following day. Initially thinking Elaine was a fugitive, the local police department and volunteers set up search parties to comb the area. Some said they saw a girl who fit her description riding a motorcycle, and when questioned, she said she was going back to Others claimed to have witnessed a girl who fit her description talking to a man in his 20s close to the shower area before he got into his car, which was a light blue Ford with Florida license plates. Among the remains was a young girl's skull, which Dr. Michael Charney, a now retired professor of anthropology, sent to Colorado State University for reconstruction. Jane Doe, the victim's tentative name, was believed to be under 13 years old. Sadly, no conclusive matches were ever found, and her identity is still a mystery. It wasn't until July 2022 that the third body, a white woman between the ages of 22 and 30, was identified, thanks to a breakthrough in genetic genealogy. On May 16, 1980, Teresa Finningham, then 16 years old, was reported missing after she did not appear for a scheduled job interview in Tampa, Florida. Teresa, a Hillsborough Community College employee and native of Tampa, was last seen on April 27, 1980, in the Pam's Liquor Lounge parking lot with a man who was described as a biker. She had left her glasses and car keys at the bar. Forensic dentistry was later used to identify her decomposing body. The Mansfield family home in Spring Hill was searched again almost 40 years after the original excavation. In October 2020, Mansfield's brother Gary was arrested on drug charges, which led to the second search. More human remains were found to have been traced, presenting a somber image of a serial killer whose crimes had been ignored for years. The families of the victims have found some closure as a result of the excavation and identification efforts, but there are still many unanswered questions regarding the full scope of the Mansfield brothers' crimes. In order to avoid local publicity bias, Mansfield's trial for the murder of Renee Saling in California was rescheduled to the city of San Rafael after the skeletons were discovered in 1981. His prior criminal activity and serial killing spree garnered media attention during the trial. A mistrial resulted from the jury's inability to reach a unanimous verdict in spite of the evidence presented. Chip Harp, the assistant state attorney, asked for and received a 6-month delay. On February 8, 1982, the new trial was scheduled to begin. Mansfield was charged with the murder of the young women discovered buried on his family's property at this time by a Florida Hernando County court. At the time of this indictment, Mansfield was being detained at the Santa Cruz County Jail in California. Mansfield's brother Gary and a woman named Cindy consented to testify against him at the retrial. He was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. Initially claiming innocence, Mansfield entered a guilty plea to all 4 murders as part of a plea deal at the Hernando County trial for the Florida killings, earning him 4 life sentences. He acknowledged, "I am pleading guilty because I am guilty of the charges and have no other reason," in a prepared statement. Despite early setbacks, Mansfield was ultimately found guilty and given several life sentences, which guaranteed his incarceration and prevented additional harm. His brothers and other witnesses' participation was essential in obtaining these convictions, underscoring the significance of thorough legal and investigative procedures when handling repeat offenders. The horrific findings on Mansfield's property, in particular, served as a sobering reminder of the extent of his violent tendencies and the difficulties law enforcement had in apprehending him. New developments in forensic investigation have led to the recent discovery of yet another of Mansfield's victims after decades of incarceration. Following several interviews, Billy Mansfield Jr. admitted in September 2022 to kidnapping 18-year-old Carol Ann Barrett from her hotel room in Daytona Beach and killing her soon after. Her body was discovered in a ditch 44 years prior to this admission. How many more unidentified victims could Mansfield be connected to? It is hoped that by cooperating, police will be able to solve other unsolved cases. Mansfield, now 68, is already serving 4 concurrent life sentences in Florida for different murder cases, in addition to a life sentence for murder in California. The state attorney's office in the 4th Judicial Circuit chose not to press further charges against him because he was already in jail when he confessed to killing Carol Ann Barrett. After more than 40 years of uncertainty and sorrow, Mansfield's confession offers the Barrett family some measure of closure. The case's reopening and the confession that followed demonstrate how law enforcement will continue to pursue justice, even as memories fade and time goes on. Because of the investigators' unwavering efforts to solve her murder, Carol Ann Barrett's story, which was marked by both her tragic end and her heroic final act, now has a conclusion. The events of that fateful night still leave us wondering what really happened as we reach the end of this incredible tale. What do you think of Carol's courage in offering to accompany Mansfield instead of her friend? Do you think there are more bodies buried elsewhere in Mansfield? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video shows 47-year-old Fiona Beale, a primary school teacher at Eastfield Academy in Northampton, dancing sloppily in front of the pupils. Every one of her pupils enjoyed having her as their instructor. She was a committed educator who wished to make the most of her students' school time. Nobody in this video has yet to comprehend that Fiona's tale will be featured on newspaper front pages in a few months. We will thus talk about the events that took place in England in 2021 today. The details of Fiona Beale's early years are scarce. She was a lovely and amiable woman who liked her work and her students, according to many who knew her. She lived in Northampton, which is roughly 60 miles northwest of London, with her partner Nicholas Billingham, 42. According to the 2021 census, the total population of the urban area is close to 250,000, making it one of the biggest towns in England. Moore Street was the residence of Nick and Fiona, and it was on this peaceful street that the events of today took place. They spent 17 years together. Naturally, Fiona and Nick experienced highs and lows like any other couple. Here's what I know about Fiona and Nick's connection, though many facts will likely be revealed later as this case was concluded approximately 2 weeks ago. According to Leslie Oldham, who knew the couple well, I thought she was really nice. Leslie remembered that although they weren't holding hands or smitten, they appeared content enough. She was quite courteous and talkative when Nick invited her around for tea. You never knew how long a relationship would continue with Nick, because he was always a little of a ladies' man and liked being pampered by women. When Nick and Fiona became infected with a virus that was then circulating the globe in November 2021, their love ended. After testing positive for the virus, Fiona and Nick had to separate themselves, she told her loved ones on November 1, 2021. All they needed to do was complete an online application and spend 10 days at home. But she texted her sister the very following day to let her know that Nick had broken up with her and gone out with someone else. It's crucial to remember that it happened in early November 2021. Nicholas Billingham remained in contact with his friends and family after splitting from Fiona Beale. He sent his mother a text message claiming that he had fled with Faye. He claimed to be content and to have a wonderful new life. After 10 days at home, Fiona went back to work after her recuperation. When she returned to work, co-workers who had learned about the breakup gave her a lot of encouraging comments. But many saw that she was affected by the separation with Nick. Nearly 4 months after splitting with Nick, at the end of February 2022, her mental health started to decline. She could no longer live in a home that made her think of Nick all the time. She thus relocated to Cumbria, which is roughly 200 miles away from Northampton. Her family members were alarmed by the text she sent them on March 15, 2022. Her relatives phoned the police because they were so concerned. Police discovered Beale gravely hurt in a bath at a Lake District property she was renting while doing a welfare check. Constable Josh Parkin spoke in court about how he first thought she was dead and how ominous music was coming from her cell phone. According to Parkin, "I saw a female laying in the bath, completely naked. It looked like bodily fluids in the bath, leading me to believe the individual was deceased. What I would describe as sinister acoustic music was playing from a mobile phone that was next to her. I immediately requested an ambulance to attend our location. I suggested that we tried to get her out of the bath to perform CPR. She then roused and became somewhat conscious. I pulled quite violently on her ear to try and get a pain response. She moaned and went to turn over in the bath. We sat her up, and that's when she started to become emotional. I discovered a blue notebook that was leather-bound and had a logo of some kind on the front. The fact that the paper and the parting note were identical at the time held significance for me. It was evident from a cursory glance at the notebook that it contained information about her mental health at the time. I remembered that the last page of the book mentioned both vomiting and defecating. At the time, I believed it to be essentially a continuation of the farewell note. Fiona left a second message for the home's owner along with her bank card. The message read, "This is my PIN, don't go into the bathroom." Fiona was taken to the hospital by ambulance, and as the doctors treated her, the cops took a closer look at her notebook. They discovered something evil there. Constable Lawson rejected the notes as ramblings, even though they seemed to describe Beale killing someone. He also stated that he did not think anyone had been killed at that point. The notes seemed to be ramblings, he claimed. In a statement, Constable Roy Williams, a colleague, stated that he too thought the notes were ramblings, but that there were some extremely unsettling elements. I believe these comments to be a delusional fantasy, as Beale appeared to be having a mental health episode. Because of the book's substance, we were unable to overlook the statement. She said her long-term partner was not a very nice man, and that she had killed him. Fiona wrote in her notebook, "Everything changed last year. You be sweet to them, especially your wife. My husband wasn't sweet to me. I suppose I ought to explain what happened to get me to this point. My mental health had been deteriorating. Whenever he was cheating, he would up the ante on belittling, moaning, and criticizing. I have to confess. Okay, here goes. October 2021, he spat on me and threatened me during intimate contact. I thought about leaving, but the things he said and did fueled my dark side. I call her Tulip 22. She's reckless, fearless, and efficient. Ruthless. I started plotting as Tulip 22 after he'd gone to bed. I could no longer sleep in the bed due to my breathing being too loud, or I moved too much, or I was snoring. Another notebook entry mentioned that Nick had been nasty and mean for 17 years, and that she decided she couldn't let him get away with it because of his disgusting behavior on Halloween. Another entry stated, "That night I planned pandemic rules, meant I had a guaranteed 10-day isolation period from positive symptoms. I called the school administration on Monday and said we'd tested positive and had symptoms. He went to work. Tulip 22 smoked and planned. I'd planned it mentally so many times before. I had a bath. I left the water in. I encouraged the bath with the incentive of intimate contact. Afterwards, while he was in the bath, I kept the knife in my dressing gown pocket and then hid it in the drawer next to the bed. I brought a chisel, bin bag, and cable ties up too. She made him put on an eye mask before stabbing him, according to the note. The notes that followed read, "Still, my actions haunt me. I sometimes have to catch myself and remember what I did and then remember my cover story." Neither seemed convincing. I got him to wear an eye mask. It was harder than I thought it would be. Hiding a body was bad. Moving a body is much more difficult than it looks on TV. I am sorry I didn't leave him. I am sorry I let him rip my self-esteem and self-worth apart. I am sorry. I am weak. I am sorry for what I did. Yes, I am alive currently, but it's more like a waiting room. People will blame my mental health. I could have fixed myself. Do I regret what I did? Of course I do. I'm not a monster. It had been building up for so long. The funny thing is that he was such an unlikable person, I only had to send a few texts. No one seemed bothered. I don't think anyone would have looked for him. Beale had written in her journal that Billingham why she stabbed him. Recall that Nicholas Billingham vanished on November 1, 2021, and he only used text messages to communicate with his loved ones after that. The police visited Fiona Beale's residence on Moore Street, where she and Nick resided, the day after they finished reading her notebook. In their hasty inspection, they found nothing out of the ordinary, but when they came back the following day, they discovered a few things, such as a mattress in the cellar that was noticeably covered in blood when it was moved. More evidence was discovered when the police returned to Moore Street on March 19. A body was discovered buried in the backyard by forensic investigators and specialized search teams, which included a cadaver dog. Buried beneath bark, chippings, soil, wooden sheeting, concrete building blocks, bricks and planks, plastic bags, rubble, mortar, polystyrene, laminate flooring, and pieces of fabric and vinyl recovered from a constructed structure concealing the body, Billingham's remains were discovered wrapped in carpet. The eyes were covered with a sleep mask. On the inside, the words, "This is my morning after face," were printed. According to the police spokesperson, he was not given any dignity or opportunity to die because of the way he was wrapped in cables, hose pipes, plastic bags, and construction debris. It displays complete disdain. One day after the body was found, a post-mortem was performed. It has been determined that he was killed by a single stab wound to the right side of his neck, which cut the esophagus and trachea and crossed the right jugular vein. Moderate force would have been needed for this. It is impossible to rule out severe force. Fiona Beale was taken into custody by the authorities on March 22, 2022, and accused with killing Nicholas Billingham. When Nick's family learned of his passing, they were crushed. Fiona's use of Nick's phone to text them and his buddies startled them. One of these texts was shown to reporters by Nick's mother, Yvonne Valentine. "Nick has been taken from us far too early and will always be in our hearts," said Nick's family in a statement. "We've been overwhelmed with offers of kind support and words of comfort from so many beautiful people, and know that he will be sadly missed by all his friends, family, and loved ones. Our heart aches for Nick. He was a gorgeous little boy, and we have so many cherished memories of him growing up, and we're so proud of the man he became." Fiona Beale's co-workers and her students' parents were shocked to hear that the adored teacher had a darker side. "We are particularly mindful of the impact this news will have on the children, and we'll be doing everything we can to support both pupils and staff as we work through this difficult time together. This is an appalling tragedy that will shake our school community to its roots, and it's at times like this that we must rally around each other, support each other, and be kind to each other." The administration of the school where Fiona worked issued a statement saying, "We were shocked and saddened to hear that one of our teaching staff has been charged with a very serious offense and is now remanded in custody." Nick passed away on November 20, 2021, after the police began their investigation. In the days that followed, Fiona made every effort to conceal any evidence of the crime she had orchestrated. Fiona understood that by informing everyone that she had the virus, she would have 10 days to avoid being bothered. She allegedly falsified the test results in order to complete an online application form. Fiona never took the test, according to the evidence. She claimed to be suffering from the crippling effects of the virus following the murder, yet her conduct during those 10 days were incongruous with those symptoms. Using her deceased partner's and subsequently her own Amazon account, she purchased a number of cleaning supplies, including for Venetian blinds, a new mop and bucket, ultra-heavy-duty bin bags, a new mattress, bedding, clothes, wall art, and mirrors. The cleanup began as early as 1:07 a.m. on November 2. She added 3 rolls of duct tape to a Tesco order that included many cleaning supplies. Later that same day, she bought a stainless steel digging shovel, heavy-duty long gardening gloves, a galvanized incineration bin, garden leaves, and a wood burner at 2:19 p.m. She eventually purchased other items to dispose of the body, as well as numerous items for her personal comfort and delight, including apparel, scented candles, shampoos, chocolates, and soft furnishings. Fiona went shopping nearly 2 weeks after killing Nick. On November 13, she was seen purchasing a variety of goods from supermarket cameras, including building supplies that she would later use to construct a cemetery. The cops revealed the CCTV footage. As I mentioned before, Fiona spent several months texting Nick's friends and family in an attempt to pass for him. She also extended an invitation for Nick's mother to come see her. On December 23, 2021, as her son was buried in the backyard, Ms. Valentine recounted how Beale invited her to her house for a Christmas drink. "You moved the furniture to obscure views to the garden. Why? To stop anyone seeing where you had buried my son. You sat in your front room with me, having a casual chat with me, having a Christmas drink with me, and the whole time you knew that you had killed my son and buried him only feet from where I was sat." Ms. Valentine said in her victim impact statement that Beale continued to go about her personal life and work as usual, showing no signs of depression or trauma. There was evidence to the contrary. She was enjoying what she referred to as a new life in one of her erased files, after killing a partner she no longer liked and likely suspected of having an affair. Fiona Beale first protested her culpability during the trial, but she eventually acknowledged that she killed Nick, saying it was an involuntary crime. The prosecutor, however, thought otherwise. He said during the trial that during their 17-year romance, Nicholas Billingham had cheated on Beale with other women. Despite leaving the defendant a few times, Nicholas Billingham always came back to her, and she welcomed him. He stated, "One of the women he slept with became pregnant and gave birth to his child. Instead of leaving him, she worked out a plan on how and when to kill him, where to conceal his body, how to cover up and explain his disappearance to others, and to explain her own absence from work when she killed him." However, defense lawyer Andrew Wheeler informed the jury in a brief statement read following the prosecution's opening argument that Beale had suffered from mental health issues for years prior to the murder, as a result of Mr. Billingham's coercive actions. Beale's attorney, Wheeler, continued, "We submit that in fact this case is not as straightforward as the prosecution suggests. Miss Beale is 49 years of age. She is a lady of good character, a partner to Nicholas Billingham for some 17 years, a hard-working and thoroughly liked schoolteacher. In essence, a lady about whom you will hear many good things as you listen to the evidence." Wheeler next asked the jury, "How does that person go on to kill? There is no dispute in this case that she unlawfully killed Nicholas Billingham. What this case is really about is her state of mind. You will hear that she has, over the years, struggled with her mental health. As you will hear, the defense lawyer described Nicholas Billingham as psychologically controlling and wearing her down over time. She was worn down till she was practically broken over the years. We surrender to you." Many of the specifics of the actual act itself are difficult for Fiona Beale to remember. The teacher continued to work as usual, even traveling to London with the class, according to the court. However, Beale started messaging the head teacher frequently to claim she was sick a few weeks after her capital visit. When the worried head teacher called Beale's mother after receiving the texts in March, she disclosed that Beale had informed her that she was leaving on a school residential trip. After that, the head teacher reported her missing to the police. She was located by Cumbrian police at a rental address close to Kendal. But Beale informed the officer that she didn't want her family to know her precise whereabouts and that all she needed was some peaceful time. Fiona Beale eventually modified her initial statement and completely accepted her guilt, but not before Beale sent a message to her family saying, "I'm so sorry, I love you all very much." The officer then sent the message to Beale's mother, and 3 days later, they went to the lodge. She then described her personal and professional life to the jury at Northampton Crown Court, claiming that Billingham had made cleaning a major point of contention between them and had thrown a dinner plate against a wall twice. Beale said that she was administered antidepressants while attending college. She claimed that when they first started dating, Billingham, who was working as a builder with his stepfather, was incredibly kind and considerate. Little by little, Billingham had changed. "I remember when we were in a flat," Beale said in the opening statement to the court. "I had left a cloth with cleaner on it, and it stained a worktop. It didn't seem really serious, but then cleaning became a huge issue throughout the years, and rather than laughing things off, I would get told off." Beale also mentioned that everything had to be exactly how her partner wanted it during mealtimes. Beale said, "I couldn't tell you when it started. It just got worse, and it lasted till the end. Items placed in cupboards had to be placed facing outwards. While there were a couple of occasions when he threw a plate of dinner at the wall, I lost a lot of confidence. It started with joking that I wasn't doing something, and then it just crept into being nasty about it." She also revealed that prior to killing Nick, she had threatened to kill him so that he couldn't do to another woman what he did to her. Nick's mother, Yvonne, spoke after the guilty plea, saying it was painful to know that her son's killer offered her a drink as he was buried a few feet away. "How you could hate someone that much to do what she did. I can't believe it," and apparently, his last word was "why" when she stabbed him in the neck. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Donna Ellen Brown was born November 10, 1963, in Florida. Donna was the eldest of 3 girls. She was attractive, intelligent, and successful in her job as an operating room technician. She met nuclear engineer Mark Winger, and the two married in a traditional Jewish ceremony in 1989. Donna and Mark appear to be the perfect couple. They were successful and had a nice house in a nice neighborhood. However, not every story ends perfectly from the start. On Tuesday, August 29, 1995, at 4:27 p.m., Mark Winger called 911 to report that a man was harming his wife, Mark, who lived in Springfield, Illinois. His 31-year-old wife, Donna Winger, called the dispatcher to report that he had shot the man. When the cops arrived, Donna was in critical condition after being hit in the head with a hammer 7 times. A 27-year-old man named Roger Harrington was found beside Donna in critical condition, having sustained 2 gunshot wounds to the head. Both victims were immediately transported to the hospital, where Roger died shortly after arrival and Darla died a few minutes later without regaining consciousness. The police secured the residence and discovered no evidence of forced entry. Mark, visibly distressed, told the police that he shot the man after witnessing the attack on his wife. Mark described how he was in the basement on the treadmill when he heard noises upstairs, prompting him to investigate. He found their adopted baby Bailey on the bed in the master bedroom, but no sign of Donna. When Mark heard more noises downstairs, he grabbed his handgun from the bedroom nightstand and headed for the dining room. Mark saw a man in the hallway wielding a hammer and assaulting Donna. Mark shot the man, and as he attempted to rise, he fired a second shot. The police discovered the bloodied hammer used in the assault, which belonged to both Donna and Mark. The house also contained a .45 caliber semi-automatic handgun, which Mark confirmed was the weapon used. When Mark asked about the identity of the man who had attacked his wife, the police confirmed that it was Roger. Mark then said, "That's the man who has been harassing my wife this week." According to Mark, Donna had traveled to Florida to visit her parents 6 days before. Her mother dropped her off at the airport, and a driver named Roger, hired through a limousine company in St. Louis, Missouri, drove her back to Springfield. According to Mark, Donna, Roger was excessively talking and flirtatious during the 2-hour drive, expressing a preference for older women and inviting them to intimate parties. The conversation took a dark turn when he revealed hearing a disturbing voice named Dom instructing him to harm others. Mark called the cops, saying the guy scared her. She stated that he was extremely frightening. He threatened to kill people, set car bombs, and mutilate them. Dawn has returned to Springfield. She informed her family about the unsettling encounter, expressing fear and discomfort as a result of the disturbing conversation and erratic driving. Mark told the police that, despite safely returning home, the situation persisted. Donna received several strange phone calls, and based on the timing, she suspected Roger was the caller. The police found a note in the house that described Donna's unsettling car ride. Mark also told the police that he reported the incident to Roger's employer, which resulted in Roger's suspension, which Mark believed could have exacerbated the situation. The police discovered Roger's car parked outside the Winger house, facing the wrong direction. They discovered various weapons inside, including a knife and a tire iron. Authorities concluded that Mark acted in self-defense, and they chose not to press charges due to the traumatic circumstances. The case was closed with an acknowledgement that Mark had already experienced significant distress. Mark appeared deeply affected by the events. Mark and Donna had moved to Springfield shortly after their wedding, where they discovered happiness. Donna worked as an operating room technician at Memorial Medical Center, and Mark was an engineer with the Illinois Department of Nuclear Safety. Despite facing challenges, such as Donna's initial distress at learning she couldn't conceive, their lives took a positive turn when a doctor informed them of a teenager willing to place her baby for adoption. On June 1, 1995, Donna and Mark happily welcomed Bailey, their adopted daughter. Following Donna's tragic death, Bailey, now responsible for the infant, chose to remain in the same house. To help with childcare, he hired a nanny, Rebecca Simic. Rebecca unexpectedly became pregnant a few months into her job and gave birth to a daughter named Anna. Mark and Rebecca married just over a year after Donna died. Mark decided to sell the house and sever ties with Donna's family. The new family, Mark, Rebecca, Bailey, and Anna, relocated to a different town. They gradually expanded their family by adding 2 more children, Maggie and Ben. Donna's close friend Donna Schultz told the police in 1999 that she had an affair with Mark while Donna was still alive, and that Mark made troubling statements that she remembered. Donna Mark believes it would be easier for us to be together if Dawn had just died. All you'd have to do is enter and find the body. Donna also provided disturbing information that raised concerns with the authorities. When Mark learned about Donna's unsettling experience during the car ride back to Springfield, he allegedly told her that he needed the driver in his home. This revelation prompted the police to reopen Donna's case. However, they were disappointed to find that some evidence had gone missing. Mark filed a civil lawsuit against BART Transportation, seeking accountability for Diana's death as a result of Roger's actions. Roger's attorney requested access to the civil suit's evidence and files because he worked for BART Transportation at the time Diana died. Despite this, the police were able to save some files and access photos taken on the day of the incident. Donna and Roger are shown on the ground before being transported to the hospital. However, the positions of the bodies appeared to contradict Mark's earlier account, given to the police years ago. Mark told the police that he saw Roger kneeling beside Donna's head, assaulting her with a hammer, which prompted him to open fire. Mark claimed Roger fell backward, and in an attempt to get up, Mark shot him again. According to Mark's description, Roger's feet should have been near Donna's head, facing the opposite direction. However, after reviewing the photos taken by the police upon their arrival, it appeared that Roger and Donna were both on the ground, facing the same direction. This inconsistency prompted the police, for the first time, to suspect Mark of being involved in his wife's murder. The question of why Roger was at their house that day remained unanswered. Simultaneously, during the civil suit involving Mark, a possible explanation emerged. BART Transportation hired a blood spatter expert who concluded that the blood spatter patterns indicated Mark's involvement in the deaths of Donna and Roger. As the police dug deeper into the case, they discovered more incriminating evidence. Susan Collins, Roger's roommate, informed law enforcement that she overheard Roger arranging a meeting with someone on the day he was killed. Furthermore, a note written on a bank deposit slip inside Roger's car was discovered, which contained Mark's name, address, and a time. Susan informed the police that Roger had mentioned agreeing to meet with Mark to resolve issues raised by Mark's complaints about Roger's driving and the concerning conversation he had with Donna. Roger left the house around 3:30 p.m. and the note indicated a meeting time of 4:30 p.m., which corresponded to the prosecution's belief that Mark had asked him to come to the house at that time. On August 23, 2001, Mark was arrested and charged with 2 counts of murder. The prosecution claimed that Mark was responsible for Donna and Roger's deaths. They claimed that Mark wanted to remove Donna from his life, but did not want to risk losing custody of their adopted daughter Bailey, so he avoided divorce. Mark allegedly saw an opportunity when he learned about Donna's problems with Roger, seeing it as an ideal opportunity to eliminate Donna and frame an innocent man. The prosecution proposed that Mark contact Roger, whom he had never met before that day, and invite him to the house. When Roger arrived, Mark allegedly led him inside and fatally shot him. This narrative was supported by the fact that there was no forced entry at the residence. The prosecution also claimed that Donna, who was in the master bedroom with Bailey when she heard the gunshot, went downstairs and was beaten to death with a hammer by Mark before dialing 911. The prosecution used a note found in Roger's car, which contained Mark's name and address, to prove that Mark had lured Roger to the house. The jury discovered that despite having weapons in his car, Roger did not bring them into the house and instead used Donna's hammer to attack. This raised questions about Roger's intentions, assuming he had gone there with the intent of assaulting Donna. The court was also made aware of inconsistencies between the location Mark claimed Roger was in when he shot him and photos taken on the same day, which contradicted Mark's account. Dean's testimony was crucial in shedding light on Mark's alleged statements, expressing a desire for Donna's death. The court learned that on August 25, 1995, 4 days before the murders, Mark inquired with his coworker Candace Bolden about the fate of his adopted daughter if Donna died. Later that day, Mark complained to Ray Duffy, the president of the transportation company where Roger worked, about Donna's ride. Mark called back a few days later, asking for the driver's full name and expressing a desire to speak with him directly about the situation. During the trial, the court was informed of Donna and Roger's severe injuries. When the cops arrived at the house, Donna was found face down on the floor, with Roger on his back. Donna died from brain trauma caused by multiple blunt force injuries to the head, consistent with hammer strikes. Roger died from brain trauma caused by gunshot wounds to the top left side of his head and above his left eyebrow, as well as contusions on his chest from hammer strikes. The defense argued that Roger's erratic decisions that day, such as his weapon choice and unusual parking, demonstrated mental instability. His behavior during the car ride with Donna supported the claim they made. Concerning the position of the bodies in the photos, the defense argued that while Donna and Roger were critical when paramedics arrived, they were not dead and they may have moved in an attempt to save their lives. However, the paramedics denied moving them before the photographs were taken, and Mark did not testify at the trial. Regarding Deanne's testimony, the defense claimed she was motivated by personal feelings of rejection. While Mark admitted to having an affair with Donna, he married the nanny he hired shortly after Donna died. The defense claimed Donna harbored resentment for not being chosen by Mark to marry. Despite the defense's arguments, the jury convicted Mark of 2 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced him to life without the possibility of parole. While still serving time for his first-degree murder convictions, Mark became involved in a failed murder, for-hire plot, in 2005. He allegedly attempted to orchestrate attacks on Deanne for testifying against him, as well as on Jeffrey Gilman, a childhood friend, for failing to post his $1 million bail. Investigators discovered 19 handwritten pages that detailed Mark's desires for Donna. He allegedly wanted her kidnapped and forced to write a statement recounting her testimony, claiming Mark's innocence before plotting her death. Mark claimed in court that these notes were simply a fantasy he never intended to carry out. Despite Mark's assertion, he was found guilty of soliciting murder and sentenced to an additional 35 years in prison. Donna's mother, Sarah Jane, and stepfather, Ira Drescher, responded strongly to the evidence against Mark, emphasizing the brutality of Donna's murder. What makes it difficult to understand is how he murdered Donna in such a vicious and violent manner. Throughout the legal proceedings, Mark has maintained his innocence. Donna, who testified against him, was granted immunity and received no charges as a result. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On a Sunday afternoon in 2000, a tragic event occurred in a peaceful seaside community. A distress call to 911 signaled the start of a story that would captivate a community. A woman's lifeless body was discovered in her cottage, sparking a chain of events that led to a homicide investigation that revealed the truth. Krista Worthington was born on December 23, 1956, in Boston, Massachusetts, to parents Christopher and Gloria. She began her academic journey at Vassar College in Poughkeepsie, New York. Krista was a well-known fashion writer before beginning her writing career, having contributed to publications such as Women's Wear Daily, Harper's Bazaar, Vogue, and the New York Times. Her expertise included co-authoring several fashion books on clothing, scarves, and accessories. Her work took her to New York City, Paris, and London, where she became a respected figure in the fashion world. Krista relocated to Truro, Massachusetts, in 1997, where her well-known New England family owned multiple properties. This marked a shift from the hectic New York lifestyle to a more peaceful and tranquil environment. In addition to her successful career, Krista was a single mother to her daughter, Eva Worthington. On that fateful Sunday, January 6, 2002, a tragic incident occurred in Truro, Massachusetts, when Tim Arnold made a distressing 911 call from his former girlfriend, Krista Worthington's home. He instructed the operator to send someone to 50 Depot Road. "It's Krista Worthington. I'm not sure what happened to her. I believe she fell down or something. I'm certain she's dead." Tim said he went to the Christmas cottage at 4:30 p.m. on that Sunday to return a borrowed flashlight. Tim lived nearby. When he entered the cottage, he made a terrifying discovery. Krista was lying on the hallway floor just off the kitchen with Ava beside her. Tim informed the police that he believed Krista had fallen or been in an accident. Police arrived at the scene and discovered Christina's lifeless body. However, it became clear that her death was not an accident. Krista was discovered naked from the waist down, her legs spread apart, and her body covered in blood, particularly around her torso. Her face was covered in bruises, and she had been stabbed once in the left lung. Investigators searched the cottage and discovered a disturbing scene. The back door from the driveway into the kitchen was open, and signs of forced entry were visible. With damage to the door and deadbolt, there appeared to be a struggle outside the cottage. Krista's car was parked in the driveway. Between the car and the cottage, police discovered several items, including glasses, a barrette, keys, and socks. Drag marks in the dirt on the driveway indicated that Krista had been attacked outside her cottage and then dragged inside. The police discovered Ava's small bloody handprints all over the cottage. Her bloody handprints were discovered on a Disney videotape, and it appeared that Ava had attempted to insert them into the VCR. Her bloody handprints were also on her sippy cup and a box of Cheerios. How long had Eva spent in the cottage with Crystal's body? At that point, the cops had no clue. Krista's body was transported to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy. Traces of dried blood were discovered under her fingernails, as well as small pieces of grass in her hair and pubic area. These findings support the police's belief that the attack took place outside the cottage. The investigation evolved into a homicide case, Truro's first murder in 30 years. Tests revealed the presence of male biological material in Krista's genital area, leading the police to believe she had been raped, with the assumption that the same person who raped her was also her murderer. The focus shifted to finding a DNA match. Establishing a timeline, the police determined that Krista called her babysitter at 8 p.m. on Friday, January 5, because she had a hair appointment scheduled for noon on Saturday, January 5, but did not show up and did not show up, and did not show up and did not provide notice of her absence. This led police to believe that the crime took place between 8 p.m. on Friday and noon on Saturday. The presence of undeliverable newspapers at the bottom of her driveway provided additional support for this time frame. As part of their thorough investigation, the police interviewed people who knew Krista or had been to her home. Investigators approached Tim because he had discovered her. There were also rumors that, despite the end of their relationship, Tim may have desired a more permanent connection. When the police arrived at the cottage, they found Tim's biological material on a blanket covering Krista. Despite his denial of any involvement, the police eventually ruled him out as a suspect. Given Tim's previous romantic relationship with Krista and his time at her cottage, the discovery of his biological material on the blanket was not surprising. Furthermore, forensic analysis revealed that Tim's biological material did not correspond to the biological material discovered on Crystal's body. The investigation into Krista Worthington's murder took a significant turn as police looked into possible connections with people close to her. Tony Jackett, Ava's father, was married and had an extramarital relationship with Krista. When Krista discovered she was pregnant, She urged Tony to tell his wife, Susan. Eventually, Tony told Susan about Ava and the affair. Krista did not insist that Tony leave Susan, but she did ask for his assistance in supporting Ava. They made arrangements for child support, and Tony set aside time to spend with Ava. His wife was very forgiving, and she forgives him and even accepts Ava into her life. Tony and Susan both cooperated with the police, with Tony claiming that he had no intention of harming Krista. Susan confirmed Tony's alibi, stating that he was with her at the time of Crystal's murder. A year after the crime lab performed DNA tests as part of the investigation. Surprisingly, Krista's DNA did not match that of Tim Tony or any of the other individuals previously tested. The case appeared to hit a stumbling block, leaving the possibility that Krista's murderer would escape justice. However, the police persisted, and 3 years after the murder, they took a daring step by requesting voluntary DNA samples from nearly everyone in the neighborhood. This meticulous effort paid off, leading to a breakthrough in the case. The DNA analysis revealed a match. Christopher Chris McCohen, his DNA was discovered in Krista's home and on her genitals during the investigation. Chris worked for a disposal company, and the police discovered that he picked up trash outside the Christmas cottage every Thursday. During the police interview, Chris claimed that he had no acquaintance with Krista. He claimed that they had never had a conversation. However, he mentioned making friendly gestures such as waving while collecting trash. However, as the police investigated further, inconsistencies in Chris's statements became apparent. Despite his initial denial of any interaction with Krista, police discovered his DNA on her body. Faced with this evidence, Chris changed his story, admitting it could have been me, pressed to reveal the truth. Chris started recounting his version of events. According to his revised account, he was heavily intoxicated on Friday night, January, while drinking in the juice bar parking lot with a friend named Jeremy Fraser. Chris claimed to be drunk at the time. He claimed that Jeremy then drove him to the dentist to see the mother of his child, where he stayed for about 40 to 60 minutes before returning to the juice bar. Under continued questioning, Chris eventually admitted to having consensual intimacy with Krista on the night of January. When questioned by the police about how he got to the Christmas cottage, Chris stated that Jeremy drove him there and accompanied him inside. Chris told the police that he and Krista had sexual intercourse in the hallway near the kitchen, where her body was later discovered. He also mentioned the possibility of having sexual relations in the living room at some point. Chris said everything was fine afterward, and he even gave Krista his phone number. However, the situation escalated when Krista became enraged when she saw Jeremy rummaging through her belongings and began screaming at them as they attempted to flee. Chris gave varying accounts of what happened after leaving the cottage with the police. Chris originally claimed that after leaving the cottage, Krista followed them outside and confronted Jeremy in the driveway. Jeremy allegedly responded by punching her repeatedly. When Krista fled into the cottage, Jeremy pursued her and continued the assault with repeated punches. Chris claimed to have been in Jeremy's car at the time of the attack. When Jeremy returned to the car, Chris claimed he told him that Krista was calling the police from inside her cottage. According to Chris, Jeremy then rushed back to the cottage and kicked in the front door. Chris told the police that Jeremy spent about 10 minutes inside, while Chris remained in the car, completely unaware of what was going on. However, when the police expressed doubts, Chris changed his story. He acknowledged that he was not in Jeremy's car during the initial assault. Instead, he actively participated in the altercation. Chris admitted to punching Krista in the face and chest, which caused her to lose consciousness. As she fell, her head struck the gravel driveway with such force that Chris recalls the sound vividly. Despite this, Chris admitted that the brutality did not end there. He told the police that they continued the assault, claiming that we put the boots on her. Later, Chris and Jeremy dragged Krista back into the cottage. Chris, on the other hand, admitted to beating Krista and engaging in sexual activity with her, but he denied killing her. He blamed Jeremy for the fatal act, claiming that he stabbed Krista in the chest with a knife from her own kitchen. When asked about Jeremy's potential contradiction, Chris admitted that if Jeremy could provide an alibi, it would be entirely on me. However, Jeremy told police a different story. He confirmed that he met Chris at the juice bar on Friday night and drove him to Dennis. According to Jeremy, he returned to the juice bar and attended a house party in East Ham with a friend who confirmed his account. Jeremy claimed that Chris was also at the party, but he arrived separately in a different vehicle. He said he stayed at a friend's house that night, and his friend confirmed it. Furthermore, Jeremy's DNA was not found on the Christmas body, so the police leaned toward believing Jeremy's version of events. Chris faced several serious charges, including first-degree murder, aggravated rape, and aggravated burglary. Chris, according to the prosecution, raped, brutally attacked, and stabbed Krista on his own. The court was presented with compelling evidence, including DNA analysis that proved Chris's sexual relationship with Krista. The prosecution emphasized Chris's statements to the police as crucial to their case. According to the prosecution, Chris had been drinking heavily with friends on the Friday night in question, and at some point during the night, he allegedly went to Krista Cottage at 1 because he wanted to have sexual intercourse. The prosecution claimed Chris and Krista were not in a relationship and had never been together before. They claimed that Chris, knowing Krista lived in the cottage with her 2-year-old daughter, went to her house and raped, assaulted, and inflicted a throat wound, resulting in death. The medical examiner testified that Chris's death was caused by a stab wound to the chest. The medical examiner also informed the jury that Krista had contusions in her nose and chest, as well as abrasions on her face, hands, arms, and legs. She also suffered internal hemorrhaging in her skull, which is consistent with a blunt impact. These details provided a bleak picture of a brutal assault. The defense argued that Chris was an innocent man, urging the jury to disregard any statements he made to police because of his low intelligence and vulnerability. Chris's attorneys contended that, due to his limited cognitive abilities, he did not understand the situation following his arrest. They emphasize his use of illegal substances, implying that this made him vulnerable to police manipulation. Chris's attorney, Bob George, emphasized his client's race, class, and intellectual limitations, portraying him as a prime target for law enforcement. Bob argued that the statement should be interpreted as a false confession, accusing the investigation of ignoring certain leads and failing to identify some footprints and palm prints. The defense contested the concept of rape, arguing that any sexual activity could have been consensual. Bob suggested that Chris and Krista may have had a consensual relationship, with the DNA evidence indicating only voluntary sexual contact during Chris' trash collection. Chris did not testify at the trial. The jury convicted Chris of first-degree murder, aggravated rape, and aggravated burglary. Before being sentenced, he addressed the court, expressing sympathy for the victim's family while maintaining his innocence. Despite his plea, Chris received 3 consecutive life sentences with no possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. David Edward Moust, in contrast to other serial killers, was viewed as an outlier, a lunatic, who didn't match the conventional description of a ruthless, malevolent, uncontrollable killer. Rather, he was someone who truly regretted his actions and wanted to be imprisoned for the rest of his life in order to protect others. He screamed for assistance, but nobody responded. What events in his life shaped who he is now? Let's examine the tale of a man who was disappointed by his parents' separation, a difficult childhood, and an ineffective legal system. The story is about a serial killer called Deranged Dave. George and Ava Moust welcomed David Edward Moust into the world on April 5, 1954, in Connellsville, Pennsylvania. The family had 3 other children in addition to David. The Moust family had a difficult life. Ava and George both experienced challenging upbringings. The parents were unable to provide a loving home for their own children because his father was placed for adoption when he was 12 years old. George tried to avoid his wife, who needed constant attention, was emotionally unstable, and self-centered, by being away from home a lot. Their mother had a nervous breakdown shortly after the birth of David's younger brother Jeffrey and spent a month in the hospital. She might have experienced postpartum depression, although at the time medicine didn't fully understand or support women with such conditions. David's parents divorced in 1963, when he was just 7 years old. David's father reportedly started the divorce because he had stopped providing for his ex-wife and the 4 kids for a year, leaving the woman to care for the family alone. Life at their parents' house was tough for all the kids, but David had it the worst, according to David's sister. Maybe because he looked so much like his father, their mother's hatred of her ex-husband was passed on to her son. Ava asserted that she was powerless over the boy. David allegedly attempted to kill his brother Jeffrey twice by the time he was 8 years old, once by pushing him into a lagoon and stepping on his fingers to prevent him from climbing out, and again by trying to burn Jeffrey's bed. Additionally, according to his mother, she frequently looked in her son's pockets to make sure he hadn't stolen anything. She said he would take her valuables and sell them, all allegedly before he was 9 years old. Ava said she no longer wanted to deal with a challenging, troublesome child when he turned 9. The 9-year-old child was admitted to a mental health facility after she went to the court and claimed she needed assistance because he was mentally ill. The doctors and staff, however, did not observe any of the behavior that Ava had described. Instead, they came to the conclusion that the mother had just left her son behind. It made the boy's already challenging life at home even more so. Numerous other patients, including those with aggressive criminal tendencies, developmental disorders, and schizophrenia, had to share common areas with him. David felt confused and angry. Given that both his mother and father had deserted him, he felt stuck and had nowhere to go. He waited by the window on visitation days, hoping to see his mother, but she never showed up. In an attempt to comfort him, the institution's staff offered explanations for his mother's absence, such as her illness or another reason. The boy eventually came to terms with his circumstances. He and the other kids just thought their parents were in need of a vacation. In part, the kids were correct, but in reality, they hadn't been abandoned, at least not in David's case. As terrible as it sounds, such institutions were used in those days to essentially leave a child there. Later, David remembered a boy who was sent to the mental institution by his parents, who treated it like a summer camp while they took their own vacations, and who spent many summers at the clinic. Their son miraculously recovered from his mental illness by the time they got back from their vacation. Doctors evaluated David's intelligence right away. He was always able to express himself clearly and showed remarkable skills remembering sports events with vividness. As a result, the medical staff quickly came to believe that David's mother, Ava, rather than her son, was mentally ill. In order to send David home, they waited for her to recover. But each time they attempted to arrange for the child to return home, his mother turned him away. The clinic staff was forced to formally recognize David's lack of mental abnormalities when he turned 13, but he had nowhere to go yet. As a result, he was moved to a children's home a few blocks from his family's residence. His realization that his relatives lived close by but didn't want to interact with him must have been extremely upsetting. But David ended up with other boys going through adolescence in a shelter. It was only natural for them to try out relationships with one another because they were unable to engage with people of the other sex. Another boy started clamoring for David's attention as soon as he arrived at the children's home. Being extremely persistent, he threatened to tell everyone about David's stay in the mental institution, effectively blackmailing him. Despite his resistance, David would later write in his diary that he gave in and kissed the young blackmailer, feeling instantly repulsed and angry at himself. David adapted to the shelter quite well aside from this incident. Even though David Most had a rough upbringing, spent time in the clinic, and lived in a shelter, his intelligence was innate and unaffected by these experiences. He maintained his focus and dazzled everyone with his extraordinary memory. Life appeared to be getting better until all of a sudden a sense of anger arose inside of him. By the time he was 15, David had attacked Eddie, another boy. While they were playing together, David began strangling Eddie for no apparent reason. When David noticed that Eddie was practically out of breath, he abruptly stopped. Eddie granted his request for forgiveness. Was this a genuine act of repentance? It's unclear because David might have tried to control himself, had nowhere else to go, and didn't want trouble. But because he wrote about it in his 87-page prison journal, we are aware of this incident. However, David's restraint was short-lived, as he soon tried to choke Daniel, another boy. David seized a rope and wrapped it around Daniel's neck while they were in a room together, just watching TV. When he realized Daniel hadn't done him any harm, he stopped once more. "Enough," I told myself. "Leave the rope," he wrote in the diary, and Daniel fell to the ground. He was analyzing his actions and persuading himself that they were wrong. It was as if I was trapped inside myself and someone else was trying to kill Daniel, and I couldn't stop. David started to believe that he had no control over his thoughts or behavior, which was undoubtedly frightening for a teenager whose life lacked a typical parental role model. David was sent back to the institution for the mentally ill after Daniel, who lived, reported the incident. By the time the teenager turned 17, life appeared to be getting better. He made the decision to go home after he and a few other guys fled the clinic. He was devastated to learn that Ava had married and that her unwanted son had no place in her house. Furthermore, she pretended that David had never existed and told everyone that he was a shame to the family. She persuaded him to enlist in the army in order to get rid of him. It's crucial to remember that it was 1971, during the height of the Vietnam War, but maybe it wasn't the worst choice for the boy, to provide him with a purpose in life, a place to live, and practical skills. He was sent to the recruiter by his mother. After being drafted into the army, David was dispatched to Frankfurt, Germany. He worked as a cook at a military installation that also housed civilians. James McLister, a 13-year-old who everyone called Jimmy, was one of them. On the base, his parents were engineers. It was at the Army bowling alley that David and Jimmy first met. David also found another talent. He was a great bowler who competed and made a respectable living doing it. After becoming friends, David and Jimmy spent time together until one night when David woke up in his bed with Jimmy, naked. He became furious. He recommended that Jimmy take a moped ride. The boy obviously viewed him as an older brother, trusted him wholeheartedly, and complied without hesitation. If only he understood David's thoughts. David tied Jimmy to a tree and beat him with a plank he found there after they drove a long way from the base to a location where a World War II bomb crater still existed. Jimmy's killer just untied the body and left it there when Jimmy stopped breathing. David went back to the base and acted as though nothing had occurred. They looked for the boy, of course, but he was only located a month later. Despite being in custody, David managed to persuade the judge that it was a tragic mishap. The boys allegedly damaged the moped, and Jimmy crashed out of it. David hid Jimmy's body because he was afraid and unsure of what to do. He was taken seriously. David was given a 3-year prison sentence because there was no proof of murder. It's interesting to note that David behaved flawlessly while incarcerated, received a diploma, wrote to his family once a week, and learned practical new skills. He was eligible to be considered for early release on parole because of his excellent behavior, but he turned down the offer. The young man was terrified of being free as he realized what he was capable of. He had ample opportunity to think about his actions while confined, and he came to the conclusion that he would undoubtedly murder someone else if he were freed. He was repulsed by such thoughts and feelings and hated himself for them. Because he had a conscience, his lawyer subsequently referred to him as one of the most remarkable serial killers. Even up until the point at which he committed another murder, he felt bad about killing people. Because of what he had done, he detested himself, but the desire to kill came back, and he gave in and killed once more. It's a really odd behavioral pattern. However, when he turned 23 in 1977, he was set free. He made friends with a teenage boy after relocating to Chicago 2 years later. Although it appeared that they were friended, David occasionally felt the urge to stab the boy while he was staying overnight. David gave in to this overwhelming desire after they had another drink, and the teenager dozed off on the couch. He nearly disemboweled him by stabbing him in the abdomen with a knife, but the teenager lived. David was found guilty of attempting to kill someone. He was found not guilty, despite lying on the witness stand. We don't know what he said to convince them. Maybe he was also a devilishly convincing person when needed. David had not been able to learn to control his desires by the time he was 27. He remembered the kiss at the orphanage when a boy came up to him, trying to figure out what was happening to him. He hypothesized that his bad behavior stemmed from this unpleasant, intimate experience. He therefore made the decision to track down and murder that boy, who was now a man. He thought he could stop his destructive impulses and desires by doing this. He therefore embarked on a quest to target this man with his anger. But he found out that the man was incarcerated when he got to the location where the boy had lived. Therefore, David wasn't the only person who got into trouble after leaving that orphanage. He was unable to control his urge to kill or vent his anger on his offender. Then he saw a 15-year-old boy named Donald Jones going by his car. He was utterly innocent and just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Under the pretense of a straightforward odd job, David persuaded the teenager to get into the car and drove him to a remote location with quarries. Like his last victim, he stabbed Donald multiple times in the abdomen. He later described in his diary how the boy repeatedly pleaded with him not to be killed, saying, "Don't kill me, I'm only 15 years old." Nevertheless, David was powerless to stop himself. Then, unable to leave the teenager alone, he led him to the section of the quarry that was flooded. The teen died. David left the town without waiting for the body to be found. He was aware that Galveston, Texas, was where his uncle resided. David was given a job in his construction company and was permitted to live with his uncle. Once more, David demonstrated that he was a great worker, but after he unintentionally damaged the company van, his uncle fired him. The situation worsened. He offered a 14-year-old boy alcohol and illegal drugs when he invited him to his hotel room, but instead he started beating him. He stopped abruptly, as though the regular David took over and realized he had committed this terrible deed. Embarrassed, he dropped the weapon and started crying. David was given a 5-year sentence and the boy lived. He once more believed that he would carry on killing if he were released from prison. He was extradited to Chicago in 1982 in connection with the murder of Donald Jones, after investigators began linking him to the Donald case. They kept him in a mental health facility for a long time because they didn't think he was competent to stand trial. But in 1994, after waiting for a trial for 10 years, David acknowledged his guilt. He received a 35-year sentence. He was the most dangerous inmate the Illinois Department of Corrections would have, according to a report written by the Cook County prosecutor. He was even called a criminal on par with John Wayne Gacy by the sheriff. However, David Moust's sentence was lowered by 12 years because he had to wait 12 years for a trial and extradition. His remaining sentence was also reduced by 2 years due to his excellent behavior while incarcerated. In a 6-page letter to the Illinois Department of Corrections, David expressed his desire to remain incarcerated and acknowledged that he was unable to control himself. Illinois had a law at the time that permitted a convicted sexual assault offender to voluntarily serve out the rest of their life in prison. When given this choice, David wrote back, "Bring the papers, I'll sign everything," but no one approached him. His attorney claims that the letter was never even read, and he was freed from detention in 1999. Following a subsequent release, David relocated to Oak Park, Illinois. A year later, he attacked his friend Anthony by striking him on the back of the head with a metal pipe, despite his hope that a new place to live would allow him to start over. It would seem reasonable to assume that the police would deal with him more severely this time, but since Anthony was a former gang member who didn't want to involve the police and wouldn't testify against David, no charges were even filed against him. After his parole expired in 2002, David made the decision to relocate once more, this time to Hammond, Indiana. He discovered a local job that frequently involved and was frequented by teenagers. Employers were already able to investigate the backgrounds of potential hires by that point. David was just permitted to work with young boys in spite of his history of abusing teenagers. He soon fell back into his old routine, going to public pools and other places where teenagers congregated. By assigning the boys what appeared to be easy tasks, he gave them chances to make money. No teen would turn down the opportunity to make some cash by performing an apparently simple task, but these tasks turned out to be sinister. This went on until the disappearance of James Rainey, 16, and Michael Dennis, 13. That summer, David had made friends with these boys at the public pool and invited them to his house. The boys disappeared on September 10, 2003, the last time they were spotted. Given Michael and James's disobedient behavior, the police initially thought they might have simply fled. Therefore, the disappearance of Nick James, 19, on May 2, 2003, garnered more attention than the disappearance of these two boys. Nick James's family had been putting pressure on the police for months, and he wasn't rebellious. Investigators looked into his background after discovering that he shared a store with David Moust. They asked him to take a polygraph test because they had no proof, and he passed. He said he hadn't seen them in a while, which was pretty much accurate, but they didn't inquire as to whether he had murdered the boys. Investigators chose to search David's home even though he passed the polygraph exam. In 2003, the K-9-wielding officer, Emo, was on the hunt for bodies. In order to search David Moust's basement, the police invited the dog and its handler. The dog started barking at the basement's far wall when the officer gave Emo the order, The handler told investigators that although the dog had been trained to pretend to dig, this behavior was strange because the dog was acting against its training. However, there had to be a reason why the dog wouldn't leave that specific location, so it was necessary to break through the concrete and investigate what was behind it. They were asked to go back to the same house a week later. Nothing was discovered when officers dug a deep hole in the floor. They went around and drilled a longer hole, but they were unsuccessful, so they gave up. They requested that they bring the dog back. He went straight to the hole this time and lay down. Since the officer was unable to record this, he asked the handler to give the dog another command. The dog then went to another hole and lay down again. After bringing in a concrete specialist, police discovered that David had used a staggering 80 bags of concrete. This was obviously done to conceal something, most likely bodies. 3 bodies were discovered when the police finally removed the concrete. Along with Nick, David had buried James and Michael beneath the basement after suffocating them in his apartment. David's brother and mother, who hadn't spoken to him in a long time, suddenly showed up. In numerous interviews, Jeffrey questioned whether the events could have been avoided had the police taken notice of David sooner. He claimed that his brother had committed horrible things when he was younger, but he had no proof. In addition, his brother and mother, who had not spoken to David in a long time, appeared to be desperate for attention. Jeffrey even had aspirations of becoming a writer. Thomas Wayne, his lawyer, claimed that although David was a serial killer, he wasn't born that way. The lawyer genuinely thought that his childhood was the recipe for making a serial killer, if anyone was looking for it. He never learned how to interact with others or live in society. David entered a guilty plea to the killings in November 2005 and received 3 life sentences. David died in January 2006 at the age of 51. He confessed to 5 murders, including 3 in Hammond, in a note discovered in his cell. He expressed his disappointment in not receiving a death sentence because he believed he deserved it. He felt that he would not have committed as many crimes if he had been kept out of the public eye. He also didn't want his existence to be funded by taxpayers. He accepted responsibility for his actions and begged the families of the victims for forgiveness. He only blamed himself, not his parents or upbringing. David wrote that although he loved his family, they never loved him back. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever questioned how well you actually know the neighbors? What's behind their warm grins and informal salutations? Psychologists and investigators concur that people with psychopathic tendencies are more likely to commit violent crimes, but there are no clear rules for spotting potentially dangerous people among your acquaintances. The beginning of this eerie case involves Brian and Beverly Mauck, an apparently ideal couple whose lives appeared to be straight out of a fairy tale. They enjoyed traveling and spending time together, were financially stable, and were incredibly in love. However, when they relocated to a different neighborhood, everything was different. Beverly and Brian were found dead in their house shortly after they had moved in. Investigators were immediately directed to a nearby residence by blood evidence found at the scene. Even the most experienced detectives were taken aback by the motivation behind this heinous act. Brian and Beverly Mauck's love story. At a party hosted by a mutual friend in the spring of 2001, Brian and Beverly first crossed paths. They were both college students at the time, but it was obvious they had discovered something unique as soon as their eyes met. They were inseparable after their initial mutual admiration swiftly developed into a strong bond. The couple visited each other's families in turn that summer, introducing their partners to their parents and being forthright about their sincere intentions. The relationship was immediately approved by both families, who noted how well the two complemented one another. From an early age, Beverly and Brian had been active and daring. They were never satisfied to remain motionless for long and thrived on sports, thrills, and novel experiences. Beverly was a gifted athlete who loved learning new languages, played guitar effortlessly, and was an excellent baseball and track star. She was loved by both her peers and her friends, and her bright smile could light up any space. Sports that were riskier and more unusual had always appealed to Brian. He was passionate about rock climbing, surfing, and diving, and he loved taking risks. A true adventurer at heart, he saw danger not as a threat, but as a challenge he was always ready to face. Every year, he tried to visit a new place and learn a new skill. When Brian and Beverly first saw and spoke to each other, they immediately realized they were on the same wavelength. This became the starting point for their intense and fulfilling relationship. Together, they climbed mountains, skied and snowboarded, went scuba diving, and conquered waves and peaks alike. Despite their whirlwind romance and seemingly perfect relationship, the couple wasn't in a rush to get married. They both wanted to finish their education first. Once they graduated, they focused on saving for a house. Brian began building a career at an industrial company, and Beverly got a job as a hotel administrator, where her language skills were invaluable. On May 15, 2006, the couple officially tied the knot. They held a beautiful ceremony by the ocean, inviting only their closest family and friends. Afterward, they went on a long honeymoon, visiting several countries. When they returned, Brian and Beverly purchased a spacious home in the quiet town of Graham in Clearfield County, Pennsylvania. The house was located in a scenic and sparsely populated area near a forest and a river. It was a perfect place to start their family and enjoy a peaceful life. Brian worked as an engineer at a branch of a large industrial company, while Beverly focused on translation work and decided to pursue a second degree. The couple quickly got to know their neighbors and made friends in their new town. Unfortunately, their happy and carefree life didn't last long. A startling incident in a quiet neighborhood. Around 8 a.m. on Saturday, November 17, 2007, Brian's friend Stephen showed up at the couple's home. That morning, the two were going fishing. When Stephen knocked on the door, no one answered. Stephen knocked more loudly and waited, thinking that Brian had likely overslept, but there was no sound in the house. Stephen made the decision to wait in his car for roughly half an hour while making several unsuccessful attempts to call Brian, but his calls were not answered. Frustrated and feeling a bit upset that his friend might have changed plans without telling him, Stephen eventually left to fish on his own, since he had all the necessary gear with him. Later that day, still unable to reach Brian or Beverly, Stephen decided to return to their house once again. There was no answer at the door. This time, Stephen decided to walk around the property and look through the windows. He was starting to feel uneasy. Brian was a responsible and punctual person who wouldn't just disappear without notifying anyone. When Stephen reached the garage, he looked through a small window and saw that the couple's car was parked inside. This made him even more anxious, but he tried to push away any bad thoughts. Moving to the living room window, he attempted to see inside, but as it was already getting dark outside and the house lights were off, it was hard to make anything out. What he could see, however, left him deeply alarmed. The TV was lying face down on the floor, and just beyond it, something large and unmoving was on the ground. Stephen rushed back to his car to grab his fishing flashlight, switched it on, and directed the beam into the living room. What he saw froze him in terror. On the floor lay two bodies, partially covered with a blanket that was soaked through with blood. One bare foot stuck out from one side, and a hand was visible on the other. Horrified, Stephen immediately called emergency services to report what he had seen. He waited for law enforcement to arrive, staying by the house of his friends. When officers arrived, Stephen was the first to be interviewed. He recounted everything he knew about the day and expressed deep regret that he hadn't checked the windows earlier that morning when neither Brian nor Beverly answered his knocks or calls. Examining the crime scene, the front door wasn't locked, nor was it forced open, which immediately raised suspicions. Inside, in the living room, the lifeless bodies of the homeowners were discovered. Both had been dead for at least 12 hours. Based on initial observations, the cause of death was determined to be gunshot wounds inflicted by a large caliber weapon. Each victim had been shot 3 times, leaving no chance of survival. The precision of the attack indicated that the assailant was determined and deliberate. But why? There were no signs of theft, personal belongings, cell phones, and even cash were untouched, ruling out robbery as a motive. There were no signs of struggle, and apart from the gunshot wounds, the bodies showed no evidence of other injuries or aggression. Investigators were left with the chilling impression that this was either a calculated execution or a deeply personal act of vengeance. However, according to witnesses, the couple had no known enemies or unresolved conflicts. The bodies had been moved after the crime, as evidenced by drag marks smeared with blood across the floor. The perpetrator had clumsily attempted to clean up, leaving smeared blood trails and splatters on the walls and furniture, indicating where the victims had been during the attack. 6 spent shell casings were found at the scene. Surprisingly, the assailant hadn't bothered to collect them. Later, forensics verified that a .22 caliber revolver was used to fire the shots. Investigators came to the conclusion that a single perpetrator most likely shot both victims using the same weapon. The lock remained intact, indicating that the couple had voluntarily allowed the guest inside. Investigators speculated that Brian may have answered the door, identified the guest, and granted them entry. He may have turned toward the living room after inviting the individual inside, but the moment he did, the attacker produced a gun and fired 3 close-range shots into Brian's back. One of the bullets left his body and hit the TV screen, knocking it to the ground. Beverly probably came out of the bedroom because of the noise. She attempted to flee when she noticed her husband lying in a pool of blood and the attacker standing close by. Unfortunately, she didn't get very far before she was killed in the hallway after being hit in the back by 3 bullets. Later, her body was pulled into the living room and set next to Brian's. The fact that both victims were still in their pajamas suggests that the crime was committed while they were asleep in the early hours of the morning. It was still unclear why the attacker had wrapped a blanket over the bodies. The drag marks on the floor were smeared, giving the impression that someone had attempted to clean them but had instead made the situation more chaotic. It appeared as if someone had attempted to sweep away a sizable bloodstain that was close to the body. Investigators discovered a long-handled plastic broom behind the couch, its bristles matted with dried blood. But the reason the broom handle was left at the scene was because the criminal had carefully cleaned it of fingerprints. The reason for the broom's use quickly became apparent. The criminal had been carefully cleaning the floor in an attempt to remove bloody shoe prints. Similarly, palm prints and smudged fingerprints were discovered on door handles, furniture, and walls, making identification impossible. Experienced forensic investigators were aware that the longer a criminal remained at the scene, the more likely it was that they would leave behind something incriminating, even if the attacker made an effort to clean up and hide their tracks. Their intuition was right. They discovered a crucial clue: a partial boot print on the blanket that covered the victims' bodies. Because it wasn't blood-stained, the print wasn't immediately noticeable. Rather, the tread pattern showed on the fabric underneath it, and it was imprinted where there was only a thin layer of blood on the floor. After sending the blanket to a lab, forensic experts determined that the tread belonged to a rare type of heavy-duty work boots with a unique sole design. After more research, it was discovered that a Clearfield County construction company had recently bought multiple pairs of these exact boots. With this lead, investigators started questioning company employees in an effort to reduce the number of possible suspects on their list. Detectives discovered a palm print on one of the surfaces of the house in addition to the shoe print. There was optimism that the case would be resolved in a matter of days, and it appeared to be a breakthrough. Nevertheless, no matches were found when the print was scanned through law enforcement databases. This implied that the offender had no past records and had never had their fingerprints taken by the police. The initial suspect, Stephen, the friend who had found the bodies and alerted the police to the crime, was, of course, the first suspect. Suspicion was aroused by the fact that he had been to the crime scene twice that day, but Stephen clarified that he didn't call the police until later because he had thought earlier in the morning that Brian and Beverly were just sleeping. Stephen was shocked and furious to learn that he was a suspect. He had no alibi because he said he had been fishing by the river by himself for almost the whole day, where no one else had seen him. Nevertheless, his timeline was confirmed by investigators using traffic camera footage. As he had described, the recordings verified that he had traveled to and from the fishing site during the day. Stephen was further exonerated by fingerprint analysis, as tests for gunshot residue on his skin and clothing revealed no evidence, and his prints did not match any recovered from the scene. Furthermore, the boot prints were not the same size as Stephen's shoes, and he had no affiliation with the construction company that had bought the boots. All suspicions against him were abandoned, since there was no proof linking him to the crime. An unexpected observer. In the meantime, detectives interviewed neighbors extensively in an attempt to locate witnesses. They eventually received a promising lead when they knocked on the door of Daniel and Jennifer Tabaris, who lived across the street from the Mocks. When they called, Daniel said he was happy to answer their questions, but that his wife, Jennifer, was at work. He disclosed that at approximately 5:30 a.m., he now knows that the strange noises he heard from the Mauch's house on the day of the crime were gunshots. Daniel, intrigued but wary, had noticed a white pickup truck parked close to the Mauch's home through his window. He was positive the car was not the couple's. Two men left the Mauch's home a few minutes after the loud noises were heard. The low light just before dawn made it difficult for Daniel Tavares, the witness, to get a clear view of them, but he gave a thorough account of the white pickup truck's driver that was parked close to the house. Daniel reported that the driver was a white man of about 40 years of age, with a sturdy build, long dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, and a mustache. Additionally, he saw a tattoo on the man's left hand, though he was unable to discern the design. No other neighbors reported seeing anything similar, despite the fact that this information seemed promising. Brian and Beverly's friends, family, and co-workers were unable to name anyone in their social circle who fit this description or had a truck like that. The fact that the car was not visible on any local traffic cameras further suggests that the criminals may have evaded detection by taking a detour through the woods. A county-wide alert was issued for the white pickup truck, but no leads were found. A fresh suspect surfaces. In an interview with detectives, Beverly's mother recalled that a few months prior to the crime, her daughter had brought up Jeremy Flint, a neighbor. Law enforcement had been keeping an eye on Jeremy, a 22-year-old man, for dealing illegal substances. Other neighbors had made disparaging remarks about him, and his home was notorious for being visited by suspicious people on a regular basis. Because of this, investigators began to think about him as a possible suspect in the heinous double crime. Jeremy wasn't home when the police came to visit him. At first, they believed he might have run away after committing the crime. After interviewing more neighbors, it was discovered that Brian and Beverly had thrown a small party at their house just before the tragedy. Jeremy had unexpectedly arrived, uninvited and under the influence of drugs. His actions were characterized as aggressive by witnesses. He incited arguments, insulted visitors, and harassed a few of the women. He eventually had to leave, but not before promising that the couple would come to regret what they had done. A cell phone and a gun with ammunition that had been kept in a pantry drawer were among the things that Brian and Beverly discovered missing from their house the following day. The couple chose to confront Jeremy because they were positive he was to blame. They visited his home and firmly but politely demanded the return of their belongings, threatening to call the police if they weren't given back. It might have been a risky error to make this rash threat against someone connected to illegal activity. Jeremy refused to return the items and denied stealing anything, but inexplicably the missing items turned up in the couple's backyard the next day. Beverly and Brian were certain that Jeremy had left them there overnight. Even though the incident seemed to be over, Beverly was still uncomfortable. She started urging her husband to think about relocating to a different neighborhood because she was afraid of being home alone. The alibi of Jeremy. When Jeremy eventually made it back to town, he was taken into custody by police to be questioned. He returned the day after the crime, but it soon became apparent that he had been out of town for almost a week. He had spent 6 days with his parents after traveling to another state to see them. He had been out drinking with friends the night of the crime, according to surveillance footage from a bar, and his alibi was supported by multiple witnesses. Furthermore, forensic analysis verified that Jeremy's palm prints and fingerprints did not correspond with those discovered at the scene. Jeremy was ruled out as a suspect because there was no evidence linking him to the crime. Recent advances in the case. The only witness in the case, Daniel Tavares, was contacted again in the hopes that he might remember something new after investigators had exhausted all other suspects and leads. Daniel's story abruptly changed during this follow-up visit. In addition to describing one of the men leaving the house with a scar on his cheek, he claimed to recall specifics about the clothing the criminals were wearing. Daniel had previously mentioned that the men's faces were hidden by hoodies, so this was a startling change. Daniel was asked to identify the window he had been looking through at the time of the incident by a detective. Despite the fact that it was daylight, the detective's analysis of the view revealed that it was still challenging to discern the specifics of a person across the street. It seemed unlikely that Daniel could have seen so much, given that the events had occurred in the early morning twilight. This disparity raised the possibility that Daniel had been lying all along. However, why? Was he personally responsible for the crime? Daniel produced a number of pairs of dress shoes, boots, and sneakers when investigators asked to see his footwear, but none of them matched the footprint discovered at the scene. Detectives began to examine Daniel more closely, however, as his story changed and his actions became more suspicious. A difficult history. The background of Daniel Tavares proved to be extremely disturbing. His life took a bad turn early on. He was born in 1966 as the youngest child in a military family. Daniel's mother took care of him and his 3 older sisters after his parents divorced when he was only 4 years old. Shortly after, his father got married again and showed little concern for his former spouse's kids. Daniel had left school by the 9th grade, started stealing, running away from home, and experimenting with illegal drugs. He was first arrested for robbery when he was 18, but then his estranged father stepped in and helped him get probation instead of going to jail. The father appeared to want to give Daniel another chance, possibly out of guilt. Even so, Daniel kept getting into trouble with the law over the years. He was always given light sentences for his offenses. Daniel's father tried to provide for him after he relocated to Florida in the late 1980s. In addition to trying to help Daniel find stable work, his father funded an expensive treatment program at a private rehabilitation clinic. However, Daniel was caught stealing and dealing drugs once more within 6 months. He was sent back to live with his mother after his father gave up this time. Daniel's dependencies had started to negatively impact his mental health by this time. He received a schizophrenia diagnosis and medication within a year, but Daniel hardly ever took his drugs as prescribed. Rather, he combined them with alcohol, which resulted in violent and hazardous outbursts. A case of violence. During a fight with his mother in July 1991, Daniel snatched up a knife and attacked her, wounding her almost 30 times. At the scene, she passed away. Daniel stated during his trial that he was influenced by voices in his head that told him to kill her. Psychiatrists appointed by the court, however, concluded that Daniel was legally liable because he had been aware of his actions. He received a 20-year prison sentence. Daniel served less time than the entire sentence and was released on parole in 2006. Daniel Tavares started communicating with Jennifer Freitas while incarcerated, and the two eventually fell in love. Jennifer awaited his release and they were married as soon as he was granted parole. Around the same time as the Mount couple, Daniel moved into her house in Graham, a small town. Daniel broke the conditions of his parole by moving to a different state. He ought to have been taken into custody right away, but a technical glitch and police carelessness kept that from happening. Even after detectives discovered a bloody handprint at the Mox crime scene, Daniel managed to avoid detection because his fingerprints were inadvertently deleted from the criminal database. It was as if everything was somehow conspiring in his favor. Daniel briefly worked for a construction company that bought the rare work boots connected to the crime, according to additional investigation, but there was not enough hard evidence for detectives to make an arrest. They had to carefully construct their case so as not to alert Daniel or Jennifer, his possible accomplice. Placing the trap. Daniel was asked to come to the police station on November 24, 2007, ostensibly to help with composite sketches of possible suspects. He enthusiastically accepted and enthusiastically described and assisted in drawing portraits of people he had made up entirely for about an hour. He was preoccupied when a second officer walked in and remarked nonchalantly that in order to rule Daniel out as a suspect, they needed to get his fingerprint. After some hesitation, Daniel finally consented, certain that there would be no evidence of his presence at the crime scene. The officer casually mentioned that investigators had discovered an unidentified bloody handprint at the Maux residence after fingerprinting. Daniel tensed visibly and started to explain that his prints might have been left at the Maux house because he had been friendly with them and frequently visited them. The officer calmly replied that there was no reason to be concerned because the handprint was bloody and obviously that of the criminal. The discussion then turned to Daniel's past by a second detective. Daniel confessed to killing his mother after he brought up the crime for which he had served time. Unexpectedly, Daniel started to describe the horrifying specifics of that crime with icy fervor. He gave off the air of a real psychopath, grinning as he explained what he had done. Forensic experts were comparing Daniel's prints to those recovered from the crime scene in the meantime. Detectives presented Daniel with the evidence after the results showed a perfect match. Anger immediately replaced his arrogant manner. However, officers handcuffed him and placed him under arrest before he could lash out. Daniel was forced to confess and assist investigators due to the overwhelming evidence against him. He clarified that he had spent hours drinking and using potent drugs at a bar the night before the crime. The bar staff threw him out and threatened to call the police when he ran out of money to pay his tab. Daniel Tavares was furious when he remembered that he had given his neighbor Brian Mock a tattoo as a friendly gesture the month before. Daniel, however, arbitrarily demanded $50 for the service after deciding that he should be paid for his labor. At 5 in the morning, armed with his revolver, he arrived at the Mock's home while they were still sleeping together when Brian opened the door. Irritated by the early visit, Daniel's demand for money was there. Perplexed and irritated, Brian declined, instructing Daniel to return once he had calmed down. However, Daniel insisted. Brian decided it would be simpler to pay in order to defuse the situation, so he went to another room to get the money. Daniel took offense at a comment he made as he was leaving. Daniel became indignant at this. In an instant, he pulled out his gun and shot Brian 3 times in the back. Beverly was awakened by gunfire and went outside to investigate. She saw Daniel standing with a gun over her husband, who was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. She attempted to flee back to the bedroom after realizing the danger, but she was shot 3 times in the back before she could do so. Upon acknowledging the seriousness of his actions, Daniel returned home and asked his wife Jennifer to assist in cleaning up the crime scene. Sadly, Jennifer didn't appear shocked by what he did. Together, they carried Beverly's body into the living room, set it next to Brian, and wrapped a blanket around them both. Jennifer proposed erasing the bloody footprints with a broom. Additionally, she carefully cleaned surfaces to get rid of fingerprints, but she overlooked one important one. After cleaning was completed, Daniel threw the murder weapon into a nearby river. The revolver was never found, despite investigators' best efforts. The fallout. Daniel Tavares received a life sentence without the chance of release. Jennifer, his wife, expressed profound regret, saying she had aided Daniel because she was afraid for her own safety. She only received a 1-year prison sentence for tampering with the evidence. A terrible discovery was made in 2015 by new homeowners remodeling the house where Daniel had previously resided with his mother. They discovered human remains when they were digging in the backyard. The remains were identified by forensic analysis as belonging to a young neighbor who vanished in 1990. Investigators found that Daniel had been attracted to the woman romantically, but had reacted violently and fatally when she turned him down. Her body was interred in his mother's backyard, where it was kept secret for many years. Daniel was given a second life sentence for this offense. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When 16-year-old Carol Sue Klaber was discovered strangled to death on June 5, 1976, her family and the entire northern Kentucky community were left in shock and desperation. The case remained unresolved for decades with no leads or suspects until the advent of new technology, which was essential in resolving this mystery. How did the murderer escape punishment for so long, and who might have done this to Carol? We'll explore the enigmatic case of Carol Sue Klaber today. This 46-year-old cold case was ultimately resolved in 2022. Let's get straight to the heart of this conundrum then. The U.S. state of Kentucky contains the county of Boone. Daniel Boone, a pioneer, was honored with the county's name when it was established in 1798. The Cincinnati/Northern Kentucky International Airport, a significant hub for the area, is located in this county, which is the 4th most populated in Kentucky. Burlington, the county seat, is renowned for its outdoor leisure spaces, historic sites, and robust agricultural sector. A terrible murder occurred here in Boone in 1976. On November 28, 1959, a new life was born in the beautiful state of Kentucky, tucked away among majestic hills and rushing brooks. Carol Sue Klaber was named by her parents, Daniel Henry Klaber and Betty Jane Meek Reneker, who were beaming with happiness as they held their darling daughter in their arms. Thomas Kleber, her older brother, watched in awe and was excited to have his new sister join the family. Carol was a very funny person. She had a great deal of empathy for those in need and was incredibly modest for a teenager. When she was 16, she volunteered at St. Charles Nursing Home. In her younger years, Carol had also been a Girl Scout and a Brownie. She was always interested in music and loved to cook, sew, and play records. She also began taking piano lessons when she was 5 years old. Carol's piano teacher, Hattie Schatzman, had selected her to represent her students at the Ohio Music Teacher Association, and she was also learning violin. Carol performed at the Taft Museum twice. Her classmates were drawn to her gregarious and compassionate nature, and her love of music and innate talent made her a favorite member of the Dixie Heights High School string group. The sun was shining brightly over the small town of Union, Kentucky on June 5, 1976, as the locals went about their daily lives as usual. Reputable Walton dentist, Dr. Gaines Huey, got out of bed early to go to work, eager to take care of his customers' dental needs. He saw something unusual along the edge of the road while he was traveling down Chambers Road. Curiosity prompted him to stop and approach the item. Only as he approached did he comprehend what he had discovered: a body resting strangely motionless along a culvert that acted as a rainwater drain pipe. He dialed the Kentucky State Police while in astonishment and with shaking hands. That day, Trooper Jan Wushner just so happened to be on duty. To solve the riddle of the dead person by the side of the road, Wushner, an experienced investigator who had previously worked for the Boone County Sheriff's Department, hurried to the scene. At approximately 7:15 a.m. Walton State Police Department detectives arrived at the crime scene. With keen attention to detail, they scanned the area. The detectives saw the unmistakable traces of a struggle as they started their investigation: trampled grass, broken twigs, and indications of a violent altercation. The victim's body lay a few feet away, her wounds indicating that she had been attacked and strangled. The detectives realized with increasing horror that this was a planned and premeditated murder rather than an incident of violence. In their pursuit of justice, the investigators were committed to doing everything they could. However, they searched the crime scene but were unable to locate any tangible evidence. They chose to go to the victim's body for answers because they were frustrated by the loss. For a comprehensive examination, her body was taken to the county medical examiner's laboratory. In a meticulous autopsy, the medical examiner looked for hints in every part of the victim's body. Every cut, bruise, and wound was meticulously recorded, and every hint was meticulously examined. The autopsy's findings exposed the harsh reality of her demise. It appeared from the evidence that she had been severely beaten. The marks of a tire iron used relentlessly were visible on her torso. The examiner saw the severe cuts on her scalp, which were probably from a harsh object, and the once beautiful face was now warped by swelling and bruises. Her unfortunate and premature death resulted from irreversible damage caused by the crushing blow to her head. There were also clear indications of severe bodily trauma and abuse. Asphyxia brought on by hand strangulation and blunt force trauma to the head was finally identified as the cause of death, which was a devastating moment for everyone concerned. The investigation became even more urgent after such savagery was discovered. They identified some traces of alien DNA on the victim's clothing while examining the evidence that was recovered from the scene. They tried their hardest, but they couldn't find anyone who had it at the moment. They meticulously preserved the evidence in the hopes that future technological developments would result in a breakthrough in the case. Detectives found one of the family members, the victim's brother. After putting in countless hours of work, he mustered the bravery to come and identify the body using the DNA that had been taken from it. Upon seeing the lifeless and motionless body of his beloved sister, Carol Sue Kleber, on the chilly metal table, 23-year-old Thomas Kleber entered the morgue with heavy footsteps. His face was wet with tears. He knew that he would never again see her brilliant smile or hear her contagious laugh, and the pain in his heart was unbearable. As the investigation went on, the detectives made sure to look everything. They searched the neighborhood, knocking on doors, talking to locals, and obtaining any information that would shed light on the terrible event. In order to learn more about Carol Sue Kleber's life and potential adversaries, they also conducted extensive research into her past, speaking with her friends and family. Investigators discovered that for the Kleber family, June 4, 1976 was just another day. With a smile on her face and the wind in her hair, 16-year-old Carol Sue Klaber got on her bike and cycled about town. She spoke with friends, greeted the locals, and enjoyed the pleasant summer day. She intended to meet a friend at Zeno's Hyde Park restaurant later that night. She left her house at 5:30 p.m., but as the sun started to drop, Klaber was driven home by a young man in a sleek Chevrolet Monte Carlo. One of the neighbors claims to have seen the young man, who was slender and towering at an amazing 6 feet tall with sandy blonde hair. After a brief conversation, Carol left the man waiting impatiently outside the house and walked inside. Carol came out of the home a few minutes later, climbed into the car, and drove off with the man. It was Carol's final appearance on Earth. The murder case of Carol Sue Klaber remains unresolved, despite police' best efforts to locate the owners of the suspected cars in the town. The leads had dried up, and the case had reached a brick wall, leaving investigators scratching their heads. The case eventually became cold, and remained that way for more than 40 years. A ray of hope appeared in the Carol Sue Klaber murder inquiry after years of gloom. Coy Cox and Tim Adams, two cold case detectives from the Boone County Sheriff's Office, revitalized the case in 2017. They teamed up with Jerry Keith, the original detective on the case, who had continued to hold the case near and dear to his heart after retiring, in their unwavering quest for justice and the truth for Carol Sue Klaber. The three of them put in endless hours using contemporary technology in order to cobble together a fresh interpretation of the catastrophe that had baffled them for years. They painstakingly went over the old evidence, speaking with witnesses and sorting through leads. They started their inquiry by looking into the two main suspects Keith had previously named. The initial suspect was a man with a history of auto theft whose car looked eerily similar to the one in which Carol was last seen. This individual was the target of the detectives, who scrutinized him closely in an attempt to get any useful information. The man denied any involvement in Carol's murder, even though he was a suspect in the case. He confided in the detectives about his previous transgressions, but he maintained his innocence in Carol's death. Thus, the police took his DNA and compared it to the DNA recovered from the victim's clothing in 1976. Following the anxious wait for the findings of the DNA tests, Cox and Adams finally called the man in December 2018. Since his DNA test was negative, he was no longer considered a suspect in Carol's murder. The realization that he could finally breathe easily and start over made the world feel lighter. Cox and Adams then returned their focus to their unrelenting hunt for the murderer. They had to start over, because the leads on their first suspect had dried up. However, in 2020, they made the decision to pursue their second suspect, who had been found guilty of a violent sexual assault in the same neighborhood just 2 years prior to Carol's 1978 murder. He was now 77 years old and went as Michael Dean Tate. In order to strengthen their case against Michael Dean Tate, Cox and Adams contacted the victim of the 1978 assault in 2020 to get her version of what happened. Her name would not be revealed, but she remembered the night clearly, when she was viciously attacked in her own garage at around 2 a.m. on October 1, 1978. She remembered the eerie darkness of the Park Hills night. The victim remembered how, despite her best efforts to fight and scream, her attacker appeared to take a sadistic pleasure in causing her pain. But the attacker left her injured and broken alive after 2 hours of suffering. The emotional and physical wounds that Tate had inflicted on her on that fateful and gloomy night took years to heal. When Tate's involvement in the 1978 case was revealed, Cox and Adams were unable to rule out the possibility that he was responsible for Carol's death. Tate was a prime suspect in the case, since he frequently traveled to the region for work in the 1000, 970s, and 1980s, which coincided with Carol's murder. Tate, however, insisted on his innocence and denied any role in Carol's death, despite the growing evidence against him. It had been the investigators' hope that they would eventually find the offender. Their hopes were quickly crushed, though, as the DNA study did not match Tate's, and court records showed that Tate had been in Cincinnati in 1976, precluding him from committing the crime. The investigators questioned whether they would ever solve this long-standing enigma. The case remained mysterious for almost 50 years, as it once again fell into obscurity. However, the Boone County Sheriff's Office contacted the Othram Lab experts on September 17, 2022. The Season of Justice offered financing for the Othram team to work on this case because of their proficiency in genetic genealogy. A DNA sample taken from the crime scene in 1976 was delivered to Othram Labs by the Kentucky State Police Central Forensic Center. Othram's highly qualified experts were able to create a comprehensive DNA profile for the elusive suspect by using sophisticated forensic-grade genome sequencing. They were able to uncover important genetic data that had been concealed for decades, thanks to their state-of-the-art technique. Based on the thorough DNA profile they had created, the genealogy specialists at Othram Labs produced investigation leads using forensic genetic genealogy. After receiving the DNA samples on November 25, 2022, Othram Labs produced an answer in less than 2 months, which was a surprising turn of events. They found a link to a man called Thomas W. Dunaway, who died in 1990 at the age of 33, by examining the genetic evidence left by the murderer. The fact that Dunaway had a son who had never known his father was disclosed. In order to get DNA samples for comparison, the detectives traveled to meet with Thomas Dunaway's son, whose name was kept secret. The answer to the conundrum that had long eluded law enforcement would lie in the outcomes of these vital laboratory tests. They meticulously gathered the required samples with an unwavering dedication to justice and a will to find the truth. On December 12, 2022, the protracted investigation into the matter was finally concluded. After nearly 46 years, Carol Sue Klaber and her family had finally received justice, because to the investigators' unrelenting commitment and the deployment of cutting-edge technology, the process was difficult, but the perseverance of those involved paid off, leading to a breakthrough that would provide closure to everyone impacted by the tragic events of 1976, when Dunaway's son's DNA partially matched the DNA traces they had discovered on Carol's body all those many years ago. The Carol Sue Klaber murder case was never abandoned by the police. Born on May 20, 1957, and only 19 years old at the time, Thomas W. Dunaway remained undiscovered for many years. They discovered important details about Dunaway's past and the horrible things he had done as a result of their persistence. He resided close to Deval Park, where Carol was last spotted with a man who resembled him, the police found out. More incriminating information against Dunaway surfaced as they dug deeper. Dunaway was more than a single offender. He had been committing crimes for 6 months, and the cars he used to flee each crime scene left a trail of evidence. Carol Sue Klaber died, but the nightmare didn't end there. 6 months later, in December 1976, he was convicted of another murder. The 19-year-old Ronald Townsend was discovered dead and covered in bullet wounds on the ground. The town was grieved by the loss, but when Thomas Dunaway, the murderer of Townsend, was apprehended and confessed to his crimes, their spirits were raised. Dunaway was given a life sentence, but regrettably, he was only imprisoned for 7.5 years before being freed in 1984. It is still unclear if justice was done, or if it was only a passing illusion. The disturbing pattern of violence and gloom that pervaded Dunaway's life was discovered by Detective Coy Cox. Even though Carol's murder may not have been solved, the police were able to reveal the full scope of Dunaway's lethal and frightening reign of terror. There was an unsettling similarity between Ronald Townsend's murder and Carol Sue Klaber's murder. As though the murderer wished to make a statement, both bodies were left in plain sight, only a few inches from the road. As the inquiry went forward, investigators discovered a concerning detail regarding Dunaway. He was not in the Army on leave at the time of Townsend's death. Just 9 days after Carol's passing, Dunaway joined the military and was assigned to Fort Knox before being moved to Fort Carson in Colorado. Even after joining the military, Thomas Dunaway was unable to avoid problems. Although Dunaway's love of vehicles was unrivaled, it ultimately proved to be his undoing. He exchanged his beloved 1973 Chevrolet Monte Carlo for a striking orange Chevrolet Vega, since he had a strong eye for a good price. But he had no idea that detectives looking into the murder of Ronald Townsend would be drawn to this ostentatious vehicle. The detectives issued an all-points bulletin for Dunaway and his orange Vega as they pursued him furiously. When Dunaway was arrested in South Carolina on suspicion of Townsend's murder and unlawful firearm possession on a gloomy Christmas Eve in 1976, the game of cat and mouse came to an end. The connection between Carol Sue Klaber and Thomas Dunaway left investigators baffled as they dug deeper into the mysterious murder case. It was unknown how they linked later in life, even though they might have met while still in the Erlanger-Ellesmere Schools District. But in the middle of the chaos, Detective Coy Cox gave a crucial hint that might help solve the case. Carol had a particular place in her heart for Val Park, this green haven, and it's likely that her love of the park brought her and Dunaway together by happenstance. Perhaps she met him because she was known to be gregarious. Maybe they happened to cross paths at the park, where they laughed and told stories to each other in a serene environment. Given that Dunaway lived a short distance from the location where Carol used to ride her bike, there is no doubt that the park plays a significant role in their relationship. There was a mixture of relief and sadness when Thomas Dunaway was identified as the murderer of Carol Sue Klaber. Although the authorities considered the case closed, the family was left feeling torn after learning that Dunaway had died on December 28, 1990, at the young age of 33. The Klaber family still feels that justice is unattainable, even after learning the truth. As Thomas Klaber moaned, he wished he had the opportunity to speak with Dunaway before to his tragic passing, and wondered what justice meant now. Her brother has been haunted by the memories of Carol's murder. He has been carrying that burden for nearly 50 years. He was never completely able to get rid of the worry that his family would experience another tragedy. He calls his 28-year-old son Daniel late at night to check on Cince. He is constantly concerned about his safety. In the same way that he lost his sister, he fears losing everyone else he cares about. He is reminded of the value of each moment and the significance of cherishing people we love by this terror, which holds him fast like a vice. The thought of disrupting his sister's last resting place was intolerable to Thomas Klaber. His heart ached at the idea of upsetting her sound sleep in order to find her killer. Fortunately, investigators discovered an alternative. They were able to exhume Carol Sue's killer's body rather than her remains. Thomas has found some small comfort in the knowledge that his sister's grave has not been disturbed, even though it may not be the justice he had hoped for. For Thomas, the knowledge that his sister can now finally rest in peace and the little triumphs are what matter. Detective Cox's recent court order to exhume Dunaway's body for DNA testing demonstrates his unwavering commitment to pursuing justice. Entering the DNA into CODIS might mark the start of a new chapter in the fight for justice, and Cox is prepared to face any obstacles that may come up. Carol Sue Klaber's killer cannot be convicted in a court of law, but justice was ultimately served for her after nearly 50 years. Lewis Kelly, the Commonwealth Attorney for Boone County, has declared the matter concluded. Detective Cox revealed the bittersweet experience of telling Carol's brother that the culprit had been found after all these years, and the news made him cry. The closure that comes with knowing the truth provides a tiny comfort in the face of such a tragedy, even though the past cannot be changed. By identifying the killer, Thomas W. Dunaway, Detective Coy Cox and his team were able to finally solve the 46-year-old murder mystery of Carol Sue Klaber. This case demonstrates how committed law enforcement is to seeking justice for victims and their families, regardless of the length of time required. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The police didn't know they were entering a house of horrors when they started looking into a murder case on February 16, 1981. There was something really strange about the house. The nightmare that started inside those walls, however, would not stay contained. Indeed, it was on the verge of seeping into reality. Although the nation would be shocked by Alan Bono's murder in Connecticut, Arnie Cheyenne Johnson's terrifying allegation of demonic possession would garner the most media attention. Supported by Ed and Lorraine Warren, paranormal investigators, this case was unheard of. But were the demons inside, or the supernatural really to blame? Many believe David was just suffering from a mental illness. The true crime behind the film, The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It, is presented to you this Halloween. The first illegal killing in Brookfield's history had occurred on the evening of February 16, 1981. With dense woods on either side, Brookfield Police Department Sergeant Gordon Fairchild slowed his patrol car when he saw a man stumbling down the road. The figure looked confused, as if intoxicated, and his appearance suggested a straightforward case of public intoxication. One particular detail, however, would lead to the most contentious case of the decade. Tiny blood droplets were scattered all over the man's clothing. He didn't appear to be in a state to describe the bloodstains or his location. He admitted to the officer that he had a drinking problem and needed assistance. The man was captured by Fairchild, who escorted him back to the cruiser. The sergeant didn't know the man, but that night would be the beginning of the most bizarre case he would ever work on, one that would ultimately rock the foundations of the American legal system. A call came in as he was getting the man settled in the car. 2 miles away, a horrific murder had been attempted. According to reports, the suspect had escaped into the woods. Detective Fairchild knew then that the man they were searching for was Arn Cheyenne Johnson, who was seated next to him. They took him in to question him. Investigating the horrifying murder attempt further, they found that Alan Bono, 40, was lying in a pool of his own blood. A 5-inch knife had stabbed him several times in a gory manner. One of the stab wounds extended from his stomach to the base of his heart, which made the situation worse. The autopsy had completed the case, the fingerprints on the knife had been positively identified, and there were eyewitnesses to the assault. The proof was unquestionable. Investigators were certain that Alan Bono was murdered by Arn Cheyenne Johnson. However, it was the why, the reason for the action, that would transform this otherwise straightforward case into a riddle that defied reason and has sparked debate to this day. Alan, the victim, was still receiving medical attention at a hospital on the day Arne was captured. Arne was told that he would now face murder charges after Alan passed away from his injuries. Arne's unexpected reaction was to take a 25-minute power nap. Police Detective Sergeant John Lucas formally charged him with first-degree murder after reading him his rights when he awoke. Arn's only response during the interrogation was that he had no memory of the murder's time and that he didn't intend to harm anyone. Before the murder, he last recalled being out to lunch with his landlord Alan Bono with his wife Debbie Glatzel, her cousin Mary, and his own sister Wanda Johnson. His memory went blank after that. Debbie, Arn's wife, was called in to answer questions about what happened that day and to fill in the blanks her husband had left. The detectives had no idea that her story would lead to a barrage of the strangest explanations they had ever heard during questioning. She started by giving a description of the deceased, Alan Bono, an Australian who had offered Debbie a job and rented his house to them. For the young couple, he was more of a friend than a landlord or boss. The beginning of that afternoon was pleasant, full of laughter and family, but Alan's attitude changed as he drank too much. In addition to taunting Arn about a sinister past that had been buried but was now resurfacing, he started making offensive comments about the girls. Alan kept pushing Arn's buttons, but there was something about his past that disturbed him, something so sinister. Alan provoked Arn more and more with each taunt until he lost control and got to his feet. But there was a problem. A low, guttural sound escaped Arn's throat as his body tensed and his expression twisted. He was growling, not just angry. It became evident that a physical altercation was unavoidable, despite Wanda, Mary, and Debbie's best efforts to diffuse the mounting tension. Wanda flung herself between the two men, but Arn suddenly produced a knife, and the women watched in horror as what transpired. As though possessed, Arn repeatedly and wildly stabbed Alan until he was lying in a pool of blood. Then Arn suddenly jerked to her feet and fled. Debbie said it wasn't just different from Arn. It wasn't Arn at all. He wasn't acting alone, supposedly. During this strange interrogation, renowned paranormal investigator Lorraine Warren called the Brookfield police station because they believed that an outside force, which they dubbed the Beast, was silently pulling the strings. She was going to say something so out of the ordinary that it would make the case even stranger. It was a malicious demon within Arn, she thought, and he was innocent. Despite the fact that the detectives clearly didn't believe her, she persisted and requested that they look over their earlier records. The police were astounded by what they saw when they examined the documents from a few months prior. Lorraine had called, and she had already told the detectives that a murder like this one was bound to happen. Neither Ed Warren nor Lorraine Warren had attained their later prominence at this point. However, It was becoming evident that Debbie and Arne had a strong ally in the Warrens, who were willing to support their bizarre allegations with their contentious knowledge, if they were lying to get away with murder. If there was a demon, why would it attack Alan? How could he have caused such a violent reaction? The demon that lived in Arne allegedly took control and showed Alan where he belonged because Alan had constantly made fun of and taunted him. Lorraine implied that the demon had a purpose and was connected to something much more profound than just a random force. She claimed that the solution was found in the troubled past of Debbie's family, which included not only the Warrens, but also her brother David Glatzel, who was 11 years old. The clock was running out as the investigators got ready to delve into this sinister past, and the story was only going to get stranger by the second. The realities that awaited them were more horrifying than their worst fears. It started in Bridgeport, Connecticut, during the summer of 1980. Arne and young Debbie were searching for rental properties to move in together after becoming engaged. At that point, they discovered a house close to a well. They made the decision to move in since the house was roomy and better than others in their price range. Debbie's family provided assistance with the move. However, their idyllic reality would soon be shattered by the dream home. David, Debbie's younger brother, had been asked to sweep the master bedroom, but after a while she discovered him outside in the yard, clearly shaken. He insisted on going home without cleaning the room. Debbie gave the assignment to her older brother Alan after realizing something was amiss. However, Alan also felt uneasy shortly after beginning and promptly requested to leave. During dinner at their mother's house that evening, David and Alan both related disturbing tales about what had happened to them that day. These tales would soon be woven into something much darker. David said a man shoved him back onto the bed and threatened to hurt him and his family. Alan said he had had a similar experience. The door suddenly slammed shut in his face as he felt a ghostly presence watching him. The family believed in the supernatural and was very religious. They were therefore certain that the house was haunted. They started looking for other options after giving up the rental property. The family's encounters with the paranormal did not end there, though. David started exhibiting alarming symptoms of an unidentified cause right away. He frequently communicated the beast's messages to the family because he thought he could hear it in his ears. He thought the beast had come through the storage beneath the house and was at their door one day. Each of these incidents then added to the others, and the family was unable to turn back. David claimed to have had the impression that someone was following or watching him. He was terrified and unable to sleep as a result of his intense nightmares, which were full of images of hideous people. Family members started to see David's distress firsthand. Some reported that he would speak in deep, strange voices or show unusual strength. David's family sought assistance from famed paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren after realizing how serious the situation was. Famous for their work on a number of haunting cases, the Warrens thought David was under demonic possession. They documented the strange events through a series of investigations and interviews with the Glatzel family. David reportedly had violent outbursts during one particularly intense session, claiming that a malevolent entity was torturing him. The Warrens thought that this ghost had taken hold of David and was attacking him physically and mentally. The Warrens and a number of priests performed several exorcisms at the Glatzel residence in an effort to rid David of the alleged demon. David frequently screamed, convulsed, and displayed strange behaviors during the rituals, making these sessions tense and frightening. The Warrens claimed that David's suffering was so intense that he would physically attack family members and anyone else who was around when the exorcisms were taking place. During these sessions, the exorcists claimed to have seen odd things like moving objects, cold spots in the room, and a sense of an oppressive presence. David claimed to have overheard voices mocking him during this period, claiming that he was helpless and would never be able to escape its hold. The young child suffered a severe psychological injury, becoming scared and perplexed, and frequently doubting his own reality. Following months of suffering and several unsuccessful attempts, a team of priests, assisted by Ed and Lorraine Warren, performed David Glatzel's last exorcism. Among the rituals carried out, this exorcism is frequently characterized as the most severe and hazardous. David's behavior peaked in a terrifying way during the session. It was reported that his voice sounded unnaturally guttural. "You are repulsed by Jesus," the priests chanted, "Leave this child alone." Those involved claimed that David had demonstrated supernatural strength well beyond his physical capabilities and had levitated off his bed. Following what felt like hours of fervent spiritual struggle, David's condition abruptly changed. His body, which had been stiff and tense during the exorcism, began to loosen up. David was calm for the first time in months as his screams stopped. The priests and the Warrens thought that the demon had finally been expelled at this point. David didn't display the violent and unpredictable behavior he had previously displayed. Instead, he looked tired but lucid. Witnesses to his ordeal, his family described the moment as a relief, a weight being taken off their lives and their home. Nevertheless, although the exorcism was terminated, the demon continued to exist. Everything would be completely upended at this point. Here, the startling link between Arn and the eerie case of demonic possession started to emerge, exposing facts that nobody could have predicted. Ed and Lorraine Warren, as well as the Glatzel family, said that Arn had grown impatient with the demon's seeming control over David. During one of the exorcism sessions, Arn confronted the entity thought to be torturing David in a show of defiance and concern. He yelled at the demon, demanding that it abandon David and take possession of him instead. They said, "Take me on," Arn said. "If you're so strong, leave David alone and come into me." These words were meant to be a taunt, challenging the evil force to target him instead of young David. This challenge that Arnie presented to the demon deeply troubled Lorraine. She thought a horrible thing might happen, so she called the Brookfield police to express her fear that something terrible was going to happen. And it did. As events transpired, investigators were certain that Arnie and his followers had a story that was both frightening and humorous, but unquestionably implausible. From the investigators' point of view, the day's events were simple. After consuming excessive amounts of alcohol, Arn and Alan ended up with young girls. Alan's offensive comment about Arn's sister-in-law pushed Arn over the edge, escalating the tension. Under the influence of alcohol and his tumultuous past with the Glatzel family, Arn either lost his mind or used this as an easy excuse to confront Alan physically before leaving. The charges against him were based on this. However, what would Arn's defense entail? Did he have a crime? He would make a plea that would catch the attention of everyone on the planet, not just one of simple guilt. Ed and Lorraine Warren said during the trial, which started in October 1981, "We're going to take the devil to court." Martin Minella, Arn's defense lawyer, claimed that because Arn was under the influence of a demon at the time of the murder, he was not accountable for his actions. Such a defense was employed for the first time in American history. Minella attempted to have the Warrens testify regarding the alleged possession by Johnson and the exorcisms. Additionally, he intended to subpoena the priests who were performing the exorcisms. The defense team maintained that Arnie's actions could only be explained by demonic influence. However, the defense of demonic possession was promptly dismissed by the case's presiding judge, Judge Robert Callahan. Because it was not verifiable by any legal or scientific standards, he decided that such a defense could not be used in court. Supernatural claims are not admissible under the American legal system, which is founded on observable facts and logical reasoning. After the demonic possession defense was rejected, Arn's legal team turned to self-defense. Judge Callahan said, "The courts have dealt with the existence of God. Now they're going to have to deal with the existence of the devil." The next question on the trial was whether Arnie had acted in self-defense during an altercation with Alan Bono while intoxicated. According to testimony given during the trial, Alan started the deadly altercation by grabbing Mary Glatzel, the sister of Arnie's girlfriend, and refusing to let her go. Although the specifics of the altercation were unclear, witnesses stated that Alan had been drinking excessively and had become agitated. Assistant State's Attorney Walter Flanagan led the prosecution's argument that Arn stabbed Alan on purpose. Although the prosecution argued that the murder was the consequence of a heated argument rather than any supernatural influence, Johnson had a history of good behavior and no violent tendencies. The jury deliberated based on the evidence presented in court, despite the case's sensational nature and the initial defense's reliance on the demonic possession argument. On November 24, 1981, the jury found Arn Johnson guilty of first-degree manslaughter. Following 15 hours of deliberation, the jury agreed with the defense's arguments of mitigating circumstances, such as the fight between Arnie and Alan, and rejected the notion that the murder was premeditated or that Johnson had acted with malice aforethought. Due to his good behavior, Arnie was released from prison in 1986 after serving only 5 of the 10 to 20 years that he had been sentenced to. The case has had a long-lasting impact on popular culture, in addition to the legal field. Its status in paranormal lore has been solidified by Ed and Lorraine Warren's involvement with the case. Standing by their assertions that Arne Johnson had been influenced by a malevolent force and that the devil was the one who forced him to do it, they continued to write books and give interviews. The case further cemented its place in the history of the paranormal in America when it was dramatized in the popular movie The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It, in 2021. As a result, the February 16, 1981 case, which was initially thought to be an open and shut case, has been a source of fascination and wonder for many years, and is still one of the most fascinating cases to be remembered on Halloween. Why did the demon, if it was responsible, attach itself to David in spite of multiple exorcisms, but lay dormant in Arne both before and after the murder? Did Arne get away with the most egregious excuse in criminal history? How did Lorraine Warren alert the Brookfield police prior to the actual murder, if it wasn't paranormal? Those who read this terrifying story are still plagued by these questions. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss the events that took place in Texas. On April 4, 2011, Robert Frisbee arrived at the police station because he couldn't find his 17-year-old daughter, Bridget. Robert assumed she had spent the night at her friend's place, but when Bridget did not return home, he became concerned and attempted to contact her via phone. All of his attempts were unsuccessful. So Robert headed to the police station. Bridget was born December 17, 1993. There isn't much information about her early life because she was raised in an orphanage before being adopted by Catherine Randall Frisbee and Robert Frisbee at the age of 18 months. When I mention Robert and Catherine, I'll refer to them as Bridget's father and mother, not her adoptive parents. Bridget grew up to be a cheerful, energetic, and inquisitive young lady. She enjoyed poetry, painting, and horseback riding. Unfortunately, the difficulties that had followed Bridget like a shadow since birth did not fade as she grew older. Catherine Frisbee, Bridget's mother, died from a long illness when she was 6 years old. Her passing was heartbreaking for both Bridget and her father, Robert Frisbee. Catherine died at age 49. Robert tried everything to make his daughter happy. They had a warm, trusting relationship, but Bridget was getting older, and her rebellious side began to show. On April 3, 2011, teenagers riding motorcycles through the woods on the outskirts of Katy, Texas, noticed something suspicious on the ground among the trees. They decided to stop and take a closer look at what they saw. As they approached, they discovered a young woman lying on the ground. She was clearly dead and had been lying there for quite some time. They reported the discovery of the body to the police. The police officers who arrived at the crime scene quickly determined that the location where the teenagers discovered the young woman was the site of her death, but she didn't have any identification with her. The detectives had no idea who she was or how she ended up in the woods. Thus, one of the detectives' primary responsibilities was to identify the victim. She looked about 20 years old. When the expert examined the body, he discovered an entry bullet hole in the back of the victim's head. The bullet passed through and through, as evidenced by the exit wound on the forehead. Police discovered a 9mm pistol shell casing next to the body. At the time, the shell casing was the only clue that could be used to solve the case. When investigators examined the crime scene, they discovered another suspicious detail. There was a small hole a few yards away from the body. It was clear that someone had removed the topsoil, but it was unclear whether this was related to the crime. In search of answers, the police began interviewing residents near the crime scene. It was a quiet, wooded area, and residents became concerned about their safety after learning about a brutal crime committed near their homes. The police wanted to know if they had seen anything strange. Perhaps someone noticed strangers or unfamiliar cars near their home. Any clue was valuable. The officers went door to door, but no one reported seeing anything unusual. However, one of the locals stated that she had heard something strange. She spent the night before with friends in the backyard. At approximately 2 or 3 a.m., they heard a loud bang, like a gunshot. They paid little attention to it and did not call the police. At the time, this was not a major concern. However, learning about the discovery of a dead young woman nearby has raised serious concerns. Thus, the police estimated that the crime occurred between 2 and 3 a.m. No other residents have provided significant information to the police. To solve this case, detectives first had to identify the victim. In most cases, the perpetrator and victim know each other's names, occupations, social circles, and enemies. The police were able to track down the criminal detective, who began reviewing missing person reports in the hopes of finding someone who matched the description of a young woman found in the woods, but no one did. The following day was April 4, 2011. Robert Frisby visited the police station. He became concerned after learning that the police were investigating the death of a young woman whose identity had not yet been determined. Robert couldn't contact his 17-year-old daughter, Bridget. He informed detectives that he had last seen his daughter 2 days ago. She thought she was spending the night with a friend. He began to worry when she did not return home. Robert's worst fears were confirmed when the detective showed him photos of the crime scene. He recognized Bridget among them, and this, of course, caused him unimaginable emotional distress. Many years ago, he lost his wife, and now he's lost his daughter, whom he loved despite her rebellious nature. The investigators asked him to describe everything about the last time he saw his daughter and the events leading up to his visit to the police station. The police now knew the victim's name, giving them hope that they would be able to find the person who killed Bridget quickly. Robert Frisby testified that he had last seen his daughter on April 2, 2011. That day, he bought her a new rave outfit, including blue, green fox fur leggings, a skirt, and a top. Kendall Suto, Bridget's friend, visited them in the evening and stayed for dinner. Robert drove Bridget and Kendall to a rave party, but it was closed, so they returned home shortly after 10 p.m. Kendall's ride was supposed to pick him up at midnight, so he and Bridget settled in to watch a movie. Bridget was still dressed in her new rave outfit when Robert went to bed and set the alarm for midnight. When he awoke, Bridget informed him that the candle ride had not yet arrived. When Kendall left, Robert wanted to lock up the house. When Robert awoke at around 3 a.m., he discovered the back door and garage door open. Bridget could not return without the man's knowledge because he was locked up. Then he realized his cell phone was missing. He had recently taken away Bridget's phone, so he assumed she had taken his when she went out. Robert repeatedly called his cell phone and searched the internet for its GPS location. He gave up waiting for her to return after being unable to contact her or locate the phone. The next day, he called several of Bridget's friends, but none of them knew where she was. Later that evening, April 3, he read on the internet about a body discovered nearby and began to suspect it was Bridget. He therefore decided to contact the police. Thus, based on Robert's information, investigators had their first potential suspect, Bridget's friend, Kendall Suto, but Robert Frisby didn't think Kendall could hurt Bridget. He claimed that only one person could have personal motivations to harm her, Bridget's ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Larson, with whom she had a complicated relationship, became the second potential suspect. Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards, was also considered a suspect by investigators. They needed to know what these three people were doing and where they were during the crime. The first person investigators decided to speak with was Bridget's friend Kendall Suto, who was at Frisby's house and may have been the last person to see her alive. Kendall had no prior issues with the law. When the police called, he agreed to meet with them. During a conversation with detectives, he admitted to watching TV with Bridget on the night she died. However, Kendall allegedly left Frisby's house shortly after Bridget's father went to bed. He denied involvement in Bridget's death, claiming they were friends, and he had no reason to harm her. The man was prepared to provide the investigators with any assistance they required. He mentioned it while he and Bridget were watching television. She was upset due to a disagreement with her ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Larson. They were together for several months, but the relationship was troubled and they eventually split up. Investigators checked Kendall's alibi, which appeared to be confirmed. Nonetheless, he was not removed from the suspect list because the case was still unclear. Next, The investigators decided to approach Jonathan Larson, whose name they had already heard from several people, in the hopes of catching him off guard. They showed up at his house without warning. However, they were not expecting a pleasant surprise. The house was empty. Larson's family apparently left the house quickly. The most surprising thing, however, was what the investigators discovered outside the windows. The front door and walls were bullet-ridden, as was revealed 3 weeks prior to the police visit. Someone fired all of those bullets at Larson's family home in a drive-by shooting. The police department investigating the murders was unaware of the shooting because no one was injured. When someone shot the house, the owner called the police, but the case remained unsolved. The police only had shell casings and bullets, but they had no idea who was responsible for them. After interviewing the neighbors, the investigators discovered that the next day after the drive, they shot Larson and fled because they felt unsafe. Detectives were now investigating whether Bridget Frisbee's death and the shooting at her ex-boyfriend's house were connected. Let me remind you that Bridget's body was discovered on April 3, 2011, and the drive-by shooting happened 3 weeks ago. On March 14, Jonathan Larson was identified as the primary suspect, so the police began searching for him. During the investigation, police went to Bridget Frisbee and Jonathan Larson's school. The school administration stated that Jonathan had not attended school in several days. When they couldn't find Jonathan, they decided to speak with Bridget's classmates. They wanted to know who she was feuding with, who might wish her harm, and if she had any enemies. Alexander Olivieri was among those with whom the investigators spoke. He claimed that he and Bridget were friends who frequently spent time together. Alexander claimed that Jonathan Larson was the only one with a motive to harm Bridget. When the investigators asked Alexander about the last time he saw Bridget, he stated that they were supposed to meet on the night she died. They agreed to meet at her house, then travel to Houston together to pick up Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards, at the bus stop. Alexander stated that he arrived at Frisbee's house with his friend Alan Perez, but Bridget was not present. She was supposed to be waiting for him on the street near the house, but she was nowhere to be found. Alexandra Olivieri stated that he and Alan Perez returned to Frisbee's house a few hours later, but Bridget was still not present. According to him, it was around 5 a.m. No wonder Bridget was not at home. She had already died by that time. Olivieri stated that he learned about Bridget's death from a news report. After visiting the school, the investigators added 2 new names to their list of potential suspects, Alexander Olivieri and Alan Perez. However, the main person of interest in the investigation remained the same, Bridget's ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Larson. Detectives discovered that Jonathan's mother did not leave the city following the drive-by shooting. She lived in a friend's apartment for a while. During a conversation with investigators, she stated that she sent her son to live with relatives in Austin, Texas. Following the incident, the woman stated that her son frequently got into trouble, and she was certain that their house had become bullet-ridden as a result of him. That incident, she believed, was a form of vengeance against her son. She also claimed Jonathan fought with another man shortly before the drive-by shooting. She was certain there was a connection between the fight and the shooting at their house. The woman's relationship with her son was not ideal. She had no idea where Jonathan was at the time of Bridget Frisbee's death. She gave officers the address of her relatives in Austin, where she claimed Jonathan was supposed to be. However, the case's breakthrough came before the investigators discovered Jonathan. A lawyer representing the Perez family approached the police. He stated that his client, Alan Perez, has important information regarding Bridget Frisbee's death. When the investigators spoke with Bridget's classmate, Alexander Olivieri, they learned the name Alan Perez. The latter then stated that he came to Frisbee's house with Alan Perez. Alan was now prepared to share important information, but only under certain conditions. He was willing to discuss Bridget's death in exchange for an immunity agreement. The authorities needed answers, so they accepted this condition. Alan Perez claimed that the drive-by shooting at Jonathan Larson's house was linked to Bridget Frisbee's death. This shooting occurred just 1 week after Jonathan and Bridget split up. Alexander Olivieri, 17, whom investigators had previously spoken with at school, assisted Bridget in exacting revenge on Jonathan and firing the shots at the house. Perez and Olivieri met in high school. They joined the National Guard together. But when Olivieri returned from basic training, he began attending a new school. According to Perez, Bridget was one of Olivieri's new friends at his new school. Perez testified that Bridget had been bragging about participating in a drive-by shooting with a friend, and that Olivieri later told Perez that he was the shooter. Specifically, Olivieri told Perez that Bridget drove, and he shot at her ex-boyfriend's house with his Hugo semi-automatic rifle. Perez testified that Olivieri approached him for a favor on the evening of April 2, 2011. Olivieri explained that he wanted to punish Bridget for informing friends about the drive-by. He wanted Perez as a backup. Olivieri told Perez to bring a weapon. Perez arrived carrying a .380 caliber pistol and dressed in a green military uniform, mask, and gloves. Olivieri carried a 9mm Beretta pistol in a shoulder holster beneath his jacket. According to Perez, they arrived at Olivieri's house after midnight. Olivieri then called Bridget and asked her to accompany him to pick up her boyfriend, Zach Richards, from the bus station. Bridget declined, citing her busy schedule. Olivieri went to Bridget's house and instructed Perez to hide under a blanket in the back of his Suburban. Olivieri informed Perez that he wanted to get Bridget into his car. That's why Perez had to sit under the covers and remain silent. Perez was supposed to follow them from a distance once they arrived at their destination and exited the vehicle. Bridget was leaving on her four-wheeler to meet friends when they arrived at her house, so they left. They went looking for her again a little later, and they found her pushing her four-wheeler because it had run out of fuel. Olivieri requested her assistance in locating a cache of random items. She initially declined, but he eventually persuaded her to go with him. Bridget parked her four-wheeler and got into the passenger seat of the Olivieri Suburban. Perez was still hiding in the back of the car, under blankets. Olivieri returned to the same neighborhood where he and Bridget had conducted the drive-by shooting. They got out of their car. Perez waited a minute before following them. Perez spotted Olivieri carrying a shovel and leading Bridget with a flashlight. Olivieri pointed out a spot and instructed Bridget to begin digging. As she bent over to dig, Perez noticed Olivieri reaching into his jacket, pull out his gun, place it against the back of Bridget's neck, and fire. Perez testified that he was shocked because he expected Olivieri to threaten her with the gun, but he had just shot her. Olivieri ran towards Perez, who cursed at him for a while. Olivieri told Perez to shut up and run towards the car while he got his shovel, flashlight, and Bridget's cell phone. Then they left the crime scene and drove to Perez's house. Before they reached their destination, they smashed Bridget's phone with a shovel before hitting it. After this, they drove home to Olivieri. They moved everything from the Suburban into Alexander's room. According to Perez, he and Olivieri arrived at the bus station around 4 a.m. to pick up Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards. Perez invited Richards to spend the night at his house, so the three of them drove to Perez's home and went to bed. They told Richards nothing about the crime. Olivieri informed Perez that they needed to be each other's alibis. When questioned by police, Perez had to explain that he stayed at Olivieri's house, hung out, watched a movie, and then they went to pick up Richards together. Alexander Olivier persuaded him that saying the same thing and providing each other with an alibi would not put them in danger. Olivieri also told Perez that he was going to get rid of the gun he used to kill Bridget. Bridget was upset because Jonathan Larson, with whom she was in a relationship, cheated on her. Olivieri offered to exact revenge on him by shooting at his home. However, he had not anticipated what would happen next. Bridget failed to keep the drive a secret, which concerned Olivieri. This incident may put an end to his plans. He wanted to be a military man, but now his dream was hanging by a thread. That's why he went to great lengths to keep Bridget quiet. He decided that the only way out of this situation was for Bridget Frisbee to die. During the investigation, the police heard the name of Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards, several times.
So they decided to speak with him.
They wanted to know whether Richards would confirm Alan Perez's testimony, or if the latter was attempting to absolve himself of responsibility. The situation seemed perplexing. Bridget's boyfriend Richards testified that in March 2011, Alexander Olivier Airy said he was going to deal with something, grabbed his AK-47 and left with Bridget in her car. Later, Olivieri told Richards that he shot at Bridget's ex-boyfriend's house from her car as she drove by. Olivieri told Richards that he participated in the drive-by as a favor to Bridget and simply because he could. Richards testified that Bridget continued to brag about the shooting, and Olivieri confronted her and told her to stop telling people. On April 3, 2011, Olivieri agreed to drive Bridget to the Houston bus station to pick up Richards around 1 a.m. When Olivieri did not show up, Richards took a ride to Denny's and finally called Olivieri at around 2:30 or 3 a.m. Olivieri informed him that he was at home, but would come pick him up. Alexander finally arrived several hours late, and Perez accompanied him. When Richards inquired about Bridget Olivieri, he stated that he attempted to contact her and visited her house, but she was not there. Richards stated that he went to Bridget's house after sleeping for a few hours. Her father answered the door and explained that Bridget had been out all night, and he had no idea where she was. Richards spent the next few days attempting to locate her through friends before learning of her body's discovery. Richards told the investigators that he had previously visited the woods, which have now become a crime scene, with Bridget and Olivier. According to him, Olivieri was familiar with this area, and it was not unusual for him to carry a weapon at all times. Thus, everything pointed to Alexander Olivieri being responsible for Bridget Frisbee's death. 4 days after her death, police issued an arrest warrant for Olivieri. Given that the suspect possessed a variety of weapons and was proficient in their use, the police requested assistance from SWAT teams in apprehending him. After the surveillance team confirmed that Alexander Olivier was at home, the SWAT team began their work. Fortunately, they did not have to use weapons, and Olivier surrendered without resistance. He was calm and emotionless. He understood why he was arrested, but he denied having any involvement in Bridget Frisbee's death. Alexander's father, Samuel Olivieri, agreed to a search of the house and car. The police discovered neither the AK-47 nor the Beretta, but they did find an instruction manual for a 9mm Beretta pistol. It matched the shell casing discovered at the crime scene. In Olivier, police discovered a blanket, a shovel, a rifle, and shotgun shell casings, as well as trace evidence samples such as fibers from the passenger seat and floorboard. Ballistics testing revealed that the shell casing from the Suburban match was recovered during the drive by shooting at Larson's home. Fibers lifted from the car's passenger seat matched Bridget's new Rave Fox fur outfit, which she was wearing when her father last saw her on the night of April 2. During his trial, Alexander Olivieri claimed that he did not see Bridget on the night she was killed. Olivieri's defense claimed that fibers discovered in their client's car matched the fibers of Bridget's new Rave Fox outfit and arrived there a few weeks before her death, but this theory was rejected. During the trial, Robert Frisbee provided a credit card statement that showed Bridget's outfit was purchased on April 2, 2011. She died several hours later. It showed that Bridget was undoubtedly in Olivieri's car before her death, implying that he was lying when he claimed he hadn't seen her that night. The court saw a video posted on YouTube in 2010. Approximately a year before Bridget died, it was called Me and My Beretta 9mm. It shows Alexander Olivieri firing a variety of firearms, including a Beretta pistol. Alan Perez testified at the trial that the video showed the same gun that Olivieri used to kill Bridget. On August 1, 2012, the court sentenced Alexander Olivieri to 60 years in prison. He will be eligible for parole in 30 years, but Robert Frisbee believes Olivieri will be imprisoned for at least 50 years. It is critical that this man be removed from the streets and remain so for the rest of his life. Robert Frisbee stated that after spending so many years in a small cell, he will be a broken man when he gets out. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. There was a foreboding hush after Lisa Holstead, 22, vanished without a trace on August 12, 1986. Authorities began a desperate search when her partner reported her missing, and an hour into the hunt, they discovered something gory. Lisa had been viciously strangled, and her lifeless body was discovered in a marsh in the Kenyers Nature Park. There were no leads or suspects to speak of who may have perpetrated such a horrible act, thus the case remained a mystery for years. Why would somebody choose to take the life of a woman who is so young and active? Today, we'll examine how the 34-year-old Green Bay cold case murder inquiry was resolved. So let's go right to the puzzle without further ado. The incident was committed in Green Bay, a city of around 104,000 residents, in the U.S. state of Wisconsin that is situated on the shore of Lake Michigan. It is renowned for its vibrant football culture and is the third largest city in the state. One of the National Football League's most successful teams, the Green Bay Packers, call Green Bay home. The city's economy is varied, encompassing sectors like as industry, tourism, healthcare, and education. The historic downtown area, Bay Beach Amusement Park, and the National Railroad Museum are among the attractions available to visitors to Green Bay. In 1986, a terrible murder occurred here in Green Bay. A daughter with sparkling eyes was born on April 18, 1964. Lisa Holstead was raised by Judith Karen Peral Thompson, a tough and courageous single mother. Lisa's early years weren't without difficulties. Despite the absence of her father, Frank Holstead, Lisa continued to shine brightly. She had a creative spirit and an inquisitive mind from a young age, which shaped her life. She was raised by two devoted elder sisters, Susan, who is 2 years Lisa's senior, and Deborah, who is 3 years Lisa's senior. They were always available to listen to her or to provide a shoulder to weep on. With them, Lisa experienced a warmth and security that was difficult to duplicate. She was protected by her elder brother, Stephen Halstead, who was 5 years older than her. He always made sure his younger sister felt loved and safe. Being raised by a single mother presented financial challenges, yet their love for one another remained constant. Judith loved her kids unconditionally and put in a lot of effort to support them. In addition to her love of horses, Lisa Holstead was artistic and enjoyed drawing in her own time. But when she became pregnant at the age of 17, her life took a surprising turn, and in 1981 she gave birth to her cherished son, Jeremy. Notwithstanding her difficulties, Lisa was a dedicated and affectionate mother who lavished her son with attention. She put in a lot of effort to make sure Jeremy had the greatest life possible. As she raised Jeremy alone, much as her own mother had raised her and her siblings, her compassionate, gregarious, and imaginative nature was evident. Lisa Holstead was a strong, independent woman. She bravely decided to relocate across the country to Los Angeles in order to follow her ambitions since, although living with her family was comfortable, she longed for something more. After a while in 1981, she came to the realization that she and her son Jeremy needed a stable, tranquil life. In 1982, she discovered that in the Wisconsin town of Green Bay, where they established a house, Lisa was keen to further her education, even though she never went to college. From 1983 to 1984, she enrolled in a goal-oriented non-credit adult learning course at the Northeastern Wisconsin Technical Institute. Lisa was only 22 when she returned to Green Bay in 1986, but she had already achieved a great deal with her now 5-year-old kid at her side. In this new phase of their lives, she was prepared to face any obstacles that could arise. She even fell in love again, this time with John Sott, with whom she lived in a comfortable house in Green Bay. The pair had an oddball array of pets, including an eel and a bird named Herbie, and they relished simple pleasures like fishing and darts. Lisa adored every time she spent with her loved ones, and her passion for life and love for her family were clear in everything she did. But on August 12, 1986, her promising future was sadly cut short by a cruel twist of fate. When Lisa and John set off on a late-night trip in Wisconsin, the moon was high in the sky. As they played darts game after game, Lisa and John appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely, and their competitive nature was evident. However, tension increased as the evening wore on, and it appeared that the booze had taken its toll. At 2:30 a.m., the automobile stopped at the corner of Mason and Taylor Street as they were returning home. She unlocked the door and stepped out into the chilly night air, where she and John had been fighting. She needed to get her thoughts straightened out, because the conversation with John had left her feeling angry and irritated. She informed John that he could go ahead and rest while she walked home. He wished that she would return quickly so that they could reconcile and move past this disagreement. John's concern turned into a bothersome feeling of dread as the hours went by and the sun rose above the sleepy town of Green Bay. He had the unshakable impression that something was seriously amiss, and Lisa had yet to return. Calling her name, he searched the streets and alleys but got no answer. Fear and uncertainty weighed heavily on his heart as he frantically went to the police station and reported her missing. 2 unwary employees in the Ken Years Nature Park made a horrifying discovery an hour after John reported her missing. On a typical day, the workers were walking along the riverside when they noticed a hand protruding from the water's surface. Curious, they halted their truck and walked to the water's edge. They would never be able to forget what they discovered there: a woman's lifeless body lying half-naked, as though she had been discarded like an unwanted item. They phoned the police right away, and when the Green Bay Police Department officers showed up on the scene a few minutes later, they saw a horrifying scene. Surrounded by towering reeds and murky water, the dead body of the unidentified woman lay in the marsh. In order to collect any evidence, the investigators made an effort to secure the area. The police discovered a tiny piece of cloth sticking out from beneath the murky waters as they searched the marsh for any hints that would help them identify the woman. They waded across the muck in haste to get the fabric, and when they looked more closely, they found an identity card in a pair of trousers' back pocket. At that point, they were able to identify Lisa Holstead as the victim. The case was declared a homicide once they came close to her body and noticed the telltale marks on her neck, sad proof that she had been strangled to death. Lisa's last moments were described in graphic detail in the autopsy report. Her blood alcohol content was discovered to be extremely high, measuring an astounding 0.25%, well beyond the legal limit. The autopsy at the time also showed that she had sustained numerous wounds that left her body covered in blood, a sight that could have troubled even the most courageous person. Even worse, the results of the medical examiner indicated that the main reason for her death was a horrific sexual assault. The alien DNA sample they had successfully taken from the victim's body was their only hope. For the police, finding the DNA was like locating a needle in a haystack. They didn't have a suspect to match it to, but they felt it was an important piece of evidence. Like a priceless diamond, the tiny sample was meticulously preserved. The investigators hoped that technology would eventually catch up with this evidence's potential and provide them with the answers they so urgently needed. Like wildfire, the news of Lisa's passing spread, leaving a path of sorrow in its wake. The loss of the lady he loved, the final quarrel, and the knowledge that he could have done more to protect her left her boyfriend John devastated. Her family was thrust into an agonizing and perplexing environment. Investigating quickly, the police spoke with everyone who might have had a reason to hurt Lisa. In the years that followed, investigators questioned every suspect, followed up on every lead, and made multiple trips back to the crime scene, but nothing seemed to reveal the whole truth. In order to piece together any lead or clue that would point to Lisa's killer, they even went back to the drawing board multiple times. However, they encountered dead ends in their endeavors. The situation just seemed to get more obscure with the passing of time. As the evidence eroded, possible suspects disappeared from view. After more than 30 years, the case was finally archived and sat collecting dust on a shelf. However, hope was rekindled in 2020 after the case had been unsolved for 34 years, when GBPD detective David Graff reopened the case and took the lead in the investigation with unwavering resolve. As he and his group went through the old case files, they saw a tiny vial that had been left at the back of the storage container. Inside was the culprit's DNA, which held the secret to solving the case. It was time to use the most recent forensic technologies to investigate her heinous murder. In an attempt to discover the identity of the murderer, he contacted Othram, a pioneer in the field that specializes in forensic genetic genealogy. In addition to revealing more about the suspect, this state-of-the-art technology would offer an intriguing look into the killer's family ties. The detective was finally able to unravel the complex web of this cold case with this new information. When the lab returned the results of the June 2020 study of the DNA, the Green Bay Police Department had a plethora of information about their suspect. The police were getting closer to the murderer with each new piece of information they learned from the DNA study. The police began meticulously tracking down the person's distant relatives' family trees, building a network of connections piece by piece, until they had 10 or 15 distinct family trees. They searched databases and websites as the investigation went on in an effort to identify groupings of people who might be connected to the victim. They discovered a group of people residing in other states after much research and excavation. They followed their trail and eventually discovered a link to Wisconsin, which brought them to Green Bay, the scene of the gruesome murder. In 1986, the year the crime was committed, the authorities discovered a family member who had been residing in Green Bay. They eventually located a suspect whose DNA might have matched the sample collected at the crime scene after several hours of labor. Finally, the long-awaited breakthrough had arrived. Investigators discovered that the man was Luke Griffin, who had previously been released on parole from the Green Bay Correctional Institution, where he had been serving time for the horrific crime of second-degree sexual assault and had a history of violence against women, including strangulation. The fact that Luke had been convicted of sexual assault in 1981 something that had been overlooked during the initial investigation, was what most startled them. The police appeared to have overlooked an important hint that had been in plain sight the entire time, but owing to Detective David Graff's and his team's unwavering efforts and the revolutionary science of forensic genetic genealogy, Luke's past eventually caught up with him. The investigators realized they needed to be very confident before making an arrest, since they had a suspect in their sights. Luke Griffin's DNA had to be compared to the crime scene profile. In order to find their main suspect, Luke Griffin, who had relocated to the city of Racine, the police set out on an exciting quest in September 2020. In an effort to find evidence against Griffin, the Green Bay detectives teamed up with the FBI, DCI, and Racine County officials to place him under surveillance. Luke was being pursued, and the authorities had no intention of letting him escape their grasp. They followed him to another Wisconsin town, keeping tabs on everything he did. They were observing him on September 18, 2020, when they noticed him sloppily throwing a cigarette butt on the ground and throwing some beer cans in a dumpster. He had no idea that these seemingly unimportant deeds would ultimately bring him to ruin. The cops swiftly gathered the abandoned objects and returned them to the lab for additional DNA testing. On September 29, 2020, the results were released, and the officials were overjoyed. The DNA matched exactly with that recovered from the crime scene more than 30 years ago. The sound of handcuffs snapping into place was heard as Luke was led from his house on October 28, 2020, at approximately 6 in the morning. As the police car drove away with Luke to Brown County Jail, neighbors whispered to each other and peered out from behind their curtains. Luke sat stonily in the interrogation room, denying any role in the killing. Luke eventually admitted to having a sexual contact with the victim as the intensity of the questioning increased, but he said that his recall of the night was vague at best, blaming his confusion on his drug and alcohol use. As the crime's specifics emerged, it became evident that Luke's drunkenness had impairing his memory, making it impossible for him to remember what had happened before Lisa died. The once elusive culprit has been apprehended. His trial was scheduled for 2021. As Luke Griffin entered the courtroom with guards at his sides, it was crowded with reporters, the victim's family, and interested bystanders. When he sat down at the defendant's table, all eyes were on him. As the trial got underway and the prosecution presented their case, Luke's future was in jeopardy. The jurors paid close attention, taking in every nuance of the evidence. Speaking to the jury about what transpired that fateful night in 1986, Luke explained that he had just stopped at McDonald's and then traveled a route that just so happened to pass by the location where Lisa's body was subsequently found. However, the weight of the crime he had committed seemed to press more heavily on his shoulders with each syllable. The evidence against him grew stronger during the trial, until at last the jury was forced to render a verdict. After a protracted and taxing legal struggle, Luke was detained on a first-degree homicide charge, and his bail was set at $1 million, 0 cents. Luke took the shocking choice to enter a no-contest plea to the allegation of homicide by reckless conduct on January 27, 2023. As the judge read the decision, the courtroom was once again heated. Luke's lawyer, Peter Hain, pushed for a lighter term, pointing to Luke's bad health and the 2 years he had previously served in prison. Hain's plea, however, was rejected by Judge Timothy Hinkfuss, who claimed that Luke's negligence and refusal to accept responsibility had only served to further harm Holstead's family. Hinkfuss continued by explaining that the maximum term he could impose was constrained by the statutes in effect at the time of the crime, and that homicide by reckless conduct, a Class C felony, is currently punishable by up to 40 years in Wisconsin. When Luke was convicted of the murder and charged with first-degree intentional homicide, the crowd gasped collectively. For the prosecutors, who had devoted their lives to bringing justice to the victim's family, it was a bittersweet victory. Luke Griffin, 67, received a sentence of 10 years in jail on March 27, 2023, which was the maximum punishment permitted by the 1986 sentencing statute. After completing 2/3 of his term, Luke is eligible for release. Additionally, 2.5 years of time served were granted to him, meaning that he is eligible for parole in less than 6 months, and might be released in 4.5 years. Judge Timothy Hinkfuss of the Brown County Circuit Court stated that the case's legal battle had been fiercely contested since 2020. Although Judge Hinkfist accepted that the maximum penalty was grossly insufficient, she also acknowledged that Lisa Holsted's murder was a horrible and vile conduct that was limited by the laws in force at the time of the incident. David Lassie, the district attorney for Brown County, urged its imposition, pointing to the seriousness of the offense and its effect on the victim's family. For 34 years, he evaded justice and refused to accept responsibility. According to Lassie, that has had a major effect on the family. The hearing demonstrated the family members' emotional effect, and they made it plain that no penalty could bring back their beloved Lisa. When 5 members of Holsted's family stood before the bench to give their witness testimonies, the courtroom was a hive of emotion. As they described the suffering and trauma they had experienced for more than 30 years, their voices faltered with sorrow and rage. Speaking with passion, a sister, brother, niece, son, and granddaughter described the effects the long cold case had on their family. They expressed their dissatisfaction with the maximum penalty possible and talked about the vacuum left by their mother, grandma, and beloved sibling. When Lisa's brother Stephen Holsted spoke to the man who had hurt his family so much, his voice was full of emotion. He looked directly at Luke as he said, "The pain it caused our family cannot even be described to you." They depicted Lisa as a kind and caring mother to her small kid, saying, "Many tears. I've thought about Lisa all these years. Every day spend 13,377 days since you murdered her." The family talked of Lisa's trustworthy and gregarious personality, as well as her creative energy and love of music and art. Although they admitted that they didn't have many pictures or videos of Lisa, one family member brought a framed photo of her to the stage, and another played a clip of her singing when she was younger. The Lisa Holsted case serves as a monument to both the strength of tenacity and the astounding advancements in forensic science in recent years. Even though it may have appeared like an intractable enigma for decades, justice was eventually served thanks to the relentless efforts of law enforcement and the application of state-of-the-art forensic procedures. What punishment do you believe Luke should receive for his offense? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about what happened in 2007. Kelsey Smith, 18, mysteriously disappeared after going to the store in Kansas, United States. What happened to Kelsey drew media attention, and CCTV footage helped solve the case. Kelsey Ann Smith was born May 3, 1989 in Overland Park, Johnson County, Kansas. Kelsey was the 5th child of Greg and Missy Smith. She graduated from Shawnee Mission West High School on May 24, 2007, and was excited to start college in the fall. People recognized her as an outgoing and friendly individual. Her sense of humor left no one indifferent. She was a member of a marching band and played clarinet. Kelsey worked at an AMC movie theater on June 2, 2007. She had another shift. Missy, her mother, was leaving for a friend's wedding that morning, unaware that her family's life would be forever changed and that she would never see her daughter alive again. Missy said her goodbyes to Kelsey before leaving. Kelsey drove to work in the car her parents gave her. Her morning shift concluded without incident. After work, she went to see her father and sister, Lindsay. They visited an amusement park together. It had been a wonderful day, but it did not end well. Kelsey had decided to go shopping around 6 p.m. She asked her sister if she wanted to keep her company, but she declined. Kelsey left the house alone and drove to the nearest Target. Before leaving, she told her father, Greg, about her plans and expressed her love for him. Greg, a police officer, adored his children. The man taught them basic self-defense techniques and advised them to always take precautions. Kelsey called her mother, who was returning from a friend's wedding, about an hour later to say she was going shopping. They spoke briefly before agreeing to meet at home. After a while, John, Kelsey's boyfriend, arrived at Smith's home. John was one of the guys who boosted Greg's confidence. He frequently spent time at their house, and everyone expected their relationship to develop into something more. Kelsey went shopping that evening for a gift for John. The latter attempted to call her but was unable to get through. He went to her house, but she was not present. Greg tried calling his daughter, but she did not answer. Greg, a police officer, became concerned after several unsuccessful attempts to contact Kelsey. He tried to remain calm, but as a father, he became increasingly concerned with each passing minute. Greg began calling his daughter's friends. But no one knew where Kelsey was or why she wasn't returning calls and texts. Kelsey was unlike her peers. She always called her family, even if she was a little late. After a while, John and Kelsey's sister Lindsay got into their car and began driving around the area, hoping to locate Kelsey's car. What if she gets into an accident? Perhaps the police pulled her over for speeding. They first inspect the parking lots of various stores. In one of those, they noticed a Buick belonging to Kelsey. She informed her father that she was going to the Target store. However, they discovered her car near another store. John checked the car, but Kelsey wasn't present. Lindsay called her father to say they had found Kelsey's car. Greg warned them not to touch anything because the car could be a potential crime scene. After all, if this was the case, it was critical not to destroy any evidence that may have been left there. Greg contacted the police to report his daughter missing. The police conducted an official investigation. The detectives immediately arrived at the location where John and Lindsay discovered Kelsey's car. Greg and everyone else noticed something odd right away. Her car was not in the Target parking lot. It was next to another store in a dimly lit area of the parking lot. The detectives carefully examined the car, hoping to discover anything useful about Kelsey. But all they found inside was a package of gift wrapping paper and the gift the girl had bought for her boyfriend, John. There was nothing inside the car that suggested a crime. There were no signs of struggle. There was no trace of blood or anything like that. The keys were under the driver's seat. But then, the detective noticed something strange and suspicious. They noticed some fabric that resembled a t-shirt sticking out of the trunk, causing anxiety in his heart. Greg opened the trunk. It was empty. Kelsey was not present. She bought a gift for John at Target. That meant she was present at some point. The forensic experts thoroughly examined the car and discovered a thumbprint on the seatbelt. It didn't belong to Kelsey or anyone who had access to the car. Kelsey had recently graduated from high school and was preparing to attend the University of Kansas to become a veterinarian. She was always an excellent student. Kelsey was an ambitious and cheerful young lady. She had her entire life ahead of her. But now she had mysteriously vanished, and her family was desperate for answers. The police continued their work. However, other than an unidentified fingerprint, there was no evidence that her car was a crime scene. It appeared that someone had just left the car in this parking lot. The detectives went to Target to gather new information about Kelsey's disappearance. CCTV footage could answer some questions. By the time the officers arrived, the store had already closed. Despite the fact that it was nearly 11 p.m., they were able to locate the person who let them in and showed them the recordings. The police spent several hours at the monitors, watching Kelsey's every move, but her trip to the store was routine. She found the necessary items, paid for them, and proceeded to the parking lot. There was no indication that anything was wrong. While at the store, Kelsey did not argue or speak with anyone. She remained calm and left there alone. But here's what appears strange. Kelsey got into her car and drove in the opposite direction of her house for some reason. The recording quality was poor, making it impossible to see any details. As a result, a number of new and important questions emerged. Why didn't Kelsey go home as scheduled? Did she drive the car herself? Could she have concealed her own free will? Before dawn, Greg and Missy went to the police station, where detectives questioned them. As a cop, Greg was aware that this was a common practice. When investigating such cases, detectives must rule out the possibility that someone in the family is involved in the crime. He knew that if he and Missy answered the questions quickly, they would no longer be suspects and the police would be able to focus on other leads. The couple answered all of the questions. Kelsey's parents were not the suspects. The police wanted to investigate the next person for his involvement in Kelsey. His disappearance was caused by her boyfriend John. After all, Kelsey had spent the majority of her free time with him over the last few days. He was the last person she had contact with. They needed to know where John had been before he went into Kelly's house and informed her father that he couldn't contact her partners, which is frequently linked to what happened to their soulmate. As a result, the detectives decided to put pressure on the suspect. They began asking him the same but differently phrased questions to see how he would respond and whether he would change his story. It lasted approximately 2 hours. But John insisted that he was not involved in Kelly's disappearance and that their relationship was fine. He answered all of their questions and let the detectives examine his phone. The officers were inclined to believe that John was not lying and had no involvement in Kelsey's disappearance. Still, the detectives did not remove him from the suspect list. Kelsey's family could not simply sit and wait, so they began an unofficial investigation. Greg was well aware that if his daughter had been abducted, the chances of finding her alive decreased with each passing hour. Greg, Missy, and John gathered willing volunteers and divided them into groups to search the area. Each volunteer carried a bundle of printed missing person flyers and walked around the designated streets, asking if anyone had seen Kelsey. Greg also called radio stations and requested some airtime. He inquired about his daughter's disappearance and advised anyone with any relevant information to contact the police or the Smith family. An hour after the radio stations reported Kelsey's disappearance, TV channels broadcast the news. It improved the odds of finding Kelsey as soon as possible. Her classmates joined the search. They moved from one door to another. Perhaps someone from the house heard or saw something suspicious, or something that did not appear suspicious at first glance but could aid in the investigation. Any information was critical. One of the questions the police had to answer was where Kelsey was for the 3 hours between when she left Target and when John and Lindsay found her car. To answer this question, the investigators returned to the surveillance cameras. The parking lot where they discovered Kelsey's vehicle belonged to another store. Fortunately, there were cameras there as well. However, due to the poor quality of the recordings and insufficient lighting in that area of the parking lot, the detectives were unable to see anything that would help them determine where Kelsey had gone. They observed how her car drove into an unlit area of the parking lot, after which the headlights turned off. The driver exited the vehicle and drove away shortly after, but it was just a silhouette of a person. It was unclear if it was Kelsey or someone else. The police were disappointed. Kelsey's family thought it was a good sign. The family members understood that she had no reason to hide. The most important thing to them was finding Kelsey alive. The police had no new leads yet, so they decided to look at the Target surveillance camera footage again. However, the detectives now use higher quality monitors. They retracted Kelsey's every move while she was in the store, but she discovered nothing suspicious. Everything appeared normal. Kelsey purchased the necessary items and exited the store like any other customer parking lot. What could have happened there to cause Kelsey's disappearance? Despite the poor recording quality, the detectives discovered a suspicious detail. After leaving the store, Kelsey went to the parking lot to park her car and opened the back door to store the purchased items. Then she approached the driver's door. At that moment, the investigator noticed a blurry spot following her. The police believed Kelsey had been attacked when she got into the car, indicating an abduction. The investigators repeatedly watched the recording. However, due to the viewing angle and recording quality, they were unable to see the full picture. The door closed in about 15 seconds, and the car left the parking lot. Perhaps her car turned in the opposite direction from her house because she wasn't driving, or someone threatened her. Detectives didn't want to tell Kelsey's parents that their daughter had most likely been abducted. The police had only a video recording of the abduction as evidence. However, it was impossible to see who did it. This person wore a white t-shirt and dark shorts. Thus, the investigators returned to the Target CCTV footage. But this time, they're hoping to see someone in a white t-shirt and dark shorts. And then they noticed something new. A man in a white t-shirt and dark shorts followed Kelsey everywhere she went. He maintained his distance so Kelsey would not suspect anything, but he was always present. It was clear that this man was following Kelsey. When Kelsey approached the checkout to pay for the goods, he made his way to the exit without hurry. He obviously left the store first and waited for her in the parking lot. Soon after, the police were able to obtain a clearer image of his face. It wasn't a perfect quality, but they hoped someone could recognize this person. The police asked the community for help in identifying the man. The number of calls with potential leads surpassed 1,000. It took a long time to review this amount of data. Detectives attempted to filter out information that was unlikely to be relevant to the investigation. The police interrogated several people who resembled this man, but none of them were the one they needed to locate. The breakthrough in this case came after the police located Kelsey's phone. After she vanished, her phone was found in a wooded area near Longview Lake, Missouri, about 15 miles from Target. By this point, the FBI had joined the investigation. They focused the search in the area where Kelsey's phone was last active. Around 200 people took part in it. Kelsey was discovered 4 days after her kidnapping, and only 45 minutes after her cell phone company provided information about her cell phone activity that is worth paying close attention to. We will address this issue later. Unfortunately, she had died. The criminal attempted to conceal the evidence of the crime by hiding her body beneath the leaves and tree branches. Kelsey was naked, revealing the motive for this crime. Her belongings were a few feet from her. During the forensic examination, the experts determined that Kelsey died from strangulation. The criminal committed suicide with her own belt. The police had to deliver the worst news of her parents' lives. Kelsey's death devastated her family and friends. The criminal was still out there, and the police needed to find him as soon as possible because they feared he would kidnap another person. At this stage of the investigation, the police only had CCTV footage. As a result, the researchers decided to conduct another study on them. Knowing that someone had abandoned Kelsey's car in the parking lot at 9:17 p.m., the officers decided to look into what was going on in the Target parking lot at the same time. They saw a man rush up to a dark pickup truck parked in the parking lot, get inside, and drive away. It was around 9:22 p.m., however, it is possible that this was just a coincidence unrelated to the case. The pickup truck left the Target parking lot after it had already gotten dark. But what if the person driving the car arrived during daylight hours? The investigators reviewed the recording, which confirmed their assumptions. The blue pickup truck arrived in the Target parking lot at 6:55 p.m. Kelsey pulled into the parking lot a minute later, parking next to this pickup truck by some evil coincidence. Perhaps that was the first time the criminal saw her. The police released images of the pickup truck and the man who was following Kelsey in the hopes that someone could identify him. And it resulted in people calling the police station to say they knew the man in the picture. One of the callers introduced himself as a colleague and the other as a friend. Both callers gave the same name, Edwin Hall. He was 26 years old, owned a pickup truck, was married with a son. The police investigated Hall's past and discovered that, while he had no adult convictions, he did have a juvenile record for threatening his adoptive sister with a bread knife when he was 15 years old. If Hall was the one who kidnapped and murdered Kelsey Smith, he may have attempted to flee after his image appeared in the media. As a result, the police went to his home right away. When the cops arrived, they noticed Hall packing things into his car. He intended to flee with his family, but the police apprehended him first. They arrested Edwin Hall and transported him to a police station for questioning. He told detectives that he had no involvement in Kelsey Smith's disappearance and death. He said he had no idea who she was. However, everyone knew he was lying because Target's CCTV footage clearly showed Hall following Kelsey. When they told him about the recording, they were able to refute his claims. He admitted that he watched Kelsey because he admired her legs. However, Edwin continued to deny any contact with Kelsey after she left the store. He agreed to give the police his DNA sample and fingerprints so that he would be removed from the suspect list. Hall was certain he'd left no trace. However, he was mistaken in believing that his thumbprint matched those found on the seatbelt and Kelsey's car. This information directly linked Hall to the kidnapping and death of Kelsey Smith. After all, there was no other explanation for his fingerprint on the seatbelt. Hence, regardless of what Edwin Hall said, the police knew he was the one who approached Kelsey in the parking lot. After the detectives informed him of the fingerprint match, he decided not to wait for the DNA results and confessed all, to avoid the death sentence. Hall agreed to reveal all of the details of the crime he committed. He stated that he liked Kelsey when he saw her in the Target parking lot. Hall began following her while she was shopping and then waited until she reached the car. After this, he pulled out his gun and attacked her. Hall pushed her into her car and took her to a wooded area outside the city. There, he told Kelsey to undress and eventually killed her because he was afraid she'd tell him everything. Then Hall hid Kelsey's body beneath branches and leaves and drove away. After leaving Kelsey's car in a nearby parking lot, he returned to Target, where he had previously parked his pickup truck, and drove home. Missy and Greg Smith stated that following Kelsey's death, they noticed that the majority of violent crimes targeted children and young adults. We wanted to stop this from happening to others. Missy Smith stated that with that goal in mind, they developed safety awareness seminars. Greg Smith was a police officer when his daughter died, so he applied the training methods he learned in the military to a civilian environment. The Kelsey Smith Act was passed in Kansas in 2009, and similar laws exist in 23 other states. However, in 2016, it failed to pass the United States House of Representatives. Members of Congress who voted against the bill cited privacy concerns and the ability for law enforcement to access information without subpoenas. The Smiths state that only one location will be released, so texts, pictures, and phone calls would be prohibited. For 13 years, the couple has been advocating for change in Congress. One thing keeps them going. It's Kelsey, without a doubt. Greg Smith identified Kelsey as an 18-year-old recent high school graduate who walked out of a Target in Overland Park and vanished. It took a cell phone company 4 days to release her phone's location information. Once it did, police discovered her body within 45 minutes. The Smiths dedicated their lives to enacting legislation to speed up the process for other families. It would have saved you days of searching for her and not knowing if your child was still alive or what her fate was. Missy Smith stated that if law enforcement determines that an emergency exists, the Kelsey Smith Act requires wireless communication providers to disclose a device's location information. It also grants the phone company immunity for doing so. Overall, it serves as a tool for law enforcement. We live in a technological age, so why not give them every tool they need to find someone? According to Greg Smith, the legislation states that the information should be released if officers believe the phone was used to call 911 within the previous 48 hours, or if there is reason to believe someone is in danger of death or serious physical harm. In September 2008, the jury found Edwin Hall guilty of all charges. During the trial, he apologized to Kelsey's family and expressed deep regret. The court sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Kelsey, who would have turned 34 on May 3rd, has become the face of a movement to force telecommunications providers to be more responsive in emergency situations, particularly as GPS and cell phone technology have improved and evolved over the last 16 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. On Saturday, June 28, 2014, Erin Corwin, 19, informed her husband Jonathan John Corwin that she planned to hike some trails in Joshua Tree National Park. Her mother, Laura Evelyn, was due to visit the following week, and Erin expressed a desire to go on some walks together. Erin and John had been married for over a year and had known each other since 5th grade when they met in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. When Erin turned 16, John asked her parents and Bill for permission to date her, and they agreed. John appeared to be a good match for their daughter, with gentlemanly characteristics. The couple married in November 2012 and moved to California in September 2013. John lives at the 29 Palms Marine Base, where he served as a Marine. Two other young couples, Connor and Isley Malachi, lived next door to John and Aaron, sharing a downstairs apartment with their son Brian. While Chris and Nicole Lee lived next door with their daughter Liberty, Aaron and John had a difficult start to 2014 as Aaron miscarried. Seeking solace, she volunteered at the White Rock Horse Rescue Ranch, where she cared for horses and made friends. Aaron discovered she was pregnant again in April 2014, which excited John on the morning of June 28. When Aaron left early, John expected her to return later in the day. However, as the day went on without her, he contacted her best friend to inquire about her whereabouts, but she had no idea. Concerned, John reported Aaron missing to the police on the morning of June 29, claiming she had left around 6 or 7 a.m. on June 28 to explore some trails. He mentioned that she had expressed love before leaving, and he returned to sleep after seeing her off. Aaron has not communicated since then. When John informed Aaron's parents about her disappearance, their first concern was that she might be lost in the vast desert. Without provisions, you will face harsh conditions. Military troops joined the search, conducting a massive operation across 300 rugged acres of desert. The San Bernardino Sheriff Search and Rescue Team worked with Nancy's agents to navigate the treacherous terrain, which included over 1,000 abandoned mines. Questions arose about John's decision to wait 24 hours before reporting Aaron missing. He then underwent a polygraph test, which he passed, allowing the police to rule him out as a suspect. Aaron's car was discovered 20 to 30 miles east of the military base, parked quite far from the Joshua Tree National Park entrance. Authorities were perplexed as to why Aaron did not park closer if she intended to explore the nearby trails. Notably, shoe prints were discovered leading from the driver's side of Aaron's vehicle to a location where investigators suspected another car had been parked. The question arose, had Aaron gotten into another vehicle? According to John's information, Aaron intended to go alone that day and had not mentioned meeting anyone else. Lore, Aaron's mother, contacted one of her best friends, Jessica, who revealed that Aaron had planned a special date at Joshua Tree National Park on June 28th. Aaron was secretly having an extramarital affair, which shocked her. It seemed at odds with Aaron's apparent devotion to John, as she had written him love letters and poems. Jessica informed the authorities that Aaron intended to meet Chris Lee, a Marine living next to John, and that Aaron lived with his wife Nicole and their 6-year-old daughter. When police approached Chris and asked about Aaron's whereabouts, he initially claimed he didn't know her well and that they had only exchanged brief greetings. Chris claims that on the day Aaron went missing, he was coyote hunting near Gold Crown Road and had no contact with her. The police then brought Chris to the station for further questioning. Following a series of questions, Chris admitted to having a close relationship with Aaron, acknowledging that they were romantically involved. However, he claimed that their physical interactions were limited to kissing, and no sexual intercourse occurred. Despite his familiarity with Aaron, Chris insisted that he was unaware of her current location. Chris was released from police custody without being charged. The search for Aaron persisted. But, given the large number of mines in Joshua Tree National Park and its surroundings, hope faded. Aaron's remains were discovered on August 16th, nearly 2 months after she disappeared. A caver alerted by a strong gasoline odor investigated one of the mines and discovered Aaron's body within. A tire, a homemade torch, and a bottle of Sprite sat beside her. The autopsy determined that Aaron's death was a homicide, with strangulation as the cause. She was choked to death with a homemade garrote, and her body was dropped 250 feet down the rows of the Peruman shaft while the garrote remained around her neck. Police discovered a propane tank inside the mine, indicating an attempt to burn her body. Because of Aaron's advanced state of decomposition, it was impossible to say for certain whether she was pregnant. The garrote found around Aaron's neck was made from 2 rebar handles and paracord. The autopsy revealed several skull fractures, one of which happened shortly before or during her death. In addition, fractures to her left collarbone and left rib were discovered shortly before or during her death. The remaining skull fractures were caused post-mortem, most likely during the process of dragging or throwing her into the mine. DNA testing on the items discovered alongside Aaron's body in the shaft produced significant results. Chris's DNA was discovered on the shirt tied around the torch, and the Sprite bottle, which still had the lid on, contained both Chris's and Aaron's DNA. Chris was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, with the added circumstance of lying in wait. Chris pleaded not guilty to the charges following his arrest. The prosecution claimed that Aaron and Chris were having an affair, and when Aaron discovered she was pregnant, she confided in Chris. According to police, Chris, unwilling to jeopardize his relationship with his wife, considered a drastic solution to the problem: murder Aaron. The prosecution claimed that Chris meticulously planned the murder over several weeks, researching effective methods for disposing of a body. He had a plan in place. He allegedly enticed Aaron to the desert and killed her with a garrote he had brought with him. They claimed that the murder was premeditated. During Chris's arrest, officers discovered 2 spools of paracord and a blue climbing rope in his car. The paracord matched the cord around Aaron's neck. Aaron had told her friend Jessica that Chris was the baby's father and that she loved him more than John. She even expressed a desire to move to Alaska, Chris' hometown, to be with him. The court heard that their affair became public in April 2014, when their neighbor Islington saw them kissing. Nicole informed John, who confronted Chris, explicitly stating that he did not want to see him near Aaron again. During the trial, Islington testified for the prosecution, stating that Chris frequently discussed murder, mentioning it more than I can count. She remembered him talking about hiding a body in the desert corner. Ling's husband also testified that Chris had discussed murder with him. Just a few weeks before Aaron disappeared, Chris allegedly told Connor that if you put a body in a fire with tires, it will disintegrate and that they would be unable to find anything. Another Marine, Andrew Johnson, testified about his conversation with Chris in June 2014. Chris reportedly inquired about nearby chloride plants, specifically how a body could be destroyed using chemicals found there. Chris also inquired about the presence of security cameras in those locations. Andrew stated that he did not find the conversation unusual at the time because his experiences in Afghanistan had desensitized him, and he knew Chris felt the same way. The court learned that a propane tank and a tire were discovered inside the mine shaft, next to Aaron's body. The prosecution informed the court that Chris borrowed a propane tank from a horse ranch, and a fellow Marine discovered one in Chris's car on the morning of June 28. When questioned, Chris allegedly told the Marine he planned to blow up a mine shaft. The jury was presented with compelling evidence about the DNA found on the shirt and Sprite bottle, as well as incriminating Google searches like how to dispose of a body. The prosecution urges the jury to consider these elements and convict Chris, claiming that the evidence strongly points to him as the sole person responsible for Aaron's death. They urge the jury to investigate Chris's actions, including previous conversations, research, and the weapons he brought, to determine whether the murder was premeditated. In a significant turn, Chris may have recognized the weight of the evidence against him and initially pleaded not guilty. He later recanted during the trial and admitted to Aaron's murder. However, he claimed that the action was impulsive rather than planned. This admission complicated the trial, forcing the jury to consider the degree of premeditation in Chris's actions leading up to Aaron's tragic death. The defense presented its case by admitting Chris was responsible for Aaron's death. In contrast to his previous denials, Chris now admits to having a sexual relationship with Aaron. The defense told the jury that Chris, wanting to save his marriage, but unwilling to let go of Aaron, planned to meet her on June 28 to discuss their situation. According to Chris, the original plan was for Aaron and others to go hunting, but when the others were unable to attend, the meeting became an opportunity for a private conversation. Chris claimed that on that day, he planned to blow up a mine shaft with tires. In preparation, he brought gasoline and diesel fuel to the desert, as well as a propane tank. He described how he threw these materials into his mind, realizing he had used up all of the gasoline for God to apply to the torch. When he realized he couldn't carry out the plant explosion, he also discarded the torch in his mind. This, according to Chris, these items were discovered inside the mine shaft. The defense called only one witness, Chris, who claimed that Aaron occasionally babysat his daughter. According to Chris, during their time in the desert together, Aaron discussed their future as a family and expressed a desire to care for his daughter. Chris described an incident in which his wife Nicole expressed concern for their daughter's well-being, implying that Aaron may be engaging in inappropriate behavior. In response to these concerns, Chris claimed that he confronted Aaron while they were in the desert and asked her directly, "Have you ever touched Liberty? Have you molested my daughter?" According to Chris's testimony, Aaron's admission to touching his daughter elicited a strong emotional response. He described feeling an overwhelming surge of hatred and rage, as if someone had rammed a red-hot knife into his heart. During this intense emotional turmoil, Chris claimed to have picked up a garrote from his car. "I felt so much hatred and rage. I grabbed it, stood up, and noticed she had turned around at some point. I couldn't think clearly. I just felt a lot of hatred, and I came up behind her, put it around her neck, and my training kicked in. Then I turned around and began pulling, but I couldn't pull hard enough because I was so angry." Chris went on to explain, "I just continued choking her. I'm not sure how long it was. It could have been 5 minutes or 10 minutes. It seemed like forever, and I just kept choking her." After Aaron stopped moving, Chris admitted to using the garrote to drag her body to the mineshaft's edge and push her inside. The defense asks the jury to find him not guilty of first-degree murder based on his claim that he did not intend to kill Aaron and only killed her in the heat of the moment. The prosecution strongly contested Chris's defense, claiming that it was a fabrication. The emphasis emphasizes that no one had previously expressed concern about Aaron's behavior. The alleged abuse was not reported to police, and Chris and his wife did not seek medical attention for their daughter as a result of the alleged abuse. The prosecution claimed that Chris made up this story during the trial in order to get a lesser charge of involuntary manslaughter, with the expectation of a shorter prison sentence due to the overwhelming evidence against him. The prosecutor pointed out that Chris only admitted his involvement in front of the jury, implying a calculated move for attention. The prosecutor addressed Chris directly, saying, "You chose to do it in front of the jury. It's about you. You sought attention." Ultimately, the jury did not believe Chris's defense. They quickly returned a guilty verdict for first-degree murder with a special circumstance. Chris was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole after a 15-minute trial. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. One of the strongest, most uncontrollable, and most unpredictable emotions with the potential for real destruction is teenage love. A teen's first conscious experience of emotional and passionate feelings is brought on by hormonal changes and changes in how they interact with others. Everyone, however, perceives and feels this sensitive sensation differently. Young individuals frequently take risks in an attempt to impress their significant other and gain their attention, favor, and adoration, because this is an age of rebellion, self-discovery, and the desire for self-affirmation. The bucolic and serene Georgian village of Lawrenceville was the scene of a string of incredibly violent crimes in the spring of 2017. 2 persons lost their lives as a result of these acts, while 4 more were put in grave danger. For financial gain, an elderly couple was tormented and beaten to death. Law enforcement's quick action helped put an end to the violent rampage, preventing the young criminals from finishing what they had begun. 2 pupils were seriously hurt but amazingly survived. Because the lovers intended to die together, the press likened the story of these young offenders, Cassandra Bjorg, 17, and Johnny Ryder, 19, to the story of Romeo and Juliet. But they like to think of themselves as Bonnie and Clyde. The most horrifying thing, despite their ignorance of the fabled criminal duo's past, was that they specifically targeted members of their own families in an attempt to get rid of everyone they cared about. In late January 2017, Cassandra Bjorg and Johnny Ryder met in the company of mutual acquaintances and fell in love at first sight. At the time, Johnny had just turned 19 and had already been married and divorced. He was not prepared for family life, and the marriage was a forced arrangement because his underage fiancée had gotten pregnant, while Cassandra was 17 and still enrolled in school. But the pregnancy ended too soon, and within 6 months, their partnership was over. Johnny was enthralled by Cassandra and fell deeply in love with her at first sight. Despite her small stature and good looks, Cassandra was a fierce, unbridled energy ball. She took Taekwondo, Wushu, and Korean martial arts like Tang Soo Do very seriously. Bjorg had even competed several times, but she eventually stopped training, saying that emotional upheaval had caused her to lose her focus. In actuality, the schoolgirl's bad habits that were incompatible with athletics and her preference for partying with friends were the primary causes. The girl was attractive and had a trim build. She was good at drawing attention to herself and manipulating people, particularly the boys who were in love with her. Many now question if she really loved Johnny, or if she only exploited him to further her evil. The boy, on the other hand, was obviously smitten with her and would stop at nothing to win her over. He felt he had discovered his soulmate and true love. While his new girlfriend resided with her grandparents, who loved their only granddaughter, Ryder lived with his mother and two sisters in his parents' home. The young couple fell in love almost immediately after meeting, and they rushed to show their significant others to their family members to show how serious they were about their plans. But their loved ones disapproved of their decisions, which infuriated them and put them in grave peril. In this criminal case, too many circumstances came together to create a terrible tragedy, even though it is likely that this couple would never have committed a severe crime on their own, much less deprived their family members of their lives. Johnny revealed that Cassandra was the source of horrific ideas that her partner was prepared to carry out without hesitation, while his girlfriend was susceptible to manipulation and influence due to her addiction to illegal substances. What information is available about Cassandra Bjorge? On January 19, 2000, Cassandra Bjorge was born in Peachtree Corners, Georgia, which is in Gwinnett County. She was born out of wedlock to Amanda Sterling, who had her as her sole child. Cassandra never interacted with her real father and never knew him. Cassandra had behavioral and aggressive problems from an early age, since her mother was more concerned with her personal life than with rearing her daughter. Cassandra's mother married Stephen when she was 15 years old. Her stepfather started making attempts toward his young stepdaughter and displaying abnormal interest in her. As a habitual liar who was always getting into trouble, Cassandra tried to inform her mother about this, but she did not believe her and assumed that her daughter was making it up. The teenager then complained about the situation to her grandparents, Wendy and Randall, over the phone. The elderly couple felt it would be better for their lone grandchild to live with them, after becoming very worried about the situation. The 15-year-old girl so relocated to her grandparents' large two-story home in Lawrenceville in October 2015. She had her own room there, and her grandparents rarely denied her anything, giving her all she needed. Cassandra deftly used Wendy and Randall's generosity, who thought that their love and attention would help their granddaughter recover. She ran away from home frequently, stopped playing sports, missed school, and hooked out with the wrong crowd. She also began taking money from her family members and using it to buy illegal drugs and alcohol. She once threatened to kill her grandma after she was unable to obtain the quantity she required. The Borge family phoned the police over 30 times between October 2015 and March 2017 due to Cassandra's uncontrollable behavior, which included frequent runs, unexplained disappearances, fights, theft, and aggressive behavior while under the influence of drugs. After Cassandra started dating Johnny Ryder, her conduct became unmanageable. Wendy and Randall were adamantly opposed to her bringing her boyfriend to her grandparents' house and telling them he would now live with them. When Johnny attempted to invite Cassandra to live with him at his family's house, a similar circumstance happened. The pair was expelled due to opposition from his mother and sisters. The couple quickly came to the conclusion that anyone who obstructed their relationship ought to be removed. They intended to see Cassandra's mother and stepfather to make amends, take all of their savings, deal with Cassandra's grandparents, get rid of Johnny's family, seize their money, and then run away to Florida to spend as much money as they could from the 3 residences. The harsh treatment of the grandparents. Cassandra was aware of the precise location of her grandparents' home where a sizable quantity of money was kept. Cassandra didn't know the password to the little safe that was kept in a closet in one of the second-floor rooms. The explanation is that Wendy and Randall started hiding the money after they saw it was missing and realized their cherished grandchild was stealing. Randall, Wendy's husband, had just turned 64, and Wendy herself was 63. After more than 40 years of marriage, they had a daughter, bought their ideal house, and intended to spend their golden years on the second floor. They occupied 2 bedrooms that were next to each other and had separate bathrooms. Because they thought their granddaughter could be rehabilitated and didn't want to ruin her life, the old couple didn't want to send her back to her mother or place her in juvenile detention, despite their inability to handle her. Cassandra allowed Johnny to enter the residence with kitchen knives and baseball bats on the evening of April 2, 2017, after the elderly couple had already gone to bed. The pair made their way to the second level via the stairs. While Johnny went to Randall and began striking him with the bat, Cassandra went into her grandmother's room where she was sleeping and stood beside her bed, It took the old man a while to comprehend what was going on. He was scared, confused, and helpless to protect himself. Johnny leaped onto the bed, stood on top of his victim, and kept striking him. Wendy, meantime, awoke to the commotion, hearing slow thuds and what sounded like a garbled cry in the shadows. She recognized the figure by her bed as her granddaughter. She was stabbed in the shoulder as soon as she attempted to stand up. Deep slashes on the woman's hands showed that she attempted self-defense, but the forces were not equal. In the adjacent room where Johnny was mistreating her grandfather, Cassandra pulled her grandma by the hair, demanding the code to the safe and threatening to kill them if they didn't comply. The young couple bound the elderly couple with tape and kept beating them. The elderly couple prayed their granddaughter wouldn't dare to take away the lives of her closest relatives, even though Johnny was holding a knife to Randall's throat. But when Cassandra Command's boyfriend began stabbing Randall in the stomach a minute later, Wendy screamed, pleading with them to stop, and revealed the code to the safe. In order to open the safe, Cassandra hurried to her grandmother's room right away. Then, with a victorious yell and a few fat envelopes of cash, she ran back to show her accomplice that they had succeeded. But the old couple's agony didn't stop there. In an attempt to obtain the bank card credentials so they could steal more money, Cassandra and her boyfriend persisted in beating them. It's possible that Wendy and Randall began saying farewell and declaring their love for one another after realizing they wouldn't be left alive. Later, when she was being questioned, Cassandra recalled this, and it made her laugh. A lot. Once they had all the information they needed, the young monsters pulled Wendy into the toilet after killing Randall with a knife to the neck in front of his wife. They were still dealing with her. Her own granddaughter killed her by striking her head with a baseball bat. Cassandra once bemoaned to Johnny that Wendy would not pass away and would still be alive. Then, to make sure the woman had no chance of surviving, Johnny cut her throat. Cut party on the bones. Their granddaughter and her companion remained in the house, while the two bodies rotted in the second-floor rooms, following the cruel treatment of the elderly couple. The young pair used the pilfered funds to purchase anything they want, including alcohol and any illegal drugs they could find. They admitted during questioning that they wanted to try everything and that they could now afford to do so. A few days later, Wendy's sister called the police to ask for a welfare check on her relatives, who hadn't spoken to her since April 1st. Wendy's bad vision made it unusual for her to simply send texts rather than answer the phone. The texts requested not to worry and said that everything was okay. However, this just made matters worse. To make sure everything was okay, law enforcement dispatched a patrol officer to the specified house, but nobody answered the door. Nothing looked strange at first. Neighbors noticed the couple's vehicle heading downtown, but there were no indications of a break-in or that the mail had been picked up. The officer came to the conclusion in the morning that the elderly couple had left the residence without a warrant to search it while out on errands. After stating that he had completed his work and found nothing odd, he departed. In the meantime, the juvenile offenders went shopping in the victim's vehicle. They ordered meal delivery and purchased food and drink every day, but they were unable to consume all of the food they purchased, so the rotten and uneaten goods were left to fester in boxes on the floor, tables, windowsills, and every other surface in the house. They took money out of Wendy's bank card as the money started to run low, but they were unable to locate Randall's wallet using his cards. Cassandra and Johnny invited their friends to a party at their residence, approximately a week after the crime against her grandparents. They had a major issue, though, because the remains on the second story had decayed considerably and were giving off an odor that was hard to ignore. After discovering 2 cans of construction sealant in the garage, Johnny made the decision to seal the doors of the rooms containing the remains, but first they had to cover up the stench. They covered the bodies with several liters of chlorine bleach that they purchased from a hardware shop. After that, Johnny meticulously caulked all the cracks around the bathroom door and the bedroom door. The couple informed their pals over the phone that Cassandra had a lot of money after her grandparents left town for a few days, and that she intended to have a large party with wine and more entertaining activities. But their buddies found the story highly dubious. The majority of them were aware of the several occasions Wendy and Randall had called the police due to their inability to manage their granddaughter. As a result, nobody dared to go to this peculiar gathering. Only a tiny bad company of problematic youths, including those who could obtain illegal substances and consented to do so in exchange for a reward, eventually assembled at the house. The guests complained about the awful stench, even while they were drunk, and Cassandra attributed it to a clogged sewer. It became intolerable for the criminals to remain in the residence, so the following day they decided it was time to depart. But they needed additional money for their getaway because they were running low on cash and had almost used all the card's balance. The strategy to obtain it had been simmering for some time and now had to be put into action. However, more of their family members would have had to die for this. On Friday, April 7, 2017, the family was saved by an unintentional victim. The pair infiltrated the Ryder household. Johnny had keys, so it was home. They got there in the morning when Johnny's sisters and mother were at the university working. They found enough cash and goods to sustain them for a while once they were able to raid the house. The criminals purchased bear spray, a considerably larger and more potent aerosol that resembles pepper spray, and armed themselves with baseball bats. This unique spray, which is intended to deter hostile bears, contains potent tearing and irritating chemicals that burn skin and mucous membranes chemically, causing acute coughing and excruciating agony in humans. This weapon has the potential to be lethal. They planned to attack and kill each member of the family one at a time, then take the loot and flee with it. They knew roughly when each member would arrive home. Assuming the mother and sisters had left for the weekend, no one would be searching for them by Monday, giving the criminals a few days' advantage. After her university lessons, Melissa, Johnny's younger sister, was the first to return home. However, she was accompanied by her boyfriend, whom she had asked over so they could have some alone time together. The thieves chose to follow their strategy and add another victim to their blacklist, despite the complexity of the situation. Melissa and her boyfriend realized there had been intruders, probably burglars, when they came in and saw the mess. Melissa rushed to the phone right away to call the police, but she was unable to do so. And bitter orange haze filled the room, causing their skin to feel like it was on fire, their throats to burn, and their eyes to water. Abruptly, two bat-wielding figures with scarfed faces emerged and started beating the pupils. The victims, however, surprisingly put up a strong fight. Unaware of the bear spray's potency, the attackers started strangling themselves during the ensuing altercation. The homeowner, Johnny's mother, who had come home from work earlier than normal, appeared as the front door opened abruptly. While the criminals were able to flee through the kitchen door, she shouted and dialed 911. Johnny took extra keys to his mother's car during the robbery, and they used them to escape, leaving behind the primary piece of evidence, a car registered to the late Randall, while Cassandra dropped the car keys they had brought with them during the attack. Although the crooks wanted to murder the additional witness right away, the couple didn't expect Melissa to return home with her boyfriend because it was difficult to attack and kill two strong young people at once. Luckily, they were unable to finish their plot. They obviously miscalculated the might of House of Horrors, their weapon of choice, and overestimated their own talents. Although both attack victims lived, they were admitted to the hospital with various levels of wounds and chemical burns. The abandoned vehicle in the backyard, which did not belong to the Ryder family, piqued the interest of the responding law enforcement authorities. They identified the legitimate owner of the vehicle by looking through the registration plates. It soon became apparent that the car's owner had phoned the police earlier that week, but no one had come to the door. Officers went straight to Randall and Wendy's house, and this time, after failing to receive a response, they pried open the door and went inside. They were instantly struck by the smell of rotting, which was obviously coming from one of the bedrooms upstairs. The floor and bed were stained with blood, and the closet was open, exposing an empty safe. The door had been sealed with construction adhesive, making it hard to enter the other bedroom, and taking time and effort to pry it open. The decomposing body of an elderly guy with his hands bound behind his back and obvious marks of extreme torture was on the floor when the cops eventually made their way inside. Additionally, the bathroom door was sealed, making it more difficult to break in. The homeowner's wife's remains were discovered. She had clearly been beaten and tormented before having her neck cut, which is how she died. Empty beer bottles littered the house. The sink was piled high with filthy dishes, and there were garbage boxes and containers of ruined takeout food all over the place. She became the main suspect in this case because police had been to the residence dozens of times over the previous year and a half and knew that the murdered couple had a granddaughter who often ran away, acted aggressively, and got into trouble. However, dangerous guests, where can I locate the youngster who is accused of such a horrible crime? Upon learning of what had transpired at the Borgi residence, The injured rider's relatives instantly implicated Cassandra, claiming that Johnny might be her accomplice because he was enamored with her and might follow her example. The automobile in which the young robbers and offenders fled was also listed as wanted. In order to wash away the bear spray residue and ease the excruciating burning, the couple went to a store after leaving the site and purchased 5 liters of milk. Johnny reflected for a moment and thought of Jason, his best buddy from high school, with whom he had been inseparable in their senior year, but had nearly lost touch. The criminals made the decision to temporarily seek refuge and assistance at Jason's house after graduating. When his old classmate showed up at his flat with a girl, Jason was taken aback. Although the two appeared menacing, Johnny asserted that they were in danger and had no other options. Johnny claims that he and his mother got into a heated disagreement about his girlfriend, whom she didn't like. According to rumors, his mother sprayed them both with pepper spray and threw him out. The unexpected visitors requested to clean up and take a shower. In addition to providing clean clothes, meals, and the opportunity to spend the night, Jason and his mother were incredibly generous and let the couple use their restroom. Since they had nowhere else to go, the two accepted the offer. The apartment's owner made coffee and breakfast for everyone in the morning. She engaged the guests in friendly conversation and inquired if she could be of any further assistance. Outside, the sound of police sirens suddenly became more audible. A minute later, cops used a megaphone to call out to Johnny and Cassandra by name and urge them to surrender as police cars pulled up just beneath the windows. This change in circumstances surprised Jason and his mother. After thanking their hosts for their kindness and directing them to vacate the flat, Johnny grabbed a big kitchen knife. The crooks shut themselves inside, and the hosts, instantly frightened, hurried to the escape. They decided it would be better to die together, and they had no plans to give up. The crooks realized that a SWAT team would arrive at any moment, and that they couldn't hide in someone else's apartment for very long after failing Romeo and Juliet. With a knife in hand, they proceeded to the restroom and, in the hopes that the wounds would bleed out rapidly, made multiple deep cuts on their wrists. Already losing consciousness, Johnny pulled out his phone and left his mother a voicemail pleading for her forgiveness. He apologized for what he had done. He claimed that he shouldn't have harmed his family because he loved them so much. He went on to say that this was his last message and that he was passing away in the arms of his cherished girlfriend. But no one received any such texts from Cassandra. The young couple was lying on the tiled floor in one another's arms, surrounded by a massive pool of blood, when the cops broke into the apartment and pried open the bathroom door. Despite being unconscious, they both displayed signs of life. After receiving emergency medical care, they were taken to the hospital. Shocking admissions made by the juvenile offenders. The young couple inquired about one another as soon as they were conscious again. The first person to confess was Johnny, who said he felt bad about what he had done. His girlfriend, meanwhile, made an effort to appear helpless and blamed her partner for everything. She stated that she was extremely furious with herself, had been depressed for years, and no longer wanted to live. But as she described what had happened, she unintentionally revealed that she had long wished for her grandparents to die. Cassandra acted like a child during the interrogation, making expressions, complaining about the unappetizing hospital food, and even flirting with the police. It was only after a restaurant gave her quick food, which she had asked, that she began to speak. Even the most experienced officers were taken aback by what the teenager disclosed. Cassandra gently responded that her grandparents had lived long enough. When asked why she took their life, she went on to say that they forced her to attend school, ruined her fun, and concealed money that she needed. Cassandra was simply angry because she couldn't locate her grandfather's bank card and didn't express regret for robbing the few people who loved her of their life. Grandpa was always damn smart, she said, laughing when he informed her that he had hidden his wallet beneath his pillow because he was afraid she would steal it. The teenage criminals also acknowledged that they planned to kill the Ryder family as payback for their rejection of Cassandra and their attempts to keep Johnny from seeing her because they believed she was a negative influence. Because they believe that deceased people don't require money, they also intend to loot the family. They then want to pay a visit to Cassandra's mother and stepfather in order to exact revenge on them for their mistreatment of her. This couple planned to spend their money and enjoy life by the sea in Florida. The couple reconnected in the courtroom a few months after the abortive attempt on their lives. They constantly argued, criticized one another, and even used slurs, giving the impression that there was no longer any love or passion between them. Both ultimately entered guilty pleas to the robbery, the assault on the students, and the offenses against the elderly couple. Both Johnny Ryder and Cassandra Bjorgi were given 2 life sentences, with the possibility of parole after the court found them guilty on all counts. Cassandra said she had nothing to repent for, but after 60 years, Johnny showed sincere regret and apologized to everyone he had harmed. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A prosperous physician living 2 lives, a future mother in need, a watchful twin sister. Additionally, an overheard conversation made the innocent victim aware of what was going on. This story had everything it needed to be one of the most dramatic. The media, however, mostly ignored it. The story, however, followed the finest traditions of Greek tragedy and took place in Ohio in the 2000s. It took not 1, but 2 deftly placed traps to capture the offender, whose behavior and intentions will cause you to reevaluate your level of trust in the people you let into your home and your heart. Michelle Baker was prepared to become a wife and mother at the age of 33. When her friend introduced her to the amiable young physician Maynard Mincing, happiness appeared to be imminent. The 33-year-old Maynard had prior married life experience. They had similar interests in medicine and a desire to assist others, because Michelle was an EMT in the fire department. Because Maynard was the ideal woman, successful, attractive, and charming, Michelle thought she had won the lottery. The relationship between Michelle and Maynard was like a fairy tale from today. Her boyfriend moved into Michelle's home in Hoover Heights, Ohio within a month. Maynard's children from a previous marriage would visit on the weekends. Michelle saw how happy he was spending time with his children and knew he would be ecstatic when she informed him that he would once again be a father. She was right. There were no limits to his joy. Maynard started searching for a new house right away so that the young family could live together, and he paid $320,000 for a beautiful and comfortable nest. When Maynard proposed that they go to Key West, Florida, where they would get married at sunset while standing barefoot on the sandy beach, Michelle was ecstatic. The enamored couple left for Florida, but Maynard changed his mind on the first day of their romantic weekend. In order to have a traditional ceremony with his family present, he requested that Michelle postpone the impromptu wedding. Michelle ignored this obviously fabricated justification because she still fervently desired to start a family. The 2 went to a restaurant for dinner that night. The meal went smoothly, but Michelle felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and saw some faint bleeding after she left. She was terrified that she might lose the baby, of course. She was relieved that there was nothing to be concerned about because her fiancé was a doctor. He asked her to try to fall asleep after putting her in bed. The pain went away the following day, but when she got home, Michelle thought it wouldn't hurt to visit Dr. John Shea, her physician. When the doctor confirmed that the fetus was developing normally, she exhaled with relief. Since it was Michelle's first pregnancy, he was sure she was just concerned. She was concerned that the fetus might be affected because she had endometriosis in the past. However, Michelle had a challenging pregnancy. Unidentified spasms and inexplicable bleeding became frequent occurrences, perplexing the medical staff who were unable to come up with a clear explanation. Maynard, who would soon marry Michelle and be the father of their child, thought it would be the ideal opportunity to confess his lingering feelings for his ex-girlfriend, Tammy Wynn, as if the physical suffering wasn't enough. To all of their friends, Maynard had painted Tammy as a horrible person, despite their complex past. As it happened, he was unable to forget her. After realizing that this was the true cause of her boyfriend's wedding postponement, Michelle valued his candor and chose to put even more effort into their relationship rather than break it off. But on July 1, 2000, Michelle's confidence in her future husband swiftly dwindled. Michelle stayed at home taking care of her own chores while Maynard went out of town to go fishing with a friend. Michelle switched on the radio and tuned into a local station, lost in her activities. She heard her beloved order a song for another girl, and it hit her like a ton of bricks. Maynard's voice sounded exactly like the caller. Michelle stood frozen, listening to the discussion with great interest. Michelle's heart fell when the DJ asked the man his name and he said, Maynard. She was suspicious of her fiancé's true location. She requested a ride from her neighbor to Maynard's ex-girlfriend Tammy's house. When she saw them together on the street, her suspicions were validated. Michelle went up to the man and told him she was ending their relationship. When Tammy entered the discussion, she disclosed that she was unaware that Maynard was living with Michelle. "I'm staying with a friend," he had been telling her. The unfaithful fiancé was immediately evicted from Michelle's house. However, the man wasted no time in attempting to regain Michelle's favor. He called her a few days later and asked her to join him for a picnic so they could chat. He asked Michelle if they could reconcile and expressed regret for his error. She pardoned him because he seemed so sincere, but when Michelle became really ill, the picnic had to be called off. She was in such terrible shape that she was unable to even leave the park restroom. Her bleeding and cramps came back, but this time she also experienced the inability to keep food down. The doctor, who Michelle rushed to see, found nothing alarming. The doctor determined that stress was the cause of her symptoms after the ultrasound revealed that the baby was healthy. Michelle's twin sister, however, saw a fascinating coincidence. She asked Michelle if she found it odd that she was in excruciating pain whenever they were with Maynard. Michelle's sister's suggestion appalled her. She recalled that Maynard had poured her drink at the picnic before the second severe pain episode, and that he had brought glasses from the bar during their dinner in Florida just before she became ill the first time. With her drinks, though, what could he have done? Even though they had discussed the wedding once more and their relationship appeared to be back to normal, Michelle couldn't deny her sister's sensible observation. She also couldn't get rid of the impression that Maynard and his ex-girlfriend weren't entirely over. Michelle once again followed her gut and drove to Tammy's house, where her fiancé's car was parked, when Maynard informed her that he would take the kids to Florida for the weekend. Through an open window, she could hear a conversation between two people she saw inside. She was stunned by what she heard. Maynard responded that he thought he had already dealt with the child when Tammy asked him what he intended to do about it. Michelle came to the conclusion that the only way to keep Maynard as far away from the child as possible was to call the police. Michelle went to report her suspicions to the police. The detectives, however, were dubious after hearing her story and found it hard to accept that someone would try something so unbelievable. They had never seen anything like it in all the years they had worked as police. Although department rules forbade testing pregnant women, the police wanted Michelle to take a lie detector test. As a result, they rejected the notion and told her up front that, given Dr. Minsing's professional status, they would require strong evidence before they could arrest him. Michelle had to handle things herself because there wasn't much they could do in the interim. Michelle demonstrated her abilities as a true detective. With the assistance of a friend, she concealed a tiny video camera inside a fake plant on the kitchen counter and arranged the flowers so that it recorded everything that took place behind the kitchen table. Then, like all famous spies, she asked her boyfriend to join her for dinner and asked him to pour her a soda as she grilled steaks outside. Michelle excused herself under a false pretense and proceeded to the bathroom to pour the soda into a bottle after Maynard handed her her glass. She was horrified to find residue of some substance, not a tiny bit but a noticeable amount of some sort of drug at the bottom of the glass. She calmly poured the soda from the hidden bottle into the glass and went back to the table, trying not to show that she was in shock. However, Maynard kept getting calls from Tammy, so Michelle was unable to continue dinner in a composed manner. "Do you know why Tammy is upset?" he asked Michelle over the phone after he finally left. Michelle wasn't too worried about Tammy's feelings after finding out that her fiancé had been giving her drugs in her drinks, but when she gently inquired as to why Tammy was upset, Maynard surprised her once more by revealing that they had secretly wed earlier that week. Michelle's determination to protect her unborn child outweighed her feelings of hurt and rage over her beloved's betrayal. She immediately took the soda bottle to the police. An expert concluded that Cytotec, a drug used to treat stomach ulcers and induce labor, had been added to the soda. When used carelessly, though, it can also have lethal effects on the fetus. Legally speaking, the detectives had a problem even though they believed Michelle. They didn't have any proof that Maynard put the substance in the glass. In court, a skilled attorney would contend that Michelle falsified it in order to frame her cheating fiancé. The police therefore set up a trap for themselves. When the detectives asked Michelle to inform him that her pregnancy was going well during one of Maynard's phone calls, he invited her to dinner and gave her another dose of the drug. On August 14, 2000, two police officers hid in the garage while hiding a small camera inside a firefighter figurine that was placed on Michelle's kitchen counter. The police stormed into the kitchen and arrested Maynard for attempted murder as soon as they saw him trying to serve Michelle one of his special cocktails. "I hope these are prenatal vitamins," one of the officers said to Maynard, gesturing to the enigmatic material he was holding. The police discovered even more of the same substance in Maynard's vehicle. The doctor was forced to confess after laboratory tests revealed that Cytotec was present in the beverage. Maynard provided an apologetic justification for his horrible act, effectively acknowledging that he had poisoned his ex-fiancée in order to solve the issue. Maynard responded in the affirmative when asked if he thought the child was a problem. Michelle kept going to the doctor once a week and getting ultrasounds once a month. The fetus appeared to be growing normally in spite of multiple doses of the drug, but Michelle went into labor just before Maynard's trial, at 28 weeks of pregnancy. She gave birth to a stillborn daughter, whom she named Michaela. Michelle was surrounded by family and friends in the hospital room, where they were able to bid Michaela farewell and give her one last hug. It was impossible to ascertain whether Michaela's death was caused by Cytotec's effects, because the coroner could not detect any traces of the drug in the placenta. Prosecutors reached agreements with Tammy and Maynard to spare Michelle and her family from a torturous legal process. Tammy was given a 5-year probationary period and 100 hours of community service after acknowledging her guilt about getting the medication with a prescription while working as a nurse. Maynard received a 5-year prison sentence. In the United States, the two spouses would never again be able to work in the medical industry. Maynard startled the people in the courtroom during the trial by declaring that the child's death was the result of a higher power's intervention. In addition to displaying no remorse during the sentencing, and without pleading with Michelle for forgiveness, Maynard asserted that their daughter's death was the will of a higher power, and that the experience would make him stronger. His statement shocked even Judge Barbara Gorman. Judge Gorman said to Maynard, "I must say it was one of the strangest statements I have ever heard. You are a disgrace to your profession, in my opinion. All of this is the consequence of what you did. You must accept responsibility for what transpired." Although the spouses' sentences may be viewed as being rather light, Michelle is aware that Maynard will eventually face consequences for his actions in the afterlife. She made the decision to strike him where it hurt the most, his wallet, in the interim. Michelle Baker sued Tammy Mincing and Maynard Mincing for $3,500,000 in August 2002 over what had happened to her daughter. Orally and in writing, Maynard made it clear time and again that his goal was to get rid of the child. His spouse did not want him to be involved with the child in any way. Michelle's attorneys were therefore certain that they would prevail in the case. The success of Michelle's lawsuit is unknown, but it was made public in 2007 that Maynard filed for bankruptcy. In 2013, the Mincing name reappeared in the obituary of Maynard's father, a prominent local youth organization founder. Tammy and Maynard Mincing were still married and resided in Ohio, according to the note. Whether or not Maynard meant to murder Michelle is unknown, but at least he chose to end her pregnancy against her will. However, Michelle made it clear to Maynard that she did not ask him to be involved in the child's life or to provide financial support, so he could have accomplished his goals without his heinous scheme. He must have been aware of Michelle's strong desire to have children and cruelly denied her the chance to begin a new family life with a fresh start. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On May 13, 2015, around 5 p.m., firefighters extinguished a raging fire in a garage by the road in the village of Sand Lake, Michigan. At that moment, a terrified woman dashed up to their car, screaming that her neighbors had died. Several firefighters accompanied the woman to her neighbor's house. 2 lifeless bodies lay on the bedroom floor in a pool of blood. It appeared that they'd been shot. To preserve the evidence at the crime scene, the firefighters avoided touching anything and immediately informed the police that they had discovered 2 bodies and needed investigators and forensic experts. Forensic experts had been at the crime scene for about an hour, collecting evidence and photographing the bodies of 46-year-old Martin Durham and 47-year-old Glenna Durham, when one officer noticed a small movement in Glenna's chest. He rushed to her body and attempted to feel for a pulse, but Glenna's eyes opened wide and she sat up abruptly, screaming, "What are you doing, Marty?" The officer immediately summoned paramedics, who transported the injured woman to the local hospital. Marty and Glenna met as teenagers in the early 1980 SS. Marty invited the girl on a date to a local open-air theater, where they both lost their virginity in the same evening, with little interest in the film itself. Their relationship progressed quickly and passionately, but it ended after a few months, in part because Glenna, 17, married soon after. Marty started a family on his own. Christina Keller was 14 years old when she met Marty, then 19, at a party at his house. The young man appeared charming and amusing to the girl, but also a little strange because he immediately declared that he would marry her someday. Marty arrived on her doorstep the following day. He must have made a good impression on Christina's parents, because he has never left her life since. Their friendship turned into a romantic relationship, and Christina, then 16, discovered she was expecting their first child. Within 2 years, she was carrying their second son, prompting the young couple to marry. Christina and her husband had a daughter 11 months later. Christina was 19 and Marty was 24 at the time. Initially, the young family lived with relatives, but in early 1995, Marty secured a higher-paid job at a factory in Michigan, and the family of 5 relocated. However, Marty was involved in a car accident on the evening of February 16, 1995, on his way home from work. Another vehicle speeding through a red light collided with his vehicle. The larger vehicle nearly crushed Marty's car, trapping him inside. Marty was transported to the hospital, where he had been clinically dead for approximately 5 minutes. He suffered severe injuries to his left side and was in a coma for more than 3 weeks. When he regained consciousness, he had no memory of his wife, children, or much of his previous life. He spent a year and a half learning to walk, speak, eat, and care for himself again. Christina provided physical support for him during this time. Marty began to resemble his former self, but psychologically he had changed. He became enraged as a result of the brain trauma. He never fought with his wife or children, but he became a domineering figure. Even his sense of humor grew darker. Christina filed for divorce in 2000, nearly 5 years after the accident. She still cared deeply for her husband, but her feelings had shifted to a more maternal nature, as she had taken on the role of his caregiver and could no longer relate to him in any other way. Marty purchased his first home in May 2001 using funds from the insurance company and a bank loan. The house was located in Sand Lake, Michigan, a small village with a population of 500 people. Marty was overjoyed with his new home, which he had moved into with his 2 sons and an African gray parrot named Bud. 2 months after moving in, Marty received a knock on his door from a 16-year-old girl claiming to be his daughter. Marty inquired as to her mother's identity, and Glenna, his first love, revealed herself. The girl knew her mother had an affair early in their marriage, and she was born a few months after. She wished to establish her paternity for certain. A DNA test confirmed that the girl was Marty's biological daughter, born outside of marriage. Clearly, Glenna had never forgotten Marty, as she had a tattoo of his name on her arm throughout their marriage. Glenna divorced her husband and moved in with Marty. They were very happy together, and they quickly had a new wedding ceremony. Glenna's new husband was everything to her. The couple spent their entire time together, visiting family and going to the local casino once or twice a week. Glenna would sit in the car and read a novel while Marty went hunting. Glenna was paid $3,200 per month to care for her husband, after officially taking on the responsibility. Marty received more than $1,000 in disability benefits each month. Glenna also sold Marty's excess medication, bringing their total monthly income to around $5,000. When Marty's sons moved out, this income was enough to support them in the small village. However, by 2010, Marty's mental and physical health had deteriorated significantly. The couple continued to spend their entire time together and with their friends, including Connie and Keith Ream, another neighboring couple. On Monday, May 11, 2015, Marty offered to mow Connie and Keith's backyard. He enjoyed the work and did it for free, Later that evening, Connie, Keith, Marty, and Glenna sat on the neighbor's terrace, and the Durhams returned home around 9 p.m. Keith sent Marty a message the next day, Tuesday at 8:26 a.m., asking how he was feeling, but he did not receive a response. This was strange because Marty was always quick to return calls and messages. Throughout the day, Keith sent several more messages to his friend, all with the same result. Later that day, Connie approached her neighbor's door and knocked. She heard the Durham's dog bark, but no one opened the door. Keith even sent a joking message to Glenna, asking, "What did you do to Marty?" But she didn't respond either. On Wednesday at 7:30 a.m., Connie approached the neighbor's house again and rang the doorbell. The only response she got was the dog barking. She walked around the house, checking for any open doors or windows. Everything remained locked as usual. Throughout the day, Connie and Keith attempted to contact their neighbors, growing increasingly concerned. After work, around 4:30 p.m., Connie approached the neighbor's house for the third time and knocked. She assumed she'd have to break the door, but when she touched the handle, she discovered it wasn't locked. This time, Connie cautiously opened the door and called out for the neighbors, but she was only greeted by the Durham family pet, who led her into the living room, which was a gruesome mess. Documents and photographs were all over the place, along with a broken lamp and other miscellaneous items. Connie followed Shelby into the bedroom and discovered the homeowners lying on the floor in a pool of blood. Marty was only wearing underwear, whereas Glenna was fully dressed, her legs covered by a blanket. Connie dashed out of the neighbor's house and ran toward a fire truck she saw further down the road. Marty did not have the same luck as his wife. He was shot 5 times in the back, forearm, and chest, leaving him with no chance of survival. He'd been dead for a few days. Glenna was shot twice, both times hitting the area behind her right ear. Blood was discovered not only in the bedroom, but also on a chair in the living room and a pillow with 2 bullet holes. Under the chair, a gun and 2 empty shells were discovered. In the bedroom, there were 5 more shell casings, 1 near the door and 4 near Marty's body, for a total of 7. However, the gun found near the chair was designed to fire 6 bullets. This indicates that the perpetrator had time to reload the gun before continuing to shoot. Aside from the living room and bedroom, the rest of the house appeared to be in perfect order. There were no signs of forced entry, and the kitchen table was set with a bowl of spaghetti and a piece of garlic bread. Later that evening, when Glenna was taken to the hospital, Marty's children were allowed to bring the family pets, a dog and a parrot, to their mother's home, Christina. Despite the fact that the children were only allowed to take the pets, the trio took advantage of the opportunity to search the house and discovered a sealed envelope labeled "Personal." Inside, they discovered letters from Glenna addressed to her children and ex-husband. In the letters, she expressed her love for the children and apologized for not being the best mother. She also asked her ex-husband to care for the children. In Glenna's drawer, they also discovered a packet of unpaid bills. They handed over all of their findings to the police. The investigators began questioning the family's relatives and friends about their personal and financial situations. They enjoyed spending time together and became completely absorbed in each other's company. However, it quickly became clear that they were having serious financial difficulties. Glenna was in charge of the family's finances, and relatives suspected Marty was unaware of the gravity of the situation because he was so frugal. On the other hand, Glenna had developed a serious gambling addiction. She would buy hundreds of lottery tickets and lose thousands of dollars at the casino. But whenever her husband approached her, she pretended to be playing with $1 bills. Glenna played every week, and in 2010, she spent $75,000 on her addiction. The family had fallen behind on tax payments, had credit card debt, and Marty's car was about to be repossessed. However, their most pressing concern was their home. Glenna hadn't made mortgage payments in over a year, and they owed $48,000. Marty's mother saw a list of homes that would be seized due to debts in early April 2015, a few weeks before the family was attacked. Marty's address was on the list. She called Glenna, who assured her that the newspaper had printed the incorrect address and that she would resolve the issue. Of course, it turned out that their home was being repossessed. Despite the fact that Marty had taken out a mortgage, Glenna received notice on April 28 that their home would be auctioned if they did not pay $5,000. Interestingly, the auction was scheduled for May 12th, just 1 day before Marty and Glenna were discovered by their neighbor. The investigators concluded that Marty was unaware of the impending loss of their home because he had been renovating it for the previous 2 months. He painted the bathroom just 2 days before they died. Glenna was able to regain consciousness after 3 days in intensive care. She had no recollection of the day of the murders or the days before. She couldn't remember writing the letters to her children or ex-husband. Because the eyewitness couldn't provide any useful information, the police had few leads or clues to work with. Marty, an avid hunter, frequently showed his firearms to friends, so the weapon contained multiple DNA samples. Glenna and Marty did, however, sell drugs for cash, and large sums of money were kept in envelopes in a safe. Could it have been an unplanned robbery? The living room was in disarray, as if someone had been looking for something and the money from the safe was missing. This version of events appeared to be the most plausible, but finding the killer among their illegal clients was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It took a full year before an unexpected witness helped solve the case. Bud, a 19-year-old parrot, had been living with Christina for the previous 12 months. Bud was an African gray parrot with the unique ability to mimic not only sounds and words in his environment, but also human voices. Originally, he was Christina's beloved pet, but Marty took him, presumably to retaliate against his ex-wife for leaving. When Bud returned to his beloved owner, he began repeating various conversations he had overheard while living with Marty, such as how Marty interacted with the dog. However, at some point, he started repeating an argument between a man and a woman. They were clearly arguing with one another, raising their voices and occasionally mixing profanity with everyday words. At the end of the conversation, a male voice said loudly, "No, don't shoot." Christina recorded this scene performed by the parrot on video, but did not report it to the police because she assumed it would be laughed off. However, a year after Marty's murder, a local journalist interviewed his mother, and she mentioned the video. The journalist became very interested and broadcast it on the news. The video quickly went viral, prompting the police to reopen the investigation and narrow their focus on one suspect, Glenna Durham. They examined Marty and Glenna's phones and discovered that Marty's last action on his phone was to search for information about lawnmowers on the evening of the 11th after returning home from the neighbors. The examination of Glenna's phone proved to be far more intriguing. It had been used until the 13th, when the bodies were discovered. Since 3:32 a.m., someone used the phone 5 times between 4 and 4:48 a.m. to learn more about the gun used in the shootings, including how to reload it. The final message was sent to Glenna's mother at 4:48 a.m. and said, "I love you, please forgive me." Glenna was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. She maintained her innocence, and her lawyer attempted to show that another family member or a stranger had broken into the house to steal medication, cash, or Marty's weapons. However, the forensic experts found no evidence of forced entry into the house. What about the money from the safe? Marty's children had taken it while they were searching the house for Glenna, who had been taken to the hospital, and their father to the mortuary. When investigators discovered this, they claimed that no one had asked them about the money at the police station, so they did not say anything. In any case, the version of a robber was abandoned because nothing was stolen. The prosecution's version of events seemed much more plausible. They believed Marty was killed on the morning of the 12th because he was wearing underwear. When the man realized he was going to lose the house, he became very upset, and a heated argument ensued. Marty attempted to flee into the bedroom after Glenna grabbed the weapon. She shot him in the back. Marty was still on his feet, reaching for another weapon from the bedside table. Glenna fired again, striking his forearm. Only then did he turn to face her, and she fired 3 more shots into his chest. Marty lay lifeless on the bedroom floor. Glenna spent the entire day completing paperwork. She wrote letters to her ex-husband and children and made spaghetti for lunch. Glenna was still engaged in these activities when the neighbor first arrived at her house on the evening of the 12th. Glenna planned her next steps, knowing that her and Marty's neighbors would become concerned regardless. She needed to act fast. She sat in a chair in the living room, placed a pillow against her head, and fired. However, nothing occurred. The pillow absorbed the impact of the shot, and the bullet only grazed her. She had to look up how to reload the pistol because it was down to its last bullet. This means she didn't try again until the early morning of the 13th, when she sent a message to her mother. Perhaps she still had doubts when Connie knocked on the door again at 7:30 a.m. and found it still locked. But after Connie left, Glenna must have unlocked the door, sat in the chair, grabbed the pillow, and tried again. This time, the injury was more severe, but her doctor later explained that she did not strike any important veins or arteries or penetrate the skull. It's difficult to imagine what condition she was in, but because head wounds always bleed profusely, she may have decided to simply bleed out. She made her way to the bedroom, where her husband's body had been lying all along, and collapsed on the floor, a blanket covering her legs. It's unclear whether she staged a scene when the police officer touched her or simply regained consciousness at that point, and we may never find out, because Glenna continues to claim memory loss. The jury believed the prosecution's version. On Wednesday, July 19, 2017, after 9 hours of deliberation, they found her guilty of murder. Glenna Durham was sentenced to life imprisonment. Of course, the parrot named Bud was not called as a witness in court, and it's not because he swears a lot. It is simply impossible to prove that he did not hear that particular dialogue on television or radio, let alone take an oath on the witness stand. In other words, if Bud had been involved in the process and it had been less than 24 hours since Glenna's guilty verdict, her lawyer would have filed an appeal. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.